Meet Lin Tan, our main man, a total broke college student, who somehow got his hands on the most cracked, high-limit black card in all of Yanjiang. Since he was a total newbie to the high-roller life, he literally named his account Broke AF But Rich just for the memes. He's flexing his new status by buying supercars, luxury mansions, and dropping millions on live-streaming girls just to see them smile. Naturally, this strategy worked, and now he's got a harem of top-tier waifus falling into his lap. Even the locals have started calling him the legendary Money King. Remember the name, our boy is Lin Tan. Today was supposed to be his 1-month anniversary with his girlfriend, but just as he was about to celebrate, she hit him with the classic "let's break up." Before Lin Tan could even process the L, a luxury ride pulled up and dropped off a guy right in front of his ex, Tran Tran. This guy flashed a smug grin and wished Tran Tran a happy birthday, flirting right in front of our boy like he didn't even exist. The guy even turned to mock him, asking if he really thought a broke loser like him could ever compete with real money. He peeled off in his ride, leaving Lin Tan looking like a total NPC while the crowd whispered behind his back. Lin Tan stood there, absolutely crushed. After years of simping and being treated like trash, he vowed he was done being the nice guy for good. Suddenly, a glitched voice popped into his head. Ultimate Billionaire Revenge System activated. Before Lin Tan could even react, a sleek black and gold card materialized right in his hand. The system dropped the lore. You've got 1 trillion in funds. Host, go ahead, spend it however you want. The catch? You can only use this cash for revenge, and you're limited to spending it on girls. Any money spent on yourself comes straight out of your own pocket. But hey, the best part is that everything you spend on others gets reimbursed into your personal net worth. Lin Tan stood up, his gaze hardened. The revenge arc has officially started. He headed straight to the Tida shopping mall to stress test his new system. Guess who he bumped into? None other than Tran Tran's roommate. It's Nha. The system pinged that she's a high-value target. Get her favorability over 90%, and he'll get a 10% rebate on all that revenge spending. And if he hits 100%, the system guarantees a total change in their relationship status. Lin Tan walked up to start the riz, but her favorability was sitting at a rough negative 20%. She thought he was just there to beg for his ex back, so she told him to give up since Tran Tran found herself a wealthy rich heir. Lin Tan didn't even flinch. He just asked if she wanted a bubble tea. Ha acted all annoyed, showing him the menu and mocking him, thinking he was too broke to afford anything. He just walked up to the counter, asked how many drinks they had left, bought the whole inventory, and told them it was all on Ha. Nahai panicked, telling him to stop being a fool, but he swiped the card for 400,000, and just like that, her favorability ticked up to positive 1%. He leaned in and asked for a small favor, which was really just an excuse to spend more money. Meanwhile, Tran Tran and her rich boy toy were out shopping. They were arguing over a bag price when Lin Tan and Nahai walked into the same store. The moment Nahai reached for a limited edition bag, Tran Tran had to chime in. Tran Tran mocked him for being a pathetic ex-boyfriend who's now paying girls to hang out with him. Lin Tan stayed calm, told her he was just here to shop, but she kept the toxicity levels at an all-time high. He warned her not to get too cocky, because the man standing in front of her wasn't the same loser from before. The rich heir dared him to buy the bag Nahi was holding. Lin Tan just laughed and told the staff to wrap up everything in the store, leaving everyone completely shook. He bought out the entire boutique. The clerk hit him with a 11.32 million total, and Lin Tan didn't even blink. The rich heir let out a scoffing laugh. If you can actually afford that, I'll go stand on my head in the middle of the street, he dared. Lin Tan swiped the card without a second thought, and then threw some shade back at the clown. Thanks to the flex, both girls' favorability skyrocketed, with Nahai hitting a solid 42%. The rich heir's jaw was on the floor, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Tran Tran started whining to her boyfriend to do something. Just as the guy was trying to talk his way out of spending more, a fierce woman named Van Thu walked in. She slapped the heir across the face, screaming, "I bought you all these clothes and watches, and you're out here cheating on me with this gold digger?" He dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, and throwing Tran Tran under the bus, claiming she seduced him. "Baby, you're the only one I love. You have to believe me," he pathetically sobbed. Turns out this rich heir Wang Qing is just a kept man for a wealthy sugar mommy. As Zheng stood there looking like a deer in headlights, the sugar mommy gave Wang Qing an ultimatum. Slap Zheng twice or get dumped. He didn't even hesitate, slapped her to the floor, cursed her out, and snatched back the necklace he'd gifted her. Zheng tried to cling to Lin Tan for comfort, but our boy shoved her aside, forcing her to run away in total humiliation. Yet her favorability toward him actually ticked up by 1%. The sugar mommy then dragged Wang Qing away like a dog on a leash. Yashi approached Lin Tan, putting on a fake act of sympathy for Zheng. Lin Tan didn't buy it, telling her that a money-grubbing woman isn't worth anyone's empathy, and asked if she wanted to buy anything else. Yashi softened her voice, saying she didn't know how she could ever repay him. Lin Tan teased her, "How about you repay me with your body?" And boom, her favorability shot up to 62%. Yashi wanted to get him a gift, so she dragged him into a store and insisted on helping him try on clothes. After blowing through some of Yashi's cash, Lin Tan walked out of the dressing room looking like a totally different person, leaving all the girls nearby absolutely stunned. Yashi's favorability continued to climb, hitting 72%. She thought to herself, if Zheng Zheng was too stupid to cherish him, then she'd gladly take the win. Lin Tan was surprised by his own glow-up, and honestly shocked that Yashi actually dropped 7,000 to 8,000 bucks on him. That night, Yashi returned to the girls' dorm and saw Zheng Zheng drying her hair. She spotted the bruises from the slap and asked what happened. Zheng Zheng played it cool, saying she was fine and bragging that thanks to Lin Tan, she finally saw the true face of that loser ex. Yashi awkwardly pulled out the bag Lin Tan had bought her, and Zheng Zheng just laughed, telling her to keep it since Lin Tan bought it for her. They hugged and laughed like besties, but deep down, both were ready to throw hands if it meant getting closer to Lin Tan. Back at the guys' dorm, Lin Tan was wiped out from the long day, thinking he needs a new strategy for pulling girls, or he's gonna burn out. He ran into Senior Wang Jin, who and his squad started mocking him, telling him he should go donate gifts on hot girl live streams. Ignoring their shade, Lin Tan realized that live streaming was actually the perfect new way to fish for girls. Lin Tan cheerfully thanked his senior and walked off. The group thought he'd lost his marbles, but they still felt weirdly thanked. Back in his room, Lin Tan hopped on a live streaming app to test the waters. Since it was his first time, he set his username to broke and only have money. Lin Tan was scrolling through the rankings when he remembered the name Cha-Cha that the guys mentioned earlier. He decided to look her up. She was a total bombshell with a killer figure. She was flaunting her curves to the beat while the chat was going absolutely feral. Lin Tan was definitely impressed at first sight. The system needs the target to be over 80 points in appearance, but with the beauty filters on the stream, he couldn't accurately judge her to unlock the counterattack mission. Impressed by the system's logic, he figured Cha-Cha had to be at least a 90. She probably wouldn't look too bad without the filters anyway. This hot girl Cha-Cha had a heat score of 52,000. Young Master Chi was already in there throwing gold lion gifts at her. Then he dropped a comment in the chat. The battle between Cha-Cha and Shuang Shuang is about to start. Are you brothers ready for this? Right below that, a user named Chung Yu left a comment. Lin Tan immediately realized that was Senior Wang Jin. Turns out he's just another simp, licking the boots of young Master C. Lin Tan dropped a comment. Sheesh, how much does it cost to hit the top of the leaderboard? Should I buy the gifts or the title first? Young Master C saw he was being disrespected and demanded Cha-Cha kick that user out immediately. Cha-Cha wanted to climb the ranks, so she had to rely on young Master Chi's wallet. Since Lin Tan hadn't dropped any gifts yet, she told the moderator to boot him out. After getting kicked, Lin Tan decided to check out Shuang Shuang's livestream instead. The battle began. Her fans were worried and told Shuang Shuang to just surrender to avoid the harsher punishment. Shuang Shuang wasn't about that life, clapped back hard, and both girls started dancing to bait more gifts. Cha-Cha's score quickly skyrocketed past 59,000, leaving Shuang Shuang in the dust. The audience is spamming the chat, demanding Sang Sang do a dance and start begging. She is just about to follow orders when Lin Tan suddenly drops a massive golden dragon gift on her. This triggers young Master Shu, who is absolutely fuming. Tra-Tra is also caught off guard and looks genuinely startled. On the flip side, Sang Sang is hyped beyond belief. After dumping some system funds into the app, Lin Tan keeps the momentum going with another golden dragon, then 10, then 20 in a row. The comments are going wild, wondering who this absolute whale is. Sang Sang is shook, realizing it's a waste to gift them now, so she tells him to wait for the siege event to get double points. Young Master Shu, who was busy flaming Lin Tan in the comments earlier, just got kicked out of the room by Tra-Tra. The other trolls follow suit, mocking Lin Tan for being a newbie who is just trying too hard. Lin Tan immediately claps back with 320 golden dragons. The count keeps climbing to 860 golden dragons, leaving everyone in the chat stunned. By the time he stops, he has sent a grand total of 1,600 golden dragons. Young Master Shu is livid. He spent 3 million over the past year trying to impress Tra-Tra, only for some random noob to flex like this. Tra-Tra is sweating buckets, since 1,600 golden dragons is basically 24 million, which is straight up insane. Sang Sang is buzzing with excitement, spamming thank yous in the chat. Her fanbase starts roasting the other side, hyping up the big boss, and forcing Tra-Tra to do her penalty. The pendulum dance, backbends, and full splits all in one go. As she dances, Tra-Tra even apologizes to Lin Tan for kicking him out earlier. The hot girl is literally dying of rage. That loser young Master Shu has vanished, and now she has to dance until she passes out. Lin Tan hits King Tier status and drops a comment. Either kicks Shu out, he leaves himself, or he stays to watch the siege in 20 seconds. Immediately after, young Master Shu rage quits the stream, and the match ends in a total victory for Song Song. Post-match, Lin Tan gets flooded with a mountain of friend requests. Wang Jin messages him with an apology. asking if he needs a little brother, and Sang Sang sends her love along with her private number. Tratra slides into his DMs begging for mercy, mentioning she saw on his profile he is in Yanjiang. She happens to be visiting Yanjiang in a few days and wants to treat him to dinner to make amends. Lin Tan doesn't have much going on, so he accepts. Sang Sang sends him a kiss emoji with a text saying she is counting down the days. The next morning, Lin Tan wakes up to a notification. His roommates try to drag him out for breakfast, but Lin Tan is built different now. He tells them to go ahead, he already has a girl bringing him breakfast. His roommates are speechless, cooking up wild theories, and trying to console him, thinking he has finally lost it from the heartbreak. Meanwhile, at the girls' dorm entrance, a bunch of dudes are simping hard, waiting to deliver food to Zheng and Yaxi. They are all delusional, misinterpreting the girls' social media posts, and start beefing with each other. Wang Jin walks up and tells them, "Look at Lin Tan's pathetic life, being a full-time simp has no future." Turns out Wang Jin is also here to drop off breakfast for Yaxi. He acts all superior, flexing that his French-style pastry costs $600 a pop. He starts lecturing his minions, saying if you want a girl, you gotta pay up a few hundred a day, and you'll bag her in a week. Just then, Zheng and Yaxi walk down. The crowd of guys swarms the stairs, acting like total fanboys, offering gifts and food. They all get curved except for Wang Jin, who successfully hands his pastry to Yaxi. His minions look on in total awe. Just as Wang Jin is busy ego-tripping, he notices Lin Tan walking up with his roommates. He loudly calls him out, mocking him for trying to buy breakfast for Zheng again. He teases him about getting rejected yesterday, and his minions start laughing along. But then Yaxi sees Lin Tan and immediately runs over to him. Turns out Lin Tan actually got an invite from Yashiti to have breakfast together. His friends are jaw-dropped that he actually got the date, while Wang Jin and his crew look like absolute clowns. Yaxi proceeds to take the pastry Wang Jin just gave her and hands it straight to Lin Tan. Her favorability meter jumps by 7%. Lin Tan is low-key surprised, getting a free snack while also boosting his Riz points. Tron didn't hold back, squeezing in to offer Lin Tan some fresh pastries, acting all fake and apologetic for being a total stage 5 clinger yesterday. After 3 years of simping, Lin Tan knows her playbook by heart. Our boy isn't falling for her manipulative BS anymore. He gave her the cold shoulder, telling her it looked bad if her other orbiters saw them like this. That move made him look like such a Giga Chad, giving a massive boost to the favorability meters of both Tron and Nahai. Both girls are now 100% convinced that Lin Tan is down for them. Lin Tan is just confused why both meters spiked at once, while the simp army in the back is literally crying in the club. The two girls started fighting over who gets to feed him, causing Lin Tan to literally tumble back into his chair. But the girls aren't stopping. Tron even tried to shove the pastry right into his mouth. Wang Jin is losing his mind in the background. Haha is actually fighting with Tran over Lin Tan? How does this broke loser even pull that off? When the senior asked him about his morning, Lin Tan flexed hard, saying his hand was sore from clicking Wefteen 600 times last night, and he was glad someone was here to feed him, tossing a middle finger at the senior for good measure. Nahai even crouched down just to hand-feed Lin Tan. The boys were fuming. Nahai is wearing a short skirt, and from Lin Tan's POV, he's getting the ultimate view. Lin Tan took the bite, but casually mentioned he wasn't a fan of that color. She caught his drift immediately. He wasn't talking about the snack, he was talking about her panties. Nahai blushed and acted annoyed, but leaned in to whisper, "I'll wear a different color later." That single line made Senior Wang choke so hard, he basically sneezed out his own soul. Soon after, Lin Tan hit the school forums with a headline about the literature department's campus goddess and her bestie feeding him breakfast, plus a deep dive into him dropping 24 golden dragons yesterday. His roommate hit him up saying some journalism majors are coming to stalk him for an interview. Lin Tan bailed immediately, leaving Tran and Hahai screaming for him to come back. Both girls just started pointing fingers at each other. Lin Tan made his getaway, but then he got a text from Tratra. She's touching down in Vientiane at 7:30 p.m. and wants our boy to pick her up. Lin Tan is hyped. Finally, someone else to help him burn through his infinite bank account. That evening, Lin Tan stood at the arrival gate, waiting for his stream queen. Even though she said she arrived, he still couldn't spot her anywhere. Suddenly, some creep started cornering Tratra. She was struggling to get away, so Lin Tan stepped in to play the hero. Tratra realized instantly that his vibe matched the money god from their WeChat chats. The creep panicked, realizing he was dealing with a whale, and booked it after a quick apology. Tratra was practically bubbling over with excitement, thanking him for the assist. Lin Tan told her money god was a bit too formal. Just calling him Lin Tan was fine. He even slid in a compliment, saying she looked way better in person than on stream. Ding! The system just unlocked the counterattack mission. Tratra's current favorability, 20%. The rules are still set in stone. If he hits 90% favorability, he gets 10% of his spent counterattack cash refunded. A slick-looking guy walked up and waved at Tratra. It's CEO Triu, one of Tra-Tra's top donors who came to play chauffeur. Tra-Tra excitedly introduced CEO Triu to the money god who dropped the 600 golden dragons last night. The guy started flexing his $5 million whip before asking what Lin Tan drives. Lin Tan kept it real. I'm on an e-bike. Tra-Tra and CEO Triu looked pretty sus, but the CEO offered a lift anyway, even strapping Lin Tan's e-bike to the roof like a trophy. The guy is seriously doubting if this kid is actually a billionaire, and Tra-Tra is starting to wonder, too. The trio pulled up to a fancy-ass restaurant. Tra-Tra walked into the banquet hall like she owned the place, surrounded by high-rolling whales. Of course, this wasn't just a friendly dinner. She invited him to show off to the other big-time streamers and donors. The big bosses started grilling Lin Tan, pointing out he's way too young and there's no Lin family among the Viamjiang elite. They started whispering for Tra-Tra not to get scammed, and just like that, her favorability dropped by 10%. On the drive over, Tra-Tra had already tried to verify Lin Tan's account, but things are getting messy. She thought our boy was still salty, but honestly didn't care because to her, men are just walking ATMs. Yikes, she's only acting nice to Lin Xin, because the Lin family is one of the 3 big shots in Mao. Our guy immediately clocked that she's playing nice just to flex and confirm his background status. He grabbed a glass of water and laughed. The Long family? I don't know them, and they definitely don't have as much cash as I do, making himself the punchline of the room. Some random guy claimed he couldn't bag the goddess, so he pivoted to the green tea snake instead. A geezer asked how many supercars he had. He said 0, then hugged the snake and asked what she wanted so he could buy it. The old-timers thought he was capping to escape, while the snake acting all lovey-dovey said she wanted a Ferrari Fago, though her favorability dropped by 15%. She told him if he actually bought it, she'd give him something of equal value in return. He locked in the deal with the snake and bounced. 30 minutes later, the party was officially over. Everyone assumed Lin Xin had already tucked tail and ran. Just as they were heading to karaoke, a fleet of supercars rolled up and flashed their high beams, leaving everyone jaw-dropped. It turns out Lin Xin had bought a fleet of supercars and told the shop owner to park them all out front for the flex. The shop owner was grinning from ear to ear, knowing he just hit the jackpot with a whale. Lin Xin even dropped his Longcheng Black Diamond card to pay for it. To even hold that card, you need a net worth of over 1 billion, easy. He told the snake her pick was too cheap at 15 million, so he decided to upgrade her to a Ferrari LF for 32 million instead. Lin Xin dropped 30 million on the spot, and the snake's eyes literally turned into dollar signs. Those old geezers looked like they'd seen a ghost, quickly turning to blame CEO Sa for starting the prank on Lin Xin earlier. The shop owner suggested another ride, but Lin Xin refused, saying, "If this is the most expensive thing you have, I want something better elsewhere." The geezer came over to check the car, acting all nice and sucking up to him. He coldly replied that he had so much money, he literally didn't know where to dump it. The snake's favorability meter instantly spiked to 50%. The old men who were dissing him earlier were now bowing and apologizing. They even recommended a dealership and promised a massive discount just to get back in his good graces. The snake clung to his arm, begging him to take her for a test drive. When Lin Xin tried to brush her off, she whispered in his ear, "You gave a gift. Now you have to accept the return payment. Your gift was way too big. Can I pay it off in installments? But this payment has to happen in private, just between us two." Once Lin Xin heard that, his curiosity was definitely piqued. The two of them hopped in the car and peeled off. On the way, the snake handed him a pen. She hinted, asking if he wanted to sign his name on her leg. Lin Xin grabbed the pen and pulled up her skirt, revealing her smooth white thigh and a cute heart-shaped garter. The snake told him that would be the ledger for her installment payments. Every time she paid off a portion, she'd track it right there. Our boy was pretty satisfied with that arrangement. They pulled up at the Cannes Hotel. The snake hopped on a livestream to flex the new ride her sugar daddy just bought her. The chat went wild with rumors that some big boss was planning to keep her as a pet. CEO Sa excitedly told him about a group of wealthy big shots in Yanjiang looking to network with him, and he just shrugged and agreed. Right after, his phone started ringing from a buddy. His friend said the high school reunion was happening in Yanjiang and asked if he was showing up. Since Lin Xin was already studying in Yanjiang, he decided to roll through. His friend also dropped that Ha Yushuan, who goes to Yanjiang University, would be there too. Back in high school, Lin Xin and Yushuan barely exchanged 2 words. All he knew was that her family was loaded. The next day, he rode his e-bike to the 5-star hotel, but when he went to park, the thing started smoking. He remembered the night before when CEO Zhao helped him unload the car. Maybe something got messed up then. Suddenly, a sleek black ride pulled up. It was Feng Talian. He sneered and said, "Is your piece of junk car broken down?" Then he burst into laughter, mocking our boy. He stepped out of his car and tossed his keys to the valet like he owned the place. Since his family actually owns this hotel, he's acting all high and mighty. Lin Tan didn't even sweat it and just walked away to find a parking spot. Right on cue, he got a call from Yashi. She wanted to grab dinner, but our boy had a class reunion, so they rescheduled for tomorrow. Yashi agreed, mentioning she wouldn't be able to head out for the next 2 days anyway. Lin Tan, being the observant Chad he is, realized it was that time of the month for her. He told her to stay warm and hung up. Thanks to that top-tier emotional intelligence, Yashi's favorability meter jumped by another 2%. It's sitting at 91% now. Our boy has officially crushed the first phase of his comeback. He got a system cashback reward of 1 million. He chuckled to himself, who says warm water and basic care don't pay off? The system buffed all his base stats. Strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence all leveled up. After that, he was gifted a lucky spin ticket. He pulled 3 random skills and had to pick one to activate for the next 8 hours. Art appreciation, lightning fast whip, or rap and dance. These skills were totally mid for the situation, so he ignored them and focused on the class reunion first. He strolled into the dining room and asked the squad if Yushuan hadn't shown up yet. Talian immediately mocked him, saying, like it would matter to a loser like you if she showed up. Yushuan comes from a super rich, high-class academic background with strict rules. Her family actually owns the local city museum. While everyone was gossiping, Xia Yushuan walked in and apologized for being late. She's the literal school goddess, and the system rated her beauty a crisp 94 points. Talian tried to invite her to sit next to him, but the girls around him were too thirsty to take the hint. Lin Tan waved at Yushuan to sit with him, and she sat down gently saying, Lin Tan, long time no see. Our boy was shocked she actually remembered his name. The system immediately popped up a counterattack mission, same rules as usual. The guys in the class had their jaws on the floor seeing Yushuan sitting next to Lin Tan, while Talian looked like he was about to blow a fuse. Talian asked, what about that girlfriend you chased for 3 years? Why didn't you bring her? Lin Tan kept it a buck and said they broke up. A girl chimed in, calling him a liar and saying he's only fooling children with that story. She was being super disrespectful, but Lin Tan just kept it cool and said he was speaking the truth. Yushuan's favorability suddenly dropped by 1%, making our boy's face go dark. Talian tried to flex for Yushuan, saying, I just bought a Da Vinci painting, care to take a look? And led her over to the display. He took the chance to low-key warn Lin Tan to stop trying to get Yushuan's attention. He kept blabbering about Renaissance art, clearly trying to impress her. Lin Tan wasn't having it and stood up, saying he wanted to see the painting too. He activated his skill, art appreciation. Talian didn't mind, thinking our boy was about to make a fool of himself, so he invited him to critique the piece. The system engaged the skill instantly, and Lin Tan started dropping facts about Da Vinci's brushwork, pointing out that the piece was way too rigid to be authentic. He basically called Talian's painting a fake to his face. Obviously, Talian pushed back, claiming Lin Tan just copied stuff off the internet, and the other classmates started mocking him for pretending to be smart. But then Yushuan stepped in. She had actually studied Da Vinci's work, agreed with Lin Tan, and confirmed it was a replica, leaving the whole room shook. She turned to him and asked, how do you know all this professional-level stuff? He replied that his personal mission is to buy back all the national artifacts that were once lost. Talian burst out laughing, calling him delusional. The other classmates joined in, asking if he thought he was still in elementary school dreaming big. Yushuan just turned away and said, I had that same dream when I was a kid, and her favorability for him jumped up by 5%. Lin Tan doubled down, this is a goal I will absolutely complete. Talian got embarrassed in front of everyone and was absolutely seething. He's already plotting his next move to embarrass Lin Tan and get his pride back. The food started rolling in, high-end gourmet stuff, with unique portions for every guest. Lian acted all high and mighty, claiming this off-menu meal was curated by 3-star chefs based purely on their current vibe. Meanwhile, Lin Tan's food looked pretty basic, just some plain-looking bao buns. Our boy took a bite, but honestly, there was nothing special about it. It was obvious Lian was pulling some shady strings behind the scenes. He then acted all friendly and asked, is the food not to your liking, bro? He offered to get the chef to make something else, but clearly, the chef couldn't whip up a gourmet meal in an hour or two. He then added that they were all heading to karaoke later. Without waiting for a response, he was too busy trying to flex, completely ignoring the fact that Lin Tan and Yushuan were having a great time chatting. Lin Tan commented on the patterns on the plates, showing off his knowledge of ancient wisdom. This move bumped Yushuan's favorability meter up by 2%. She was seriously impressed by his intellect and said she'd love to grab a meal with him again. Lian looked like a total clown, his ego absolutely bruised. Lin Tan's phone pinged. President Sa added you to the group chat. The Yanjiang City Elite Hair group chat was going absolutely wild. Some people were still doubting his status, but President Sa vouched for him, mentioning he dropped a supercar on that green tea snake yesterday. Our boy wondered if he should drop a welcome gift, but remember, the cashback money can't be spent on dudes. So he found a random girl in the group and sent her 18.88 million. He dropped a message saying it was just a little something to treat everyone to some tea. They started spamming thank you like crazy. They even invited him to join, which was hilarious since he was already there. Turns out a ton of people from the group were showing up. And of course, Bilian was in that group too. He messaged the chat saying he'd cover all the expenses for President Qian today, telling everyone to order whatever they wanted. He was full of himself, thinking that knowing the elusive President Qian would be enough to trash Lin Tan. He planned to get President Qian to handle Lin Tan, not realizing that he was literally talking to the man himself. He then invited everyone to the second-floor karaoke lounge to rub shoulders with the upper crust. In room 3, Bilian met President Shu, the #1 real estate mogul in Yanjiang, and introduced him to Yushuan. A staff member came up to Bilian and said Lin Tan wanted to order a bottle of Oloroso Seri. He was a bit shocked, but Lin Tan just brushed it off, saying someone else was paying for it. He was hyped, thinking this was the perfect chance to embarrass Lin Tan, so he opened the bottle for him. He threw some shade, saying since the bottle cost 250k, our boy should probably prepare to work a part-time job to pay it back. They waited forever, but President Qian was nowhere to be seen. President Shu suddenly spoke up. President Qian just texted saying he's already in room 3. Just as President Sa walked in, he completely ignored Bilian and sprinted toward Lin Tan to apologize for being late, leaving everyone stunned. Yushuan didn't keep up with the gossip, so she was just confused. As for Bilian, he basically turned into a statue. The other heirs rushed over to Lin Tan, trying to get on his good side. Bilian, still in denial, yelled that everyone had been scammed. He claimed Lin Tan was just a broke loser, so President Sa immediately roasted him. He told Bilian that he's the actual broke loser, wasting his parents' money and failing at every investment. He has no right to talk to President Chan like that. Then he announced that Bilian was officially kicked out of the elite here group. Lin Tan stood up and said, since young Master Feng wanted to cover the bill, staff, bring the most expensive liquor in the house for everyone. Everyone cheered, while Bilian looked like his soul had just left his body. The party wrapped up, and everyone started heading out. Yushuan pulled up in a Rolls-Royce to head home. Everyone was in awe, typical rich girl behavior, used to the high life since she was a kid. She didn't seem shocked by Lin Tan's true status, and her favorability didn't budge. For our boy, she was just a high-tier target for farming more cash. President Sa excitedly brought a car over to Lin Tan, a limited edition beast worth 80 million, with only 10 in the whole world. He liked it the second he saw it and told President Sa to finalize the deal. The man immediately ran off to prep the paperwork. But with only 100k in his account, our boy needs to keep the grind going if he wants that whip. On his way back, he bumps into Tron, who's moping on the side of the road. She was clearly waiting for him to pass by. Apparently, her dad's heart condition flared up, and she needs 800k for surgery. Her family is broke, so she came running to Lin Tan for a handout. For the past 3 years, Lin Tan has known her game. She's used this hospital emergency lie 5 times already just to go on luxury shopping sprees, so he's not falling for it. Tron screams that Lin Tan can drop 10 million on Na Hai, but won't lend her 800k. But hey, it's his money. He can burn it however he wants. She refuses to take the hint, complaining that they only broke up a week ago. Lin Tan doesn't care. He leaves her in the dust, feeling like his life actually leveled up since the breakup. Tron is there crying and acting desperate, causing her favorability to drop another 20%. But Lin Tan couldn't care less. He never wanted to bankroll her gold-digging lifestyle anyway. The next morning, he heads to where Nahi sent her location for lunch, and she's offering to treat him. Suddenly, his phone pings. The green tea streamer he follows is live. The app updates with a special gift package specifically for him. Naturally, Lin Tan jumps into the stream. Tratra is busy doing yoga, and as soon as she sees him, she's all smiles, asking if he wants a private dance. Lin Tan doesn't even type a word. He just drops a God of Wealth gift worth 880k right out the gate. The chat goes absolutely feral, and Tratra is stuttering so hard she can barely say thank you. Lin Tan goes full whale mode, spamming the God of Wealth gifts until he hits 341 units. That's a casual 300 million bucks blown in seconds. Tratra starts begging him to name his price for any talent she can perform. Before she can even finish, Lin Tan dips from the stream, leaving the entire chat room shook. Lin Tan is actually vibing right now. If he burns 300 million, he's getting a sweet 30 million back in the rebate system. Meanwhile, Tratra is spiraling. Why drop 300 million and then just leave? Is he into her? She has to slap herself to snap out of the delusion. She double downs on her men are trash mindset. To her, he's just a walking ATM. As he walks to the school gate, he sees Tron getting dragged away by some thugs, but he just walks past, unbothered. The goons shove her into a van, and she's screaming for help, but everyone's too scared to step in. They even laugh at her, saying they've snatched people before, and nobody is coming to save her. Tron is finally feeling the regret, realizing her greed put her in this mess, and she's secretly kicking herself for losing a guy like Lin Tan. Suddenly, a car drifts in and slams the brakes. It's Lin Tan. He kicks the door open, throws a stack of cash at the thugs, and says, "Take this 800k and get lost." The goons see the payday and scramble to pick up the money. The lead thug tosses Tran Tran out of the van, drops a pathetic threat, and peels off. Tran Tran sits there looking tragic, trying to apologize, but Lin Tan just tells her to stop annoying him. Sitting in the back of a taxi, Lin Tan goes back to browsing streams and dropping gifs on random hot girls. The driver notices and starts getting chatty. He asks if Lin Tan has heard of the mysterious new whale dropping millions everywhere. Lin Tan just plays it cool, giving a vague "yeah, I've heard." The dashboard screen shows the mysterious tycoon just dropped another 100 million on a streamer. The driver thinks Lin Tan is just grinding for pocket change, so he starts giving him some life advice. But every time Lin Tan switches to a new stream, a notification pops up seconds later saying the tycoon just donated massive stacks. The driver gets so confused he almost swerves the car. He's starting to suspect the passenger in his back seat might actually be the legendary whale. Lin Tan's goal is to keep raining money to cast a wide net and farm that sweet, sweet profit. Finally, he reaches the meetup spot with Na Hai in the Namding village area near the university. It's a cheap neighborhood full of students and budget-friendly shops. Ha Hai opens the door, looking absolutely dangerous in a tight short dress. She pulls Lin Tan into her room before he can even blink. She asks if he likes the room, but Lin Tan plays the oblivious Giga Chad, assumes she means the dress, and tells her he definitely likes what he sees. They both sat down to a meal cooked by Zheng Yashi, and the food was way better than Lin Tan expected. She's been renting this place for a while, only crashing here on weekends when she isn't at school. Our boy is the first guy she's ever brought to her place, let alone cooked for. Lin Tan noticed a vase of cloves on the windowsill. Yashi bought them specifically because she knew he liked the scent. He was immediately on high alert. Yashi was acting like a totally different person, suddenly caring about such specific details. He checked her forehead for a fever, but she grabbed his hand and started opening up. Her parents divorced when she was young, so she never felt safe, but she found that sense of security in him. Yashi leaned against his chest, saying he's different from other guys. He gives her money without asking for anything in return, so she wants to give him her first time. Lin Tan finally realized it. Yaxi's favorability meter is at 91%. She's officially head over heels for our boy. With a top-tier waifu basically serving herself on a silver platter, he'd be a total clown to say no. And so, the main event was about to begin. Just as he was pinning her to the bed, a massive shouting match erupted outside. It was Chutong, Lin Tan's roommate, trying to beg for his girlfriend back, only to get slapped and dumped on the spot. Lin Tan rushed over to help Chutong pick up his glasses and see what the drama was. Chutong was shocked to see Lin Tan with Yaxi, but after hearing a few words from him, he shut up. Turns out Chutong and this Nana girl had been dating for 6 months. She wanted an 8,000 yuan makeup kit, and since he was broke, she just ghosted him mid-date. Yashi suddenly chimed in, saying her girl group heard that Nana has been seeing a wealthy sugar daddy. Chutong was in complete denial, refusing to believe his girl would play him like that. Yaxi stood her ground, saying her insider info never misses. Lin Tan immediately cooked up a plan to expose this two-timing snake. He told Chutong to message Nana and say he'd buy her that makeup kit after all. Meanwhile, Yaxi would help track down if her friends knew who this mystery rich guy was. Bulian just finished spending the night with a gorgeous girl. His life was basically in shambles after that incident the other day. It was only thanks to Lin Tan's intervention that he was allowed to stay in the elite social circle. His phone dinged with a notification, and he jumped up in pure joy after reading it. In their elite group chat, Lin Tan asked to borrow a shopping mall, so Bilian immediately offered the one he owns near Yanjiang University. Lin Tan taking Bilian's mall left everyone else in the group absolutely green with envy. The next day, Bilian showed up to meet Lin Tan with his latest girl in tow. He made it clear to Lin Tan that he was strictly staying in his lane and had zero intentions toward Yu Xuan. They met at a budget food stall, with Lin Tan casually rocking a t-shirt and shorts while eating snacks. While Bilian looked at him with total awe, his girlfriend couldn't help but look confused. The two of them quickly stepped up to pay their respects to Lin Tan. After some light small talk, they headed over to Bilian's mall at Yinyue Plaza. Meanwhile, Chutong was waiting for Nana at Yinyue per Lin Tan's plan, while Yashi's squad was ready to catch the sugar daddy red-handed. Chutong watched from a distance as an old, overweight guy showed up and started making out with Nana. Chutong lost it, marched over, and demanded to know why she betrayed him for some old geezer. The fat old man laughed at him, so Chutong told him to beat it. The old man immediately called security, claiming someone was causing trouble. Security stepped in and tried to drag Chutong away. He tried to reason with Nana, but she flat out denied knowing him, mocking him for being a broke loser. The old man chimed in, claiming he was a VIP of the mall. He even threw in some unsolicited life advice about making money instead of playing boyfriend. Just then, Bilian rolled up, and the old man started bragging about how he supposedly does a ton of business with young Master Feng. Bilian stepped out looking sharp. The old man thought he was coming over to greet him, but Bilian went straight to Chutong, hugged him, and said, "Director Chu, Bilian started rambling about investment deals and opening a second mall, leaving a completely clueless Chutong standing there in a daze. Before the old man and Nana could recover from the shock, a stunning girl walked up and hooked her arm around Chutong. She asked him, "Did you promise to buy me that new bag or what?" Nana was livid, shouting, "How could Chutong possibly have that kind of money? He couldn't even scrape together a few thousand yuan to buy me anything." Before she could finish her sentence, the baddie cut her off, roasting Nana for not even being worth the price of entry. Chudong turned around and saw Lin Tan, realizing these girls were summoned by him to back her up. Being the giga-chad he is, he played along and told Bilian that the old guy seemed like some VIP, so Bilian immediately moved to nuke his VIP status. The old guy turned pale as a sheet, shoved Na aside, and started panic apologizing to Chudong and Bilian. Chudong didn't hold back, kept the heat on him, and Bilian even called the manager to blacklist them both from the Yinyue Plaza forever. Chudong didn't forget to drop a cheeky remark, telling the old man to watch his step unless he wanted to never get back up again. The old guy snapped and pulled a 180, yelling that he didn't need any loser like Feng Bilian, as he still had plenty of connections in Yanjiang. Suddenly, a fleet of luxury cars surrounded them. It was all the top-tier heiresses and socialites of Yanjiang. They flocked to Chudong to network, knowing he was tight with the big boss, and were ready to handle the situation. Old Chu realized his life was officially over. When the dust settled, Chudong thanked Lin Tan and asked how he knew so many loaded people. He quickly brushed it off, saying they were just hired help and total actors. And our gullible Chudong actually believed it. Afterwards, Chudong headed back to school and asked if Lin Tan wanted him to grab some fried rice on the way. Lin Tan warned him strictly no duck necks. The nearby heiresses were visibly confused by this weird exchange. Then Lin Tan invited all the heiresses to grab some spicy hot pot. Bilian thought Lin Tan was joking, so he invited everyone to his own high-end bar in the mall instead. And of course, Lin Tan is footing the bill. Our boy had never stepped foot in a luxury bar before, so he was low-key praying it wouldn't be too expensive. At the bar, they started gossiping about Lin Tan, with some guessing he's a secret heir living a low-profile life. One heiress named Yan Bao sat there in silence, just knocking back drinks. She was still tilted because her latest business project was a total flop. Her ambition is massive, and she's dead set on making it on her own without daddy's money. Despite everyone's advice to quit, she was way too stubborn to back down. She slammed her glass down and stormed off. Then, everyone huddled around Lin Tan to pitch their business ventures, trying to get him to invest. Lin Tan just kept it real, saying he was only here to spend cash. Yan Bao heard that, marched over, pinned him against the seat, and demanded to know if he'd invest in her. Everyone else panicked and told Lin Tan to steer clear of her. Yan Bao snapped and told them all to shut their traps. The system popped up, mission initiated, and her favorability with our boy is currently at 10%. Yan Bao's working on a chip manufacturing startup, but they've been stuck on a minor bug for a year. She leaned in close and asked him one more time if he was down to invest. Lin Tan flexed and said yes, leaving everyone including Yan Bao completely shook. She was stunned that he didn't do any due diligence or care about the risks. Lin Tan just dropped the line, "Aren't we just out here supporting the grind?" Plus, he just had a gut feeling that she was the real deal. He immediately wired her 500 million, telling her to just send over the contract whenever she got home. Yan Bao was touched by his blind faith. His favorability rating just jumped another 20 points. That's big boss energy for you. Just dropping 500 million like it's pocket change. Lin Tan said he had to bounce, leaving Yan Bao still processing the absolute madness that just went down. He also left behind a bill for several $100,000 that he hadn't paid yet. He'd checked the bill earlier, knew he was broke, and dipped before it hit his tab. Scene shift to Yan Bao working out and FaceTiming her friend about the massive funding she scored from Lin Tan. The girl on the other end was Yu Xuan. Yan Bao's startup dreams are constantly crushed by her family, who just want her to marry some random guy. The more she thought about it, the more she was determined to win. Yan Bao asked Yu Xuan about the class reunion from the other day. Yu Xuan told her there was this one guy who shocked everyone because his knowledge was on the same level as hers. Yan Bao teased her playfully, imagining that he was just some nerdy guy. They were both laughing and chatting happily when Yu Xuan's mother walked in. She came to remind her about the young master from the Cao family. The Cao family is set to become a shareholder in her family's museum, so her mother wants her to get cozy with him. Yu Xuan sadly agreed with her mother. Lin Tan returned to the dorms and ran into his sick roommate. The guy asked him to cover his shift for the day and offered him the daily pay. Lin Tan agreed, then opened his closet to grab the uniform. Turns out the gig is security guard duty at a museum. At the Tanjiang Museum, things were quiet, so Lin Tan was chilling, busy sending gifts to female streamers online. Right at that moment, a car pulled up, and a middle-aged man stepped out, being escorted inside by the staff. The guy suddenly flipped out, cursing because the security guard didn't bow to him. Lin Tan quickly ran over to apologize. The staff member tried to explain that this was just a student working part-time. The guy disdainfully asked if his school didn't teach him to do a 90-degree bow. Lin Tan fired back that his school didn't teach him to look down on others, though. The guy got triggered and demanded that he never see this security guard again starting tomorrow. The staff member tried to talk him down, but the guy cut him off. He flexed that even Director Xia had to listen to him, so this guard was a nobody. Then, he just walked off. Lin Tan worried that he might have gotten his roommate fired. Realizing the mention of Director Xia meant this was Yushuan's family museum, he decided to go find her to see what was up. Young Master Cao walked inside and was greeted warmly by Director Xia, his wife, and Yushuan. After the polite handshakes, Director Xia told Yushuan to take the young master on a tour, warning her privately that this deal was critical. Yushuan had no choice but to show him around. While she was introducing an ancient poem, the guy saw her beauty and got handsy, trying to wrap his arm around her. Yushuan flinched and shoved his hand away. She knew he was only here for her, not the museum. But to him, as long as he could make money, nothing else mattered. She was furious, never expecting her dad to do business with a scumbag like this. The guy mocked Yushuan, asking if she was living in a fairy tale. Then he told her to get back to the real world. He agreed to invest in the museum. But in exchange, Director Xia had to hand Yushuan over to him. Yushuan absolutely refused to go along with it. She told her parents to call security, but the 600 million investment offer made Director Xia hesitate. He told his daughter the truth. Their museum had been in the red for 2 years. This young Master Cao came here specifically to negotiate a buyout. She still couldn't believe her parents would actually sell her off. Even though they hated the idea, if they didn't sell, they'd go bankrupt, and all their treasures would be lowballed for pennies. Yushuan was truly devastated. Ever since she was little, she loved these antiques, while those rich snobs out there thought money could buy everything. But she always believed there were things in this world that money couldn't touch. Sadly, in this current situation, everything was going the other way. Finally, to save the things she loved, she accepted her fate, and they took her to sign the contract. As that young master rejoiced, her tears were about to burst, her hand shaking as she prepared to sign. Right then, Lin Tan stepped in and asked, "Is someone trying to buy the museum?" Lin Tan marched in aggressively. Young Master Cao saw him and shouted for security to drag him out. The staff member next to him stammered, "That guy is the security guard. He's the only one on night shift." The guy cursed and lunged forward, trying to land a kick, but Lin Tan nimbly ducked and planted a fist in his face, sending him crashing to the floor. He scrambled up, screaming, "I'm suing you! I'm putting you in jail!" Lin Tan didn't even care. He walked straight to Yushuan to wipe away her tears. Old Man Xia asked Lin Tan about his relationship with Yushuan, assuming he just doesn't get the situation, and tells him to apologize to young Master Cao. Meanwhile, Lin Tan checks the contract between the Xia and Cao families and shreds it into pieces. Old Man Xia scrambles to pick up the scraps, but Lin Tan steps up and declares, "I am dropping 1 billion to buy this entire museum." The fraud young Master Cao sneers, "If this pathetic security guard can drop 1 billion, he'll eat his own shoes right here." Lin Tan knows exactly what kind of trash this guy is, so he ignores the clown. The Xia parents interrogate Yushuan on whether he is actually rich, but even she has no clue. Young Master Cao calls up some guy named Changzi to bring his goons over. Old Man Xia offers a deal. If Lin Tan can prove he has the billion and make a down payment of at least 500 million, the museum and Yushuan are his. But if he fails to produce the cash, they are proceeding with the original plan. Everything will belong to young Master Cao. The staff member hands him the contract to review. It's pages of fine print that basically boil down to selling the daughter. This trash-tier villain, young Master Cao, won't let it go. His goons are almost here, but obviously, our boy doesn't care. Lin Tan spots an ancient letter nearby and demands to edit the contract. 1 billion is just for the museum. It doesn't include these historical artifacts. These relics are priceless and can't be bought, so he insists they stay with the Xia family. This move has Yushuan absolutely swooning. Lin Tan declares that all rights to manage and use the items are now fully handed over to Yushuan. He makes her the majority shareholder and the sole owner of the Tanjiang Museum. Then he tells Yushuan to hit him up if she ever needs more cash, and her favorability meter jumps by 20%. Lin Tan drops his card and swipes the full amount in one go. Everyone is stunned, and the simp young Master Cao starts shaking in his boots. Someone who can drop 1 billion without blinking is definitely not just some random NPC. Yushuan awkwardly asks, "Why would you do all this for me?" He just replies that these relics are national treasures, not commodities to be traded. The salty young Master Cao is humiliated, but still tries to flex by challenging him to the Donghua auction next month. He claims everything there starts at 1 billion, telling him to stop acting rich here and show up there instead. Lin Tan isn't scared and accepts the challenge immediately. Loser has to be the winner's grandson. The guy is backed into a corner and leaves with his secretary. As soon as he hits the street, he gets a phone call. Mr. Kamita hired him to buy the museum to complete his plan of raiding East Asian relics. Even though he failed today, he's baited Lin Tan to the auction, where he plans to crush him for good. Back in the museum, Lin Tan and Old Man Xia finish signing the paperwork. The Xia family can't thank him enough and tries to invite him out for a fancy dinner. Lin Tan rejects the offer, claiming he has a night shift to get to. Yushuan giggles at his joke, and her favorability meter adds another 2%. As he walks out, Yushuan chases him down to ask, "Are you really going to Donghua next month?" Lin Tan isn't one for jokes. He is 100% going. Yushuan hints that she wants to tag along. After pulling an all-nighter at the museum, he rolls into class the next morning feeling like a zombie. He and Yushuan were talking until midnight and she ended up falling asleep. He only managed to squeeze in 2 hours of shut-eye after that. Na Hai and Tron Tron rush over to check on him. Ha Hai suggests he skips class to rest at her sister's place, but Tron Tron interrupts, saying his studies are what matters. Then Tran Tran says she'll sit with him and he can use her lap as a pillow. Lin Tan turns to Tron Tron and asks, "Why are you even here?" Last time he told her to get out of his sight, but now she's obsessed with him. Tron Tron insists she isn't just chasing his money, but wants a fresh start, and gives him an origami crane as a promise to make up for her past mistakes. Everyone else jumped on the bandwagon, making Yashi visibly annoyed. Back in the day, Lin Tan folded 9.99 origami cranes for Zheng Zheng, only for her to toss them in the trash. This time, she personally gifted him a single solid crane, hoping it would touch our boy's heart. Zheng Zheng's favorability meter is sitting at a solid 86%. Obviously, Lin Tan doesn't buy that she's actually head over heels for him. Besides, Zheng Zheng isn't the type to be won over by just a little kindness. Right now, she's only trying to keep him around because of her own salty regrets. Thinking this, Lin Tan didn't say a word and walked away, leaving the two girls staring daggers at each other just as the teacher called for class to start. After class, the two girls continued to cling to him like magnets. Yashi kept begging him to come to her place, and while Zheng Zheng argued that bringing a guy home was inappropriate, Yashi clapped back that their relationship was anything but normal, so she was inviting him over. They kept bickering, drawing all the attention from the crowd. Just then, Cha-Cha pulled up in her convertible, and Lin Tan casually fell right into her lap. He tried to get up, but Cha-Cha told him to just stay there for a bit longer. Then, the two of them sped off. Everyone on campus couldn't stop gossiping. They couldn't see the driver's face, only guessing that Lin Tan was dating a sugar mommy. Zheng Zheng was absolutely fuming, knowing that if other girls realized Lin Tan had cash, they'd all swarm him. Yashi stood nearby, continuing to taunt her, saying she had Lin Tan before but didn't cherish him, and now she's reaping the regret. Zheng Zheng didn't back down, claiming the girl from earlier definitely had more money than both of them combined. She warned Yashi not to celebrate too early. Yashi smugly flexed that she and Lin Tan were already making progress. Zheng Zheng was ticked off, but she stayed confident she'd win because she knew exactly what Lin Tan liked. Her favorability points ticked up by another 4%. Thanks to that, her favorability hit 90%, triggering a 10% refund on the money Lin Tan spent on her, netting him a quick 80,000. Along with that, he leveled up his stats and grabbed a skill pack, including endurance running, swimming, and dance machine mastery. After a quick think, he chose swimming. The knowledge flooded his brain, and his muscles were instantly buffed. In the distance, a guy was watching him and Cha-Cha. It was the student body president. He was super annoyed with Lin Tan for being a constant source of campus chaos. The department head wanted to discipline Lin Tan, but the president said no need, just making him promise to behave would be enough. The next afternoon, Lin Tan got his punishment from the student council, cleaning the swimming pool for the whole semester. But hey, getting to watch all the hot girls in their swimwear, this punishment isn't so bad after all. By the pool, Xiao Ru was chatting with her friend, who pointed out that a guy had been staring at her for ages, acting like a longtime stalker. Xiao Ru didn't care much, since her standard was finding someone who could outswim her, and as a top-tier swimmer, basically no one at school could touch her speed. Two of her friends noticed Lin Tan, who'd been pretty famous lately with girls chasing him, while Xiao Ru just dove in to swim. Unfortunately, she got a cramp and reached out for help, but her friends just thought she was diving. Lin Tan, watching from afar, saw what was happening and immediately dove in to save Xiao Ru. He brought her to the surface, and even though she was struggling, he held her firm and told her he was just getting her to safety. He swam like a beast while holding her with one arm. Xiao Ru turned bright red, being that close to a guy for the first time. Finally, they both made it to the edge of the pool. Lin Tan wiped the water off his face, showing off his shredded physique, and told Xiao Ru to be more careful next time. People swarmed around to check on Xiao Ru, singing Lin Tan's praises, with some even recording the whole thing. Xiao Ru's friend gushed that Lin Tan was the perfect boyfriend material for her. Meanwhile, Xiao Ru was blushing hard, which made the guy who had a crush on her absolutely seethy. Just as expected, the school news hit the papers right after, with a headline about a chivalrous boy saving a girl from drowning. The student president read it too, and was even more determined to take him down. A few days later at the school ball, Everyone was dressed to the nines, and the student council had even prepped a secret prize. Both Yaxi and Zheng showed up. On the surface, they looked like besties, but they were actually throwing low-key shade at each other. Zheng wore a skin-tight dress, trying to reel Lin Tan in with her sex appeal. Xiaoru also showed up in a simple outfit, just wanting to thank Lin Tan and maybe snag his contact info. While Xiaoru was lost in thought, Zheng suddenly popped up. She claimed to be Lin Tan's girlfriend, scaring Xiaoru off, and just like that, Zheng's favorability spiked by another 1%. Meanwhile, Lin Tan is just chilling in the dorm, grinding some games. The student council president assigned him to clean up the trash for the department, but the department head dumped the work on him too, so he didn't even prep an outfit for the ball. His roommate drops the bombshell. Bro, you definitely made some enemies somewhere. After hearing that, he decides to gear up and head to the prom. The student council prez, Wei Zhengtong, is a notorious power tripper who loves using his position to target anyone he doesn't like. On his way, he gets a message from the department head saying the prez wants to reward him for his heroic deed the other day. If the prez wants to play games, Lin Tan is ready to wreck him. Meanwhile, the simp who's obsessed with Xiaoru is lurking in the bushes behind him. This clown thinks he should have been the one who saved Xiaoru to score some serious brownie points. He charges in with a brick to cheap shot our boy, but Lin Tan dodges like a pro and slams his face into the dirt. The guy starts yapping insults and even drags Xiaoru's name through the mud with some trashy comments. Lin Tan doesn't even waste his breath, he just boots the guy straight in the face and tosses him in the dumpster before walking off like a G. Right as he hits the ballroom, Yaxi pulls up, basically begging him for a dance. Lin Tan catches her vibe and sweeps her onto the dance floor. Thanks to his upgraded stats, he and Yaxi completely steal the spotlight from everyone else. As soon as the song ends, some random girl tries to slide in and invite Lin Tan for a dance. Yaxi isn't having any of it and insists they keep the rhythm going for one more round. Suddenly, the rest of the girls swarm him like moths to a flame, all fighting for a piece of the action. The other dudes are turning green with envy. They already hated him, and knowing he's getting a reward from the prez just makes them salty, because they think he's a total fraud. Prezway slides in with 2 glasses of booze, acting like he's Lin Tan's biggest fan, and invites him for a celebratory toast. Lin Tan is hesitant, but with the entire crowd staring and whispering, he's basically forced to take the drink, say a few polite words, and down the whole thing. Wei smirks like a total villain, clearly feeling proud of himself for spiking that drink. Zhengtong then suggests moving to a private room to talk business, and obviously Lin Tan plays along and follows him. He leads our boy into the conference room. On the sofa, Xiaoru is lying there unconscious, her face flushed red. He leans in to check on her, sensing something's off, but suddenly his vision starts spinning, and he blacks out right next to her. Zhengtong is grinning like a maniac. The hidden cameras are ready, and he locks the door. His plan to humiliate Lin Tan is finally in motion. Back at the ballroom, everyone's waiting for the award ceremony to start, but there's zero sign of the guests of honor. Prezway steps onto the stage to keep the crowd chill, telling everyone Lin Tan will be here any second. He even adds that Lin Tan wants to share his thoughts via the big screen, so he tells everyone to look up. The crowd goes wild, but the screen turns on to show a dude and a girl going at it, with all the suggestive sounds to match. Some guy yells at Zhengtong to look at the screen. He puts on his best shocked and disgusted face, acting like he has no idea what's going on. The crowd below starts dogpiling Lin Tan with non-stop insults. The haters who already despised him use this as their golden ticket to scream for his expulsion. Zhengtong puts on a performance of fake disappointment, while the crowd keeps chanting to get Lin Tan kicked out. He's absolutely loving it, watching his master plan unfold perfectly. To him, this is pure unfiltered bliss. Just as Zhengtong is busy basking in his victory, Lin Tan slowly struts out and asks, "Did I miss the show?" leaving Zhengtong looking like he's seen a ghost. Lin Tan laughs and asks, "Why is everyone looking at me like you've just seen a spirit?" The prez is frozen, stuttering. "If you're out here, then who the hell is in there?" Lin Tan plays the ultimate innocent card and fires back. "Wait, wasn't this the main event that the student council president organized?" The camera angle on the screen shifts, revealing the dude in the room is actually the simp who tried to bushwhack Lin Tan earlier. He's currently tangled up with a mannequin, wearing a wig, meant to look like Xiaoru. The poor delusional clown thinks he's actually having the time of his life with her. The crowd finally recognizes him as Yang Li, the guy who's been stalking Xiaoru for ages. To see how we got here, let's rewind 10 minutes. The moment Lin Tan passed out, his system kicked in, activating the detoxification skill to purge every drop of that aphrodisiac from his system. Lin Tan gets his bearings, grabs Xiaoru, and heads out of that room like a boss. Even though the door was locked, our boy used his level 3 system's strength to bust it open like it was made of cardboard. Xiaoru was drugged out of her mind and wasn't waking up anytime soon, so he tucked her into the ladies' restroom to keep her safe from the goons. Afterward, he stepped out and saw Yang Li hugging a trash can, screaming Xiaoru's name like a total lunatic. He dragged the fraud into the room, prepping a mannequin decked out in a wig and clothes to look exactly like Xiao Ru. Back to the present, Lin Xin kept baiting Zheng Tong, finally triggering the simp into shouting that he saw our boy fall onto Xiao Yu. He immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, but it was too late. He just confessed before the interrogation even started. Everyone in the crowd heard that, and the collective jaw drop was real. Lin Jin closed the gap, putting the pressure on Zheng Tong and grilling him on how he supposedly saw him fall onto Xiao Ru. But then Dean Sun from the literature department rolled up. He's the school's oldest tenured teacher and the biggest stickler for rules on campus. He started barking at Lin Jin, calling him disrespectful and claiming a random student had no right to question the student council president. Whenever our boy tried to clap back, the old man kept cutting him off, accusing him of sabotaging the president and threatening disciplinary action. The NPCs in the crowd joined in, dogpiling on Lin Jin and demanding he get expelled. Even though Yashi stood up and cleared the air, saying the president clearly framed Lin Jin, nobody gave a single care. Zheng Tong whispered to Lin Xin that the dean was already in his pocket and every student in the crowd was on his payroll. He ordered the disciplinary squad to nab him, but two scrubs couldn't even budge our boy, and when Zheng Tong lunged, Lin Xin shut him down instantly. The real show is finally about to start, folks. A triggered Dean Sun started calling for backup security. Just as they were about to swarm him, a voice boomed out. "Stop!" was the principal himself, walking in with Bi Lian and another student in tow. Dean Sun was still hyped, pointing at Lin Jin and claiming he caused a massive disaster. He insisted on immediate expulsion for our boy. The principal, absolutely livid, whacked him with a cane, saying that teachers taking bribes are the ones ruining the school's reputation. Zheng Tong fell to his knees, shaking as he tried to explain, but he got kicked aside by the student accompanying the principal, who told him, "There's no place for trash like you here." The dean grabbed the principal's arm, whining that Zheng Tong is a young master from the Wei family, and his dad funded the school building, only to get another solid hit from the principal's cane. Bi Lian walked over to Lin Xin's side, and Dean Sun finally realized he'd messed with the young master of the Feng family. The principal marched Lin Xin to the podium and announced that Zheng Tang's bribery of the dean had completely trashed the university's image. The school board decided to strip them of their positions and expel both of them as a punishment. He added that luckily they have Lin Jin to help clear out the toxic vermin in the school. He even declared that our boy is the shining future of Tanjiang University. The losers who sided with Zheng Tong started sweating bullets in the back. How in the world did it all go down like this? Lin Xin gestured for everyone to look at the big screen. It showed 40 minutes ago, when Lin Xin and Zheng Tong entered that room. After Lin Jin hit the floor, the president walked over to mess with the camera settings. He was betting that when Lin Jin woke up, he wouldn't know who did it, and he even trashed the student council and the whole school on camera. The entire student body started pelting him with trash, raining down insults and screaming for his expulsion. Zheng Tong lost his mind watching it all. He blamed Lin Xin for everything, pulled a knife, and charged to take him down with him. But Lin Jin isn't an amateur. He caught the blade and casually kicked Zheng Tong right back into the angry mob. They swarmed him, tearing his clothes and beating him to a pulp. Even when he was near unconscious, they still weren't letting up. He drugged a fellow student, so he belongs in a prison cell. Once the ex-president was kicked out, the school still needed a replacement. The principal nominated Lin Jin immediately, citing his work in cleaning up the school, and the crowd went wild with support. Lin Xin thanked the principal for the praise and gave a shout-out to Bi Lian and Zheng Hao for tipping off the principal just in time. He then said that the student council president needs someone with actual competence. Zheng Hao was in the council before, but the ex-president pushed him out, so Lin Xin nominated him for the top spot. This move alone gained him massive respect points from everyone. Tron watched from afar, thinking to herself that an elite like Lin Xin is definitely the kind of man she wants. Lin Xin left Zheng Hao on stage and went to check on Xiao Ru, but she was still out cold. No idea how much of that drug she took, but she wasn't waking up for anything. Suddenly, a hand reached out from above and sprayed something at him. Lin Jin only caught a whiff of a weird smell before he went down like a sack of potatoes. That person was Zheng. She triumphantly lunged forward, flipped him over, and without hesitation, ripped her own dress to sit on top of him. She whispered into his ear, "Lin Tan, you belong to me now." Zheng even turned Xiao Ru's head to mark her territory before going back to whispering in Lin Tan's ear. Suddenly, he picked Zheng up and turned her toward the wall. Even though she was caught off guard, Zheng was desperate for Lin Tan. Then, the scene became a montage of pink hearts everywhere. After a wild session, Lin Tan finally snapped back to reality, while Zheng lay passed out on the floor. He was totally stunned by what just went down, especially since his toxin cleansing skill hadn't even finished its cooldown yet. Zheng brought this on herself, so he just dumped her next to Xiao Ru. If she wasn't already unconscious, he would have taught her a lesson about life and death. Just as things got tense, his phone rang. It was Captain calling to brag that he helped Lin Tan out in the group chat, and Yan Bao joined in too, asking why he didn't call the boys. He reminded Lin Tan about the private yacht party happening at Yanjiang tomorrow night, and asked if he could make it. Lin Tan agreed. He was feeling pretty agitated and wanted to go blow off some steam. After the party ended, he and his roommates decided to grab a few more beers. Zheng Hao, acting like the big spender, told everyone to drink up since he was paying, and soon enough, they were all stumbling around and dragging each other to the restroom. Ever since his physical stats were boosted, Lin Tan didn't get drunk that easily anymore. From a distance, a scream echoed out. A girl was being swarmed by 4 dudes. She was wearing heavy makeup, and it wasn't clear why she was even in their corner. The 4 guys wouldn't stop catcalling and harassing her. After a few lines, one of them started dragging her away, and the others swarmed in to corner the poor girl. The girl started trembling, warning them that they were committing a crime, but the guys didn't care and kept dragging her off. Lin Tan watched the whole thing go down, stepped in to help her, and naturally the perverts were annoyed by the interruption and started cursing at him. Lin Tan stayed dead silent, which only ticked them off even more, so they lunged at him with punches. Lin Tan easily dodged, letting them punch each other, then kicked the last 2 in the head. All 4 were out cold. The girl looked annoyed and said, "Do you have any idea how dangerous that move was?" The system chimed in, detecting a beautiful girl and initiating the reversal mission. The girl's name was Shen Odong. Lin Tan was surprised. She looked so pure, yet she was actually an escort. He told her not to stay in that line of work, suggested she find a normal job, and walked away. Odong was confused. Who was this guy, playing the hero and almost ruining her entire mission? One of the guys who had been knocked out woke up cursing, only to get a kick to the face from Aodong. Turns out Aodong was undercover on a mission, and she signaled that she had neutralized the suspect, calling for Team 4 to close the net. The next night, Lin Tan headed to the private yacht party with Captain. Captain dropped him off at the yacht and said he had to head to another boat for business. Inside, there were girls in bikinis everywhere, with blasting music and endless booze. The place was packed with high-rolling big shots. Coincidentally, Aodong, the girl Lin Tan saved last night, was working as a server there. She checked her earpiece, ordering her team to be ready to move at any second. She was focused on her mission when Lin Tan interrupted her thoughts. "Do you want a glass of champagne?" Odong was stunned to see the guy who ruined her operation yesterday. He recognized her too. He chatted her up, asking if she'd switch jobs. This job definitely has better prospects than the last one. She gave a fake, friendly greeting, while thinking to herself, "Just don't ruin my plan again." A middle-aged guy loudly called Aodong over. He was surrounded by bodyguards, and you could tell he was a heavy hitter with deep pockets. Aodong immediately brought over some champagne, but a girl sitting next to him corrected her service etiquette. On this boat, the service standards are on a whole different level. Today, Mr. Kim is feeling frisky and wants to try something a bit unconventional. He expects everyone to play along with his little game. He's going for the purity trope, throwing money at Aodong and demanding she serve him properly. Lin Tan steps into the frame, blocks his path, and tells him this place doesn't offer special services, adding a friendly reminder that his behavior is actually illegal. Mr. Kim loses it, fuming that some low-level waiter has the audacity to talk back to him. Lin Tan fires back that he was invited here personally by the ship owner. The girl sitting with Mr. Kim stands up and starts trashing him. She claims they've been on this yacht countless times and have never seen him, demanding to see his invite. Lin Tan casually snacks on a grape, saying he doesn't have an invite, and if they want one, they can go ask the owner themselves. You need at least 100,000 in entry fees just to set foot in this party. They start labeling him a gatecrasher, calling him a thief since he's clearly not staff. Mr. Kim snaps, ordering his goons to make the kid kneel and apologize, or else he's getting tossed into the ocean. Odong gets forced to kneel too, but in a different way, as the rest of the crowd surrounds the pair. Odong is standing behind Lin Tan, trying to calculate a way out because her mission objective hasn't even made a move yet. If she bails now, it's a massive L, but the situation is looking pretty dire. Lin Tan pulls out his phone and says if money talks, then let me just call the ship owner right now. Everyone is low-key shook, but unlucky for him, the ship owner isn't picking up. His phone announces, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." They all hear it and erupt in laughter, mocking him for being a fraud. The waitress serving Mr. Kim chimes in, telling him to just buy the damn boat if he's so rich. Then everyone would have to listen to him. Mr. Kim agrees, adding that if he buys the boat, the waitress will belong to him too. Lin Tan is all about that ask and you shall receive life. He tells a waitress to go fetch the ship captain. The girl hesitates, but Mr. Kim waves his hand and says, "Go on, let her go." The owner isn't here, but the captain definitely has the power to handle the sale. The captain shows up and greets CEO Kim with a huge smile. This yacht costs a fortune. Even Mr. Kim thinks the price tag is insane. The captain thinks it's a prank. Why would a nobody like Lin Tan, dressed like that, be able to buy a ship? Lin Tan doesn't waste words. He pulls out his black card and says, "Captain, name your price." The goons realize his card looks exactly like the Longhang black card. Odong doesn't want him to offend all these big shots just for her mission. She whispers for him to just leave while he can. Lin Tan turns around and gives a wink, making her heart skip a beat, and her favorability meter ticks up 5%. Seeing the card, the captain quickly hands over the contract. He prices the boat at 700 million plus 100 million in fees, total 800 million. He just needs a signature. Everyone around them starts egging him on to sign, while the captain pushes him to swipe the card. Lin Tan hands the contract back, saying he won't sign it, then pulls Aodong forward and says she will. To everyone's shock, he says he's buying this boat as a gift for her, then casually asks for her name. Odong blushes and replies, "I'm Shen Aodong." He swipes the card, settling the 800 million in one go. The clowns who were just mocking him are now terrified. He actually paid the full amount at once. This level of drip is not normal. He really was invited by the ship owner after all. All the crew, bodyguards, and staff on board immediately bow to him and Aodong. Lin Tan turns to CEO Kim and asks about the conditions he set earlier. The guy starts groveling, clearly terrified. A suck-up crawls over to flatter him, claiming he never liked old man Kim anyway. Odong is still reeling. Who exactly is this guy? A massive scarred thug walks up to Mr. Kim and warns him, "You messed with the wrong guy. This kid is a total beast." Mr. Kim bows and begs the thug to help him get revenge on Lin Tan, promising him all his Myanmar business connections in exchange. When a fat whale offers himself up on a platter, you don't say no to a bite. Of course, he was totally down for it. He then walked over to greet Lin Tan, introducing himself as Han Biao. Everyone around here calls him Boss Han. Now Dong instantly clocked him as the big boss of the Black Tiger Gang. That gang basically specializes in smuggling contraband from Myanmar and even built 2 massive underground warehouses for their stash. For the past few months, Now Dong's department has been tailing his every move, and he's actually the primary target of her mission tonight. Han Biao invited Lin Tan to a few rounds of gambling, but our boy immediately turned him down. He doesn't know how to play, plus gambling is straight up illegal. The guy mocked him, saying someone who just dropped 800 million doesn't know how to gamble. Maybe that 800 million was his entire net worth? If you have the cash but aren't playing, you're just lacking the guts. Mr. Jin chimed in, saying some rich folks are just sore losers who can't sleep if they lose even a couple $100. Now Dong tried to stop him, whispering that this Han Biao only plays in the billions, so even having 100 or 200 billion wouldn't be enough to scratch his surface. But then she realized if he loses 200 billion, that's actually a huge win for our boy. Lin Tan suddenly lit up with joy, leaving Naodong confused and sweating bullets. As Han Biao and Mr. Jin walked away, he called them back, saying he suddenly felt like a few rounds could be interesting. The two villains smirked, watching their prey take the bait. However, Lin Tan wanted Naodong to play for him. If she lost, he'd cover it, but if she won, she keeps all the loot. He felt like he'd struck gold. He handed Naodong 2 billion, knowing the return would be 200 million. That's way better than grinding livestream donations. Naodong was fuming that Lin Tan wouldn't listen to her. If he goes against that Han Biao guy, he's definitely going to crash and burn. They sat at the table, and Han Biao suggested blackjack because baccarat was too complex, afraid the young master wouldn't keep up. Lin Tan sat there looking super chill, but now Dong was stressing. She was acting as a server, and since she'd just been gifted a literal boat by a whale, she couldn't say no. She had to play along to keep her cover. Everyone watching felt bad for Lin Tan. Letting a server play against Boss Han was a total rookie move. He was destined to lose everything. The cards were dealt. Lin Tan went full tilt and went all in without even looking, and naturally, Han Biao took the win. Lin Tan let out a regretful sigh, while Han Biao happily hugged his chips and told him to try harder next round. Lin Tan immediately bet another 200 million, then casually tossed in 2 billion, making the floor manager grin from ear to ear. The goons watching were absolutely shook. Who actually plays like this? He dropped 2.2 billion just like that. Han Biao was the happiest man alive. He just baited the fish, and it walked right into the net. He just needed to win this 2 billion to get his business operations back on track. And just like that, Han Biao went on a winning streak, and Lin Tan's bets just kept stacking up from 200 million to 500 million, then a full billion. Even while losing, Lin Tan insisted on keeping the game going. Hearing that, Naodong didn't say a word, just grabbed him by the collar and dragged him outside. Wow, this server is getting a little too hands-on, isn't she? She pinned him against the wall and started chewing him out. Are you actually insane? Just because you're rich doesn't mean you can throw money away like that. Do you honestly think that just because you double your bet every time, you can win back what you already lost? She was definitely feeling bad for his wallet, so her favorability points for him dropped by 3%. Lin Tan blushed. He's a grown man, but this was his first time being pinned to a wall by a gorgeous woman. The vibe wasn't bad, but he should probably soothe her before she runs off. After all, she had no clue that Lin Tan was losing on purpose to farm money. He calmly told her, "No need to get triggered. If you lose, I'm not going to blame you." Now don't let him go, turning away to talk to herself. She just wanted to say it was impossible to win, and she almost blew her cover from getting too emotional. Lin Tan encouraged her, "Why is it impossible to win? Does that Han Biao guy know how to manipulate cards like in the movies?" Now Dong helplessly explained that it's the lowest tier of cheating. There are sensors hidden right under the tabletop. Before the cards are even dealt, the sensors already know the exact order and value of every card in the deck. The dealer knows exactly who is getting which card. Then, the dealer gets a ping through a Bluetooth earpiece. That's why Han Biao knew exactly when to double down or fold. If anyone tried to swap cards, the sensors would catch it instantly. Both the chips and the sensors are rigged to ensure the house always keeps the upper hand. The cheat here is that the dealer is giving signals that the human eye literally cannot catch. That's why Aodong stopped him. Winning against that rig is basically mission impossible. Once he figured out the mechanics, it was easy for Lin Jin to handle those hacks. The two of them headed back inside to teach these gamblers a real lesson. Once back in, Lin Jin demanded an inspection of the cards. Han Biao agreed to let him step behind the dealer's table. Using his newly upgraded stats, he completely rewired the table's sensor system. Lin Xin then returned to his seat, complaining that the game was getting boring, and baited Han Biao by calling him a cheapskate for betting small, despite winning so much, triggering the boss to shove 1 billion in chips onto the table. When the cards were dealt, the dealer lady didn't see any signals and started sweating bullets. Lin Xin rushed her to deal faster, and that's when Han Biao realized his rigged sensors were officially dead. Our boy was feeling confident. He wasn't about to let a scrub like that get lucky. The result? Lin Jin actually cleaned house, recouping almost all the lost capital. Han Biao smashed the table in a rage, but Lin Xin didn't hold back, mocking him for throwing a tantrum after just one loss. Looks like Boss Han isn't a very good loser. He pointed his finger at Aodong, accusing her of cheating, and claiming she was just a pro player Lin Xin hired to ruin him. The local thugs swarmed them, crying about how cheating at a gambling table is no small offense. Aodong clapped back immediately, telling them to check the CCTV if they didn't believe they were playing fair. Han Biao slammed a knife onto the table in front of him, citing house rules about chopping off a finger for cheating, then pulled a gun on Lin Xin, threatening him with a bullet to the brain. Lin Jin stayed ice cold, telling him, "Between my maxed out reaction speed and your trigger finger, let's see which one is faster." Aodong panicked, whispering, "Don't provoke him, he's actually crazy enough to pull the trigger." Before she could even finish, a loud bang echoed through the room, but it was Han Biao who hit the floor, not Lin Xin. Nobody even saw what happened in that blur of motion. With her elite instincts, Aodong actually caught a glimpse of the move. Lin Xin had flicked a gambling chip with such force it acted like a projectile against the gun, followed by 3 rapid-fire punches to Han Biao's gut. The speed was straight-up hacks. Mr. Jin screamed at the guards to arrest Lin Jin for cheating and assault. Instead, 2 guards walked in and apprehended Mr. Jin himself. The fraud was forced down to his knees. Looks like Mr. Jin totally forgot that Lin Jin is the one who actually owns this ship now. Plus, the real cheater was Han Biao the whole time. He kicked the guy over, causing 2 hidden cards to tumble out of his clothes. Aodong whispered to him that she didn't think Han Biao was actually desperate enough to pull a move like that. She was still confused as to how he managed to win earlier. While inspecting the table, Lin Xin had low-key sabotaged the sensors. The final hand was actually just pure, unadulterated luck. As for the cards, he'd planted them on Han Biao while he was busy handing out those punches. Aodong chuckled, "You're honestly such a menace." Her favorability meter just jumped by 15%. The mysterious Mr. Chan, having finished his business, finally showed up and rushed over to see if Lin Jin was hurt, calling him boss at every turn. Seeing the clout Lin Xin had, the greedy thugs suddenly did a 180, sucking up to him like their lives depended on it. Aodong quietly signaled her squad that the target was secured and it was time to move in. The ship owner formally introduced Lin Xin as his VIP guest for the night, and everyone rushed over like thirsty fanboys to network. But the party got cut short when the police stormed in, shouting for everyone to freeze and surrender. The smuggling ring was busted. The captain reported to Aodong that Han Biao and his goons were bagged, and the mission was a success. She looked around for Lin Jin, figuring he was owed his winnings, but he was nowhere to be found. Lin Xin was already on a speedboat, having pulled a vanishing act through the window while the chaos unfolded. If he'd actually gotten caught by the cops, that would have been a massive L. Back at the dorm that same night, Yashi was waiting on her bed, scrolling and waiting for a reply from Lin Xin. She wanted to invite him over for dinner, but was still playing it shy. Yashi was still salty about how things got cut short last time, before she could make her move. Zhengjin came back looking like a total mess, her dress literally ripped to shreds. Yashi took one look and knew exactly what went down, telling her she really needs to start guarding her own assets. Zhengjin wasn't about to take that lying down, putting on a fake face and telling Yashi that Lin Tan was the one who did it. acting like her nice guy act was just a facade for his aggressive side. That bait didn't work on Yashi, who immediately clocked that Zheng probably ripped the dress herself. Zheng hiked up her skirt to show off a massive handprint, leaving Yashi stunned because yeah, there's no way she could have slapped herself that hard. Yashi didn't want to believe it, her body shivering, while Zheng kept trolling her by telling her to bundle up so she doesn't catch a cold. Yashi brushed it off and dipped, leaving a super smug Zheng behind. She was convinced Lin Tan was hers forever, already wondering when she could get another round with him. Leaving the room, Yashi went to the boys' dorm to camp out for Lin Tan, but both her texts and calls were met with pure silence. She considered that he might just be sleeping, but remembering what Zheng said, she knew she had to secure her bag right now. A top-tier whale like him is basically public property, and the competition is definitely fierce. Yashi was absolutely not giving up. Even the guys were noticing her, thinking it's a total waste to see a hottie standing outside late at night like that. By the next morning, Lin Tan finally strolled back, munching on a snack while just wanting to hit the dorm. He'd been grinding all night, so he was dead tired. That's when he spotted Yashi leaning against the dorm wall. Looks like she'd been pulling an all-nighter waiting for him. The second she saw Lin Tan, she dived into his arms, acting all relieved that he finally showed up. She didn't even let him ask, just saying she already knew everything, leaving Lin Tan confused as to what exactly she thinks she knows. Yashi leaned into him, starting her whispered routine. She said he's such a high-value player that she knows they're in different leagues, and there are way better girls chasing him, so she's just happy to be the low-maintenance one. Before she could finish, she accidentally tripped and fell right into his arms. Lin Tan picked her up and hauled her back to her place to get some rest. He dumped her on the bed, but as he moved away, she woke up, thanked him, and then pulled on her dress strap while keeping a grip on his hand. Yashi sat up and started trying to riz him into staying. She saw how busy he'd been all night and offered to give him a massage. Honestly, this girl's moves are anything but standard. Lin Tan is obviously down for it. When the snack is delivered for free, you don't say no. He hopped on the bed while Yashi climbed on to start working on his back. He closed his eyes, just soaking in the feeling of her hands on him. Yashi switched it up to use her feet for a massage, while Lin Tan enjoyed the service and plotted his next money-making move. He used the excuse that her place was too far from campus, promising to buy her a new spot closer by in 2 days. Yashi was hyped, jumping on him with kisses as her favorability meter spiked by 4%. She promised she'd give him a massage every single day from now on. A little while later, Lin Tan was out cold. Yashi sat there, buzzing with excitement as she texted Zheng to flex that Lin Tan was buying her a new house. She even added, "Ugh, it's so annoying. What should I do to humble Zheng?" Zheng read the text and absolutely lost her mind. Lin Tan is actually out here buying gifts for that green tea snake. She was fuming while typing, but she still kept up the act to troll Yashi back. She told Yashi that since Lin Tan is swimming in cash, she might as well just take the handouts. Then Yashi fired back, asking why she's never heard of Lin Tan spending a dime on Zheng. She pointed out that they haven't been dating long, but he's already dropped a fortune on her. Zheng was livid but couldn't do much, so she just snapped back that her emotional connection with Lin Tan is what really matters. She claimed Yashi just didn't understand their vibe. Yashi just smirked, waiting for the day she can take a photo with Lin Tan on the new sofa and send it to Zheng just to see her go nuclear. By the afternoon, Lin Tan finished his shower, feeling refreshed after his massage and nap. He checked his phone and was floored. He'd only been gone a day, and his notifications were blowing up. Yashi had sent him something she wanted to talk about, while Zheng sent some thirst traps, asking when they could grab dinner. And there was a new message from Yan Bao, letting him know she'd assembled a pro team and wanted to meet up whenever he was free. Yuxuan sent a message about her museum trip, and on top of that, Cha hit him up, saying she was done filming and wanted to link up. Lin Tan is feeling the pressure. Back then, he was the one sliding into DMs and getting ghosted, but now the tables have turned and it's way too much to handle. Boss Sha also pinged him, saying the car he ordered just arrived and scheduled a delivery date.
Man, things are getting busy lately.
Lin Tan totally forgot about the whole car purchase deal. The problem is, he hasn't even saved up enough cash to pay for the ride yet, but he's still heading over to check it out. At the Yanjiang Auto Expo, the vibe is all high-end luxury with big names and foreign investors everywhere, and Lin Tan is right in the mix. Honestly, he just wanted to swing by and take a look at his new whip. Boss Sha is a slippery one, low-key using Lin Tan's car as a showpiece for the event. There are plenty of unbranded luxury cars here, and this is actually his first time ever stepping foot into a car expo. One guy catching everyone's attention is a businessman named Steven. He walks in strutting alongside Sha Mengyun and that clown Zikun. The ST boss gets a VIP welcome from the staff, while Zikun is busy simping for Mengyun, asking if she's tired or hungry, but she's giving him absolutely nothing, straight up rejecting him. Seeing staff offer Steven a drink, Lin Tan asks for a Coke, but the staff hands it over with a look that says he's a total eyesore. They're also handing out free Hazenda's ice cream, which usually costs 30 yuan a box outside. Lin Tan asks for one, but the staff claims they're all out, whispering that this broke, ugly loser has some nerve showing up to the expo. Just as he leaves, a foreigner walks up and asks if there's any ice cream left. The two staff members beam with joy and immediately hand the guy a cup. Then, a group of 3 girls walks up to ask for some, and the staff just hits them with the sorry, we're all out. Lin Tan turns back, annoyed, and asks, why did you tell me and these 3 girls you were out, but had plenty for him? The foreigner actually agrees with him, and the 3 girls are looking just as salty. The staff scramble to apologize, claiming the ice cream is limited edition and only for special guests. Lin Tan demands they share one, but the staff insists the one given to the foreigner was the very last one. He isn't buying it and demands they open the cooler to prove it. Steven hears the commotion and asks Zikun what's going on. Zikun gives him a lazy explanation and wanders off. He keeps trying to flex on Sha Mengyun, who is still completely ignoring his existence. If he didn't have a business partnership with her brother, Boss Sha, she wouldn't even look his way. When Zikun strolls over to the ice cream stand to settle the noise, Lin Tan calls him out for the staff's blatant double standard, serving foreigners while treating locals like trash. Zikun sneers. The foreigner has money, but what do you have? You broke leech? You're just here to mooch freebies and cause a scene? When Lin Tan says he's here to pick up his car, he's met with a burst of laughter from the staff and Zikun. The guy is looking at him with pure, unadulterated contempt. You, a broke loser, buying a car worth 60,000 yuan? At least come up with a better lie than that. There isn't a single car in this whole Yanjiang Expo that costs less than 100 million. A crowd starts gathering, whispering, and pointing at the drama. Lin Tan pulls out the VIP card Boss Sha gave him earlier and flashes it for everyone to see. That's the exclusive Yanjiang VIP card, one of only 5 in existence, reserved for those who've dropped 10 million and have a net worth of at least a billion. They finally shut up and stop acting like he's trash. The 2 staff members are bowing and stuttering apologies, but Lin Tan tells them they need to apologize to everyone for being bootlickers, not just because he can afford the car. The girl who was denied ice cream earlier chimes in, and the crowd starts cheering for Lin Tan. Zikun is standing there, fuming, letting out a frustrated curse. Mengyun runs over and gives Lin Tan a welcoming hug. She scolds him for not giving her a heads up that he was coming. She reminds him he's still got to stand center stage later for the exhibition opening. Lin Tan is just confused, still trying to figure out who she even is. Mengyun introduces herself as Boss Sha's god-sister, saying she's heard all about Lin Tan from her brother and has been dying to meet him. Zikun's eyes practically pop out of his head. Who is this guy, and why is he stealing Mengyun right in front of him? Mengyun turns to Zikun and chews him out, telling him those 2 staff members are his people, so he better deal with them properly. Things are getting serious now. No one expected Lin Tan to actually threaten his business reputation like this. Shukun goes full villain mode, cursing out the 2 employees and firing them on the spot. When they try to defend themselves, he shuts them down and tells them to pipe down. Mengyun, being the extra queen she is, asks Lin Tan if he wants her to call security to beat them up just for the fun of it. Lin Tan couldn't care less, he just waves his hand to have them kicked out. As the 2 girls get tossed out, the crowd at the exhibition just laughs at their misery. Everyone's buzzing, trying to figure out who this big spender Lin Tan is, to have someone like Mengyun acting like his personal fangirl. Shukun hears the chatter, and his old grudge starts burning bright. He's hated Lin Tan ever since that livestream incident with Cha-Cha, and now the dude is stealing Mengyun's attention? Not on his watch. People start swarming Lin Tan, trying to network and fanboy over the legendary mystery CEO they've heard so much about. Shukun slides over to Mr. Steven, acting like a little snake, trashing Lin Tan and claiming he's just here for clout, which might hurt their car sales. Steven stays ice cold and tells him he'll handle the trash himself. Steven approaches Lin Tan, bigs himself up, and straight up accuses our boy of being a fraud. He claims this whole setup smells like a classic Ponzi scheme. Lin Tan just scratches his head, completely oblivious to what a Ponzi scheme even is. Mengyun quickly breaks it down. It's basically a fancy term for a scam where you start with nothing and bait investors with empty promises. Mr. Steven is getting visibly triggered now. He rants that the biggest sign of a scammer is someone who acts high-class and overly generous, basically calling Lin Tan a fake living on borrowed time. Mengyun steps up, ready to throw hands in defense of her man. She tells him if he's got no proof, he's just slandering, but Steven snaps back. If he's not a scammer, why doesn't he prove it? Lin Tan is honestly bored out of his mind with these identity crisis accusations. Steven pivots to the 3 girls from earlier, claiming they were just paid actors hired by Lin Tan to stage a scene while he bullied them for his own ego. Lin Tan is tired of seeing this guy abuse his power, so he finally agrees to play his little game. The rules are simple. If Lin Tan can prove he's got more cash, he wins. If he loses, he has to announce to the whole city he's a fraud. The crowd is already whispering, convinced Lin Tan is heading for a L. Steven is one of the top 5 car dealers in Shanghai. How is some random young master supposed to outspend him? Lin Tan accepts, but adds a twist. If Steven loses, he's the one who has to broadcast his own humiliation to the city. The guy is a total corporate bully, always stomping on the little guys. Fuming, Steven decides to go nuclear to bankrupt Lin Tan, dropping 10 million on a random bystander just to flex his wallet. Meng Yun finds it ridiculous since Steven is the boss. Giving away his own inventory isn't exactly a fair fight. Steven counters that it's all his money anyway, mocking Lin Tan for not being able to afford a single car. Lin Tan pats Meng Yun's head to keep her calm. He drops 20 million on each of the 3 girls he just defended just to flex and soothe their nerves. Payment cleared, no sweat. Dropping 60 million like it's pocket change without even blinking. The girls are bowing in gratitude, and Meng Yun is buzzing, knowing her man is definitely not some bottom feeder. Steven isn't backing down though. He keeps throwing cars at random people, but every time he gives a little, Lin Tan doubles the stakes, making the crowd go wild. Shukun whispers to Steven, looking nervous. They've already given away all the cars worth 10 million or more. They're already down tens of millions in losses. Plus, every time, Lin Tan is just crushing them by outbidding them 2 to 3 times over. Lin Tan starts roasting Steven for being a cheapskate, mocking him for running out of inventory. Steven marches over to a Lamborghini. It's a limited edition LP74 worth 40 million, and he acknowledges Lin Tan's cash flow but still insists he's a fraud, gearing up to give this beast away just to see how Lin Tan reacts. Our boy just looks around casually, scouting for his next target. Steven keeps the trash talk going, trying to bait him into a mistake. Meng Yun is fuming, telling him to stop being so pathetic. Lin Tan already outspent him, and now he's trying to change the rules of the game? Honestly, talk about being a sore loser. Lin Tan ignores all the noise from the peanut gallery. He strolls over to a sleek brown convertible. It's a custom Rolls-Royce Phantom, a literal masterpiece. Steven smirks, knowing that car is a display-only piece. It's not even for sale. Lin Tan looked at him with pure disdain, grateful that he just taught him what it looks like to be a cornered rat. Steven was feeling smug, ready to watch Lin Tan kneel and admit he was a total fraud. Before he could finish, CEO Jia cut in, welcoming Lin Tan with open arms and introducing the Rolls-Royce he had pre-ordered. He apologized for using it as a display model, hoping our boy wouldn't mind. Steven just watched, literally ready to cough up blood from the shock.
Is CEO actually delusional or what?
There's no way this car belongs to a loser like Lin Tan. Lin Tan pulled Meng Yun close and told them to swipe the card immediately. No test drive needed. He wanted to gift this ride to his girl Meng Yun. Lin Tan dropped the 80 million right there, sending the entire exhibition into a frenzy. This car completely mogged Steven's ride, and the fact that he just gave away 80 million like it was spare change was pure main character energy. CEO Jia was still stunned, asking, "You're really gifting this to Meng Yun?" Meng Yun snatched the keys, gave Lin Tan a kiss, and showered him with thanks. Lin Tan turned to the clown and said, "Keep playing your little games then." The guy slumped his shoulders, trembling as he accepted his L. "If you're gonna talk the talk, you better walk the walk." Lin Tan smugly reminded him to fulfill the terms of the challenge they started with. Steven's face went pale. Someone who spends this much without even blinking must have a background that's absolutely terrifying. He started shivering in his boots, begging for forgiveness for ever doubting the legend. Lin Tan wasn't having it and told him to get to the point. Standing in the middle of the hall, he shouted, "I am a trashy, greedy capitalist who only cares about scamming the public. I have no shame." The crowd immediately started tearing his company apart and calling for a total boycott. Lin Tan didn't even bother with him anymore and let him walk, but the crowd wasn't about to let him off that easy. They swarmed him, demanding compensation for all the mental damage he caused. Zikun didn't manage to escape the fallout either. Lin Tan was suddenly getting showered with praise and networking offers from all sides. Suddenly, his phone started buzzing. Meng Yun turned away, blushing hard. Lin Tan has that natural riz. One meeting, and he's already got Meng Yun down bad. Just as she turned back to ask him out, he was already gone. Lin Tan had to bounce the second he saw who was calling. Meng Yun was fuming. She missed her shot and immediately took her anger out on her brother, CEO Jia. Lin Tan stepped outside to see Yan Bao waiting for him. He told her she looked stunning after just a few days apart, leaving her totally flustered. Yan Bao used to hate it when other guys tried to flirt, but coming from Lin Tan, it actually made her happy. Her favorability meter just climbed by 2%. It turns out the school required seniors to do an internship, so Lin Tan asked Yan Bao to help him find a spot. Yan Bao was totally down to help him out. Everyone assumes someone as rich as him wouldn't care about a simple internship. But just like him, she wanted to build her own career from the ground up, which is why she's out here grinding. Lin Tan scratched his head and agreed, but really, he just needs those credits to actually graduate. In the car, they talked business. Yan Bao planned to put him in a manager role with a 600,000 salary and 5 assistants. Lin Tan shut that down, saying, "Just put me in as a regular employee with a 5,000 salary." Hearing that, she was even more impressed by his humility. The next day, at one of Yanbao's branches, the staff were gossiping about how one of the new hires was a personal placement by the CEO herself. In the middle of the tea spilling, team leader Yu Yu came over to announce the manager had arrived, so everyone rushed back to their desks. She was dressed to impress, looking extra spicy today. The manager introduced the two new hires, Xu Wenmeng and Lin Tan. One of them is a college student, and the other is a total fraud. Yu Yu was 100% sure Wenmeng was the one the CEO had handpicked. Little did they know, Xu Wenmeng is just the manager's kid. Since the company forbids relatives in the same department, the supervisor is acting all smug about his own kid getting the promotion. Vuvu is clearly biased, handing Lin Jin a mountain of paperwork while tossing a single thin file to Van Mang. When he speaks up to question her, she immediately glares and tries to pull rank as the team leader to intimidate him. He decides not to argue and gets back to work, realizing the corporate life is a grind, and he is being looked down upon from day one. Then Vuvu comes over to ask Han to mentor Van Mang, but Han clearly has ulterior motives, eyes glued to her body the whole time. By 6 click sharp, Lin Jin finishes his assigned tasks and hands them over to Vuvu. She is shocked by his efficiency, but immediately takes those files over to Van Mang, saying she finished them for him and telling him to get them signed by the boss. Lin Jin is absolutely fuming at Vuvu's shameless behavior. He did all the heavy lifting, yet Van Mang is about to snatch all the credit. She insults him for being an unfinished college student, claiming he needs to be broken and more. He fires back, asking if she isn't worried that the director might find out about her shady dealings. But Vuvu just laughs at him with pure disdain. Lin Jin brushes it off, leaving her with a parting wish that she keeps that arrogant, stubborn energy forever. As expected, after clocking out, Vuvu and Hua Van Mang leave the office together. Van Mang thanks her for the help and offers to take her out for a meal. Vuvu happily agrees and even tells him he can call her Vuvu if he wants. Then Van Mang goes off to grab his car. Vuvu is already dreaming about landing herself a rich husband. Just then, Lin Jin walks out, and in a stroke of bad luck, Vuvu happens to be standing right by his bike. As he starts to ask her to move, she immediately puffs her chest and goes on a long, triggered rant at him. She starts yapping about how he was only talking back in the office to save face. Now that no one is watching, she tries to humble him, saying a toad like him shouldn't dream of eating swan meat, leaving him standing there in silence. Vuvu isn't finished yet, claiming that a broke, unsupported college student like him isn't even qualified to be her spare tire. While she is busy being delusional, Lin Jin just shoves past her to grab his bike. As he turns his bike onto the road, Van Mang pulls up in his fancy convertible. Vuvu acts all generous, offering to let our boy catch a ride for a bit. Van Mang, looking down his nose, agrees to give him a lift. Lin Jin says nothing, hops on and zooms off, casually knocking Vuvu down into the dirt in the process. Van Mang rushes to help her up, and for the crime of messing up her 120,000 unit nose job, Lin Jin gets a one-way ticket to getting fired by the team leader. But Lin Jin remains unbothered, letting them enjoy their little power trip. The higher they climb, the harder they fall. The very next day, Vuvu demands that Lin Jin buy coffee for everyone in the department. She tries to justify it right then and there, claiming it is the golden rule for new recruits. He asks why Van Mang isn't the one buying. Vuvu says he buys today and Van Mang can buy tomorrow. Van Mang lectures him, acting like the team leader is doing him a favor by letting him build good relations with the team. Van Mang even threatens him not to pull any weird stunts. He thinks he has a top-tier umbrella shielding him from any consequences. He claims that whether Lin Jin stays or goes is entirely up to him. Lin Jin couldn't care less. His internship is ending, he already has enough credits to graduate, so why would he even want to stay here? Van Mang smugly offers him a chance to be his sidekick, claiming he will find a way to let him stay if he complies. Vuvu chimes in, telling him to hurry up and thank him. Lin Jin hits back with total attitude, saying if he became his sidekick, the guy would lose years off his life, so he should just give up. Van Mang explodes in anger, drawing the attention of the entire office. Lin Jin keeps playing it cool, stating that as a broke student, he will definitely buy everyone coffee after his first paycheck, so Van Mang should cover it for now. He even baits him, saying with all that cash, Van Mang could treat the whole company, and it wouldn't even be a dent. Being the arrogant fraud he is, Van Mang falls for the trap and accidentally agrees. Lin Jin jumps on the chance, asking for a high-end bubble tea instead. Vuvu happily hangs onto Van Mang's arm, buttering him up to the 10th cloud. He is so full of himself that he blunders out, saying buying coffee for everyone is his absolute pleasure. Hearing that, our boy just casually went with the flow. That sounds great, from now on, you're paying for all my coffee. The manager walked over to their department, and Wen Mang signaled his dad that this guy was bullying him. The old man just nodded at him, basically saying, "Don't worry, son, I got you." The manager announced a major project worth 80 million, but the client needs the proposal ready in just 3 days. Whoever gets their plan approved will pocket a sweet 800,000 bonus. Everyone quickly split into groups and got to work. Everyone found a partner fast, except for Lin Tan. Nobody wanted to team up with a broke loser like him. Honestly, our boy preferred it that way. Meanwhile, Wenmang and Yu Yu were smirking, waiting to see how long he'd last before cracking. The following days, Lin Tan was actually chilling while working. While everyone else was deep in discussion during lunch, he was just vibing with his meal. And while everyone was forced to work overtime, he was clocking out exactly on time. Exactly 3 days later, Lin Tan finished his commercial strategy plan. With his level 3 intelligence stat, crafting this proposal was literally child's play. The team lead, Yu Yu, was visibly annoyed. She hadn't seen him pull a single overtime shift, and with only an hour left before the meeting, he was still acting like he didn't have a care in the world. Taking advantage of Lin Tan stepping out, Yu Yu snuck a peek at his computer, then gasped, instantly grabbing Wenmang's attention. His proposal was incredibly professional, with the product positioning absolutely on point. Even Yu Yu had to admit his plan was miles ahead of all 3 other groups combined. Wenmang insisted that he must have paid someone else to do it, and obviously they couldn't let him get the credit, so Yu Yu stole Lin Tan's entire report. When he returned, she ordered him to go clean Conference Room A to prepare for the meeting. But the meeting was actually happening in Conference Room B. In the meeting room, Yu Yu and Wenmang confidently presented Lin Tan's work like it was their own. At the end of the presentation, the name Lin Tan popped up on the slide, but thankfully, Wenmang's dad was quick enough to switch back to the previous page. The client was super happy with the proposal, praising Mr. Xu for having such high-potential staff, and Wenmang even flexed that he graduated from MIT. Mr. Xu kept hyping up his son and gave him a subtle wink. The plan worked, son. After that, Mr. Xu, Yu Yu, and Wenmang presented the contract for the client to sign. If this contract goes through, Mr. Xu is basically guaranteed a promotion to director. Once Wenmang gets that 800,000 bonus, he can finally pay off the final installment on his Rolex. Meanwhile, Yu Yu is already planning to split the bonus with Wenmang and drop a bag on that new Chanel collection. Just as the client was about to sign, Lin Tan walked in and dropped the bomb. Stealing someone else's work? Aren't you guys just shameless? Wenmang panicked and signaled his dad to kick Lin Tan out, terrified he'd expose the theft. Mr. Xu shouted at him in a rage. "This is an important meeting. How dare you be late and then cause a scene during the signing?" He threatened him, saying, "Don't think just leaving will solve it. Once the contract is signed, he's going to settle the score." Lin Tan fired back that the old man was the one who tricked him into going to room A, and if not for that, he would have been the one signing. Then he turned the pressure on Wenmang. Mr. Xu stepped in to protect his son, claiming Lin Tan was just trying to frame the team leader. Everyone knows the team lead's talent. She doesn't need to steal your pathetic work. Lin Tan ignored him and dared Wenmang to open page 11 to see who the actual signatory was. He started trembling and slowly backing away. Yu Yu stepped in to save the day, lying that during the group discussion, Lin Tan said one constructive thing, so she put his name on the draft, then she started slandering him to turn the room against him. Plus, since everyone saw him leaving on time every day, the office sided with Yu Yu. Nobody believed a word Lin Tan said. But Lin Tan already calculated that he still had several drafts on his computer. Let's see how these two clowns handle this. Yu Yu was speechless, so Mr. Xu started screaming that his watch was missing and pinned the theft on Lin Tan, ordering his goons to search him while his son Wenmang quickly followed along. A moment later, Wenmang returned with a gold watch, claiming Lin Tan had definitely stolen it. The way this father-son duo twists the narrative is actually top-tier villainy. While Lin Tan was busy arguing with Yu Yu, Mr. Xu had already unhooked his watch and handed it to Wenmang. Then all he had to do was walk out and come back in, creating the perfect staged evidence. Smugly, he demanded that if Lin Tan knelt and begged, he wouldn't call the cops, but he'd still be getting fired. Everyone else started dogpiling him, demanding he be arrested and fined. Having an associate like this, you'd be lucky if you don't get robbed blind one of these days. Lin Tan's eyes went cold, as if he'd been prepped for this exact moment. Mr. Xu immediately summoned security to surround him. As 2 guards rushed over, a voice boomed out, "Stop right there!" The guards froze and turned around to see the CEO's personal secretary. While Mr. Xu was busy bowing, CEO Yan Bao stepped out from behind her. Mr. Xu scrambled to bow, apologizing for not giving them a heads up so he could roll out the red carpet. The secretary gave him the coldest stare. "The CEO comes and goes whenever she wants. She doesn't need your permission." Mr. Xu quickly ordered someone to fetch a chair and tea. The partner representative tried to step up and introduce their firm, but Yan Bao completely ghosted him. The secretary stepped in with a quick apology, claiming the CEO had some urgent business to settle. The chair was set and the tea was poured. Mr. Xu, feeling smug, invited the CEO to sit, humble bragging about his massive 80 million deal with Boss Zhang. Then, to the shock of everyone in the room, Yan Bao pulled out a chair for Lin Tan and carefully handed him a cup of tea. Lin Tan mentioned the tea was too hot, so Yan Bao instantly apologized and started blowing on it for him. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. What is even happening right now? Are their eyes playing tricks on them? Yan Bao passed the cup back to him, telling him to just enjoy his tea while she handled the trash. She signaled her secretary, who walked over to Mr. Xu and demanded, "Xu Daji, do you have any idea where you messed up?" He shook with fear, bowing low while stuttering, "Lin Tan." He was someone personally placed by the CEO. Right then, Yan Bao's team arrived with the report. The draft plan was found in Lin Tan's possession, exactly as he said. The secretary tossed the evidence at Xu Daji, telling him to see it for himself. He collapsed to his knees, finally admitting the plan was Lin Tan's work all along and he'd framed him. The secretary immediately reeled off a list of crimes for him, his son, and team leader Yu Yu, including workplace sabotage, stealing intellectual property, and abusing power to keep Yu Yu as his mistress. She added the promotion of an unqualified Yu Yu to team lead, tanking company productivity, and sneaking his own son into the department. The staff stood there in shock, absolutely disgusted by his behavior. The secretary dropped the final bomb. He'd offended the big boss, and his career was officially over. Now everyone finally knew the truth. Lin Tan wasn't just some protege. He was the legendary investor who dumped 500 million into the company, the biggest shareholder of them all. What else could those three clowns do besides cry? Talk about poking the wrong beast. The secretary then announced the immediate termination of Xu Daji, Yu Yu, and Xu Wenmeng. Wenmeng started raging at Yu Yu, calling her a gold-digging snake for sleeping with his dad while trying to hook up with him too. Yu Yu didn't hold back, firing back that she was the real victim and calling Wenmeng out for fake flexing as a rich heir. Wenmeng even turned on his dad, shouting that his mom was working hard at home while his old man was playing house with his subordinate. The shouting match escalated until all three were basically clawing each other's eyes out. Ignoring their pathetic screeching, the secretary had security drag them out. They were making way too much noise. The other colleagues rushed to bow and apologized to Lin Tan. "Big boss Lin, we're so sorry. It was all Xu Daji's lies. We never liked Yu Yu anyway. I've always been on your side, boss." Yan Bao asked him if he was satisfied with how that dumpster fire was handled. Lin Tan said it was fine, but told her to keep a better eye on character quality when hiring next time. Yan Bao felt guilty because she'd tried to make him CEO before, and now he'd been treated like this. Lin Tan just laughed it off, saying he's just a low-key kind of guy. The professional research team Yan Bao hired had made some massive breakthroughs. She wanted to take him to see the progress. The two headed to the CEO's office, leaving the staff baffled. They had no idea their Iron Lady CEO had such a soft side. Her office was super luxurious and stacked with high-tech gear. Truth is, Yan Bao spends most of her time at the tech lab and hadn't been here in a while. She sat at her desk, booted up the system, and showed Lin Tan the results. Lin Tan stared at the wall of code and data, understanding absolutely nothing, but he still said, "This is legendary," and added, "I'll dump another 500 million into this." Yan Bao looked at him in surprise, but before she could speak, he transferred 500 million to her, and her favorability meter spiked by 10%. She thanked him happily, dead set on making sure she wouldn't let him down. Suddenly, her chair wobbled and snapped, causing Yan Bao to slide right down to the floor. Talk about an awkward situation. Lin Tan suddenly started having some wild, intrusive thoughts. Since it was his first time in a spot like this, Lin Tan had no clue what to do. Yan Bao, on the other hand, was super uncomfortable and couldn't even move. Lin Tan tried grabbing her hand to pull her out, but it didn't work and just made Yan Bao yelp in pain, which freaked out the secretary outside, who kept knocking to ask if the boss needed help. But with how things looked, Yan Bao didn't want her walking in. If that happened, the professional image she worked so hard to build would be totally trashed. Being a CEO really is a tough gig. Lin Tan suggested she move to the sofa to change positions and see if they could fix the problem. He gently lifted her up, carefully asking if she was hurting, and she shyly replied that she was fine. Lin Tan had her lie face down on the sofa, telling her to arch her back a bit so he could support her while he got the chair out. The secretary outside heard the whole confusing conversation and started blushing, beating herself up for having a dirty mind, but eventually they got the chair removed. Yan Bao struggled to sit up, her dress was torn to shreds, and Lin Tan couldn't help but blush. Lin Tan was worried about her dress situation, but she said it was fine since she had a changing room nearby to swap outfits. Yan Bao led him into her dressing room, and Lin Tan was left speechless. Being poor really had limited his imagination. He casually complimented one of the dresses, and Yan Bao noticed, heading inside and telling him to wait a sec. The silhouette of Yan Bao appeared on the door, looking absolutely stunning. As a man of culture, Lin Tan naturally grabbed a chair to sit down and watch properly. Yan Bao suddenly called out to him, making Lin Tan jump and ramble like an idiot. She wanted to thank him. Her whole family didn't support her startup and thought she'd fail, but only he trusted her unconditionally, dropping $1 billion without any restrictions, so she absolutely couldn't let his investment go down the drain. Meanwhile, Lin Tan was actually hoping she'd fail. If she became a success, she wouldn't come to him for money anymore. Only if she lost it all would he have a reason to keep investing. He told her if she wanted to repay him, just keep trying her best to spend that money. Nianbao heard that and assumed he meant she shouldn't be stingy and should pour more resources into R&D. She was always just thinking about the money, while Lin Tan was such a genius. Now that is some top-tier vision. Her favorability rating shot up by 20%, hitting 52%. Lin Tan was thrilled, realizing that telling someone to spend money is basically the peak of romance. Nianbao walked out wearing the dress Lin Tan had just complimented, wanting to invite him to dinner. Lin Tan recognized the dress, and she just turned back and gave him a smile. Nianbao told her secretary to book a table at the Kowloon Mountain restaurant. The moment they walked out, they sent the whole office into a frenzy, with everyone whispering behind their backs. The CEO was just in the office with Lin Tan, and now she's changed outfits, and into a sexy dress at that. It's unbelievable. Ignoring the male employees who were grieving for their lost goddess, Nianbao promised to take him to see her proudest achievement after dinner. The two then had dinner together in a luxurious room, lit with shimmering lights. Nianbao had reviewed the plan Lin Tan put together, and it was brilliant. She couldn't believe this was his first time doing this kind of work. He told her it was just all right. This project was pretty simple, after all. Nianbao blushed slightly, her favorability increasing by another 15% to reach 77%. That night, Yuxuan and Nianbao sat down to chat. Yuxuan was taking a bath while listening to her friend vent about that wealthy guy. Nianbao couldn't stop praising Lin Tan, noting his excellent work capacity, and how he always kept his cool and composure. Yuxuan immediately concluded that their arrogant CEO had finally fallen in love. Nianbao wasn't sure, so she changed the subject to Yuxuan's trip to Japan tomorrow, telling her to get some sleep, and teased her about whether she was too excited to sleep because she was traveling with her high school friend. Yuxuan got embarrassed and snapped, insisting they were just normal friends. But if they were just normal friends, why was she making such a big deal out of it? Nianbao basically told her that Yuxuan has already sold her soul to the boss. She was so embarrassed she dove underwater, using bedtime as an excuse to hang up on Nianbao. Yuxuan stepped out of the tub, thinking that flying abroad with Lin Xin felt like a low-key date. Meanwhile, in a swanky high-rise in Japan, some fat old geezer was chilling with booze and eye candy. The fat boss was listening to his lackey report that the Gui Tian Tian Guild had officially locked in the funding. That bankroll was enough for him to buy literally anything he wanted at the auction next week. The fat guy asked about that arrogant Chinese dude. He got the report that our boy already booked his flight. Some random Chinese guy thinks he can cross the Gui Tian financial empire? He ordered his men to make sure that dude stays in Japan permanently. 10 days later, Lin Xin and Yuxuan were finally on a plane to Japan. They booked the flight so late they almost missed it. Thank God for the last few seats in economy. Yuxuan was super hyped but also low-key stressing. She was excited to see the historical artifacts, but nervous, because she heard Cao Jin was working for the Gui Tian group. If he tries to start drama, Lin Jin definitely has some bad intentions. Yuxuan was scared that if he loses, things might get real ugly. Lin Jin comforted her, saying that regardless of the bet, he was going to buy those Chinese relics either way. Just then, some demon spawn of a child ran into their section. The brat jumped onto the seat behind Yuxuan and started messing with her. When she told him to chill, the kid started roasting her, slapped her phone away, and dipped. Lin Xin was ready to teach the kid a lesson, but Yuxuan stopped him, saying he's just a kid who doesn't know better. Lin Jin thought she was too soft. If you don't discipline kids now, they grow up to be absolute menaces. The brat came back with a toy, but it got caught in Yuxuan's dress, causing him to trip and rip her skirt. Lin Jin went to confront the kid, but the brat started wailing like he'd been hit by a truck. His Karen mom heard the crying and rushed over, screaming her head off. The kid pointed at Yuxuan, claiming she bullied him, and the mom immediately started acting like a total clown. Lin Xin was fuming, saying the kid tripped on his own, while Yuxuan gently tried to explain the toy got snagged. The Karen didn't listen and started body-shaming Yuxuan, calling her names while the kid copied his mom's toxic vocabulary. Yuxuan finally snapped, standing up to say that what she wears is her business, and why on earth would she teach her kid to be so rude? The mom shrieked that her son had more manners than trashy women like her. The kid even copied his mom, pointing at the rip in Yuxuan's dress. The mom covered her son's eyes while the kid kept spewing insults at Yuxuan. She kept gatekeeping manners, claiming trash like Yuxuan was giving her son trauma. Yuxuan was so frustrated she was on the verge of tears. Lin Xin stepped in front of Yuxuan like the ultimate bodyguard. He was wondering how a kid could be this spoiled and entitled. Turns out the apple didn't fall far from the toxic tree. The kid was running wild and the mom was making a scene, both being peak annoyances on this flight. The mom threatened to have the flight attendant toss them off the plane. Lin Xin said bet and told her he was actually about to report the kid's behavior to the cops, which scared the brat into hiding behind his mom. The kid even told his mom to keep roasting him. Lin Xin asked if Yuxuan was okay. She was impressed, telling him he really cooked her. People like that only bully the weak but fold the second they hit a real one. You gotta stand your ground. The mom held her kid and kept chirping about how they were broke losers stuck in economy who'd never afford first class. The whole cabin heard her and was triggered, calling her out for being a total loudmouth. But the Karen just turned around and insulted everyone else, asking why poor people were talking to her. Lin Jin called the attendant over to escort the lady back to her precious first-class cabin. The flight attendant was too busy sipping tea and posting a work is so hard story on socials. Her coworker came to tell her she was wearing too much makeup, but she shut her down, wanting to steal the shift to serve the CEO in first class instead. The other flight attendants weren't having it. One had already served drinks, so she dodged the duty this time. Another attendant rushed over, warning them that the commotion was loud enough to be heard in first class. Every attendant on this flight had only one goal, to flirt with Director Fei. He's a notorious rich heir in Tanjiang City, basically a jet-selling tycoon and besties with the CEO of Xuantu Airlines. Even the captain ditched the co-pilot just to go suck up to Director Fei. They all started passing the buck, trying to force someone else to deal with that loud Karen in first class. Finally, flight attendant Huan drew the short straw. She walked over with a fake smile, asking the passengers what they needed. Nu Huan pointed right at the lady and snapped, "This lady won't sit still and keeps coming over here to ruin our peace and quiet." The lady shrieked, "Do you know who I am? I'm the wife of a powerful chairman." The attendant bowed low, trying to play diplomat. Technically, if this lady bought a first-class ticket, she's entitled to peace, so her coming to economy to start drama doesn't make any sense. Lam Tan shot back, clearly annoyed. "Oh, so you're saying first-class passengers are too high and mighty to cause trouble, so it must be us economy peasants acting up?" The attendant said no, but she was thinking, imagine being a broke economy passenger and still having the audacity to complain. The high and mighty lady smirked, bragging about the difference between elites and the lower class, then threatened to blacklist our boy. But some empty threats weren't going to faze Lam Tan. Just then, Director Fei walked over, asking, "What is all that noise about? Where is Tuyet Vien?" The flight attendant bowed and scrambled to apologize. The lady puffed out her chest and told Director Fei exactly who she was, demanding he blacklist our boy immediately. She introduced herself as the wife of the chairman of Hung Group, acting like royalty. She pointed at Nu Hien and Lam Tan, calling them a toxic couple and lying that she tried to be nice but they were being unreasonable. Director Fei took one look at our boy, recognized him as the legendary CEO Qian, and rushed over for a handshake. Seeing the confusion, he mentioned he's just a guy who sells jets in the inner circle of the city's young masters. The onlookers were stunned to see the big boss acting like a total fanboy. They were floored. It was like being struck by lightning to see Director Fei acting like a sidekick. The lady's bratty kid started spitting insults at Director Fei and Lam Tan. But this time she smacked her kid and told him to shut up. Even she realized Director Fei was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Director Fei signaled an attendant to upgrade Lam Tan and Nu Huyen to first class on his tab. Lam Tan thanked him, but after seeing that woman in first class, he decided he'd rather stay in economy than ruin his mood. For Director Fei, that was an easy fix. He's buddies with the airline CEO, so he'd just tell him to blacklist the lady so she'd never bother them again. Hearing that, the lady collapsed and started throwing a public tantrum. "I'm feeling so dizzy, my heart is hurting so much. Don't you see how pitiful we are? Keep faking it, honey. What you and your kid did to Nu Huyen and Lam Tan isn't going to slide that easily." The mother and child kept writhing on the floor, screeching that the rich are bullying them. Director Fei was fed up and ordered that the moment the plane lands, airport security is taking her straight to the station. The other passengers cheered for Director Fei and even found the flight attendant's social media to expose her attitude. They started mass sharing her profile so she'd go viral and lose her job for good. As soon as they hit the tarmac, the Karen and her brat were dragged away by security. Director Fei walked with Lam Tan and Nu Huyen, keeping the conversation going. When he heard our boy was attending the auction in 2 days, he warned him to watch out for Kameda Kento. He's a high-profile tycoon who is obsessed with ancient artifacts, especially those from China. The guy is a total snake. He never forgets a grudge. He usually crushes his rivals with his massive bank account before humiliating them completely. Within a few days, his targets usually end up in the hospital. There's no hard evidence, but rumors say he hires actual ninjas and samurai to do his dirty work. Even Nu Huyen looked genuinely terrified. Cao Jun is trying to bait Lin Tan into stepping into the camera's trap. She wants them to leave, but hearing that just gives Lin Tan more motivation to scoop up some Chinese artifacts. Plus, he can bag a ton of gold at the auction to clap back. Boss Fei and Yuxuan are low-key impressed by his grind set, and Yuxuan's favorability meter just ticked up by 15%. As they keep walking, a pink-haired girl wearing a mask pops up in the shadows behind them. She's one of Old Man Kameda's pawns. Hearing Lin Tan was spotted at the airport, he ordered her to show this brat what the Kameda clan is all about. Just a warning, though, since he needs the kid alive for the auction. She locks onto her target, and the second Lin Tan steps away from the group to grab a drink, she's on him like a shadow. She's got a ring prepped with a paralytic toxin, one light tap on the back, and the target is basically a vegetable for the rest of the day. She stalks closer to Lin Tan, but suddenly he yells out, "Damn it, what kind of water is this? $80 a bottle?" That makes her flinch and back off instantly. Lin Tan spots a public water fountain and grabs a few gulps, thinking, tap water still hits different, especially when it's free. The girl's face turns dark. Is this really the baller who bought a museum for $1 billion? She decides to keep watching to be absolutely sure. After that, Lin Tan heads back to meet up with Yuxuan. She had already told Boss Fei to head out first. She claimed she wanted to experience different lifestyles. In reality, she just wanted some one-on-one time with our boy. Lin Tan asks for a taxi and the driver quotes him $152. Obviously, that's a total scam. Lin Tan suggests taking the bus for only $30 instead. Yuxuan is totally down for it. To him, you spend when you need to and save when you can. They weren't in any rush anyway. The assassin chick following them is having a massive identity crisis about Lin Tan's supposed millionaire status. Back at the hotel lobby, Lin Tan stacks a bunch of coupons to save another $30. The hit woman is even more confused. Lin Tan acts like a broke cheapskate, so there's no way he's a billionaire. She concludes he must just be Yuxuan's assistant, but to find the real target, she's gonna have to interrogate this lackey. At 10 p.m., Lin Tan is shirtless, gaming in the living room, when the doorbell rings. He peeks through the peephole and asks, "Who's there?" Outside stands the Kami assassin, dressed up and looking pretty. She introduces herself as hotel staff bringing up a late-night snack. Lin Tan doesn't remember ordering room service, but he's still happy to crack the door open and let her in. He takes one bite and the system pings. Truth serum detected, auto-activating the anti-poison skill. The effect of the drug is nullified instantly. Lin Tan immediately realizes she's a plant sent by the Kamita clan. Since she's using truth serum, he decides to mess with her a bit. He starts clutching his head, shouting, "My head, it hurts so much." The assassin is feeling pretty smug, watching him struggle. The system pings again. Beautiful female target detected, initiating mission. The assassin strikes a pose to seduce him and asks, "Where's that rich Lin guy who's with Yuxuan?" Her current favorability toward him is sitting at a cool 30%. Lin Tan puts on a dumb act and says, "I'm a sucker for an innocent face and a stacked chest." The assassin is taken aback, guessing that his willpower must be bottom tier, causing the truth serum to strip away all his self-control. She keeps playing along, trying to butter him up before asking again where the rich guy is. Lin Tan doesn't hesitate. He tells her to sit on his lap and feed him if she wants the answer, and the assassin actually does it, hopping on his lap to hand feed him fruit. Once she gets the intel that the rich guy will show up when the auction officially starts, she climbs fully onto him and tries to knock him out cold. Thinking he's out for the count, she fixes her mask and bounces. She's sure he'll wake up tomorrow with no memory of what happened tonight. The moment she leaves, Lin Tan sits right back up. Not bad for a pro-trained assassin. Her kick had some serious power. If his stats hadn't been leveled up, he would have been out like a light. The Kamita clan can't even wait for the auction to start, which just makes Lin Tan even more hyped for the main event. A few days later, at the main auction hall, Kamita walks in with Cao Jun and the assassin from the other night. Flanked by a squad of bodyguards, the guy gets a VIP welcome from everyone in the hall. The assassin whispers to Kamita, "If that guy shows up today, I can just ambush him at the door." But Kamita says there's no need for that. He thinks the way the boy is hiding shows he's panicking, and in terms of aura, he's already lost. Cao Jun and the assassin chat behind his back, feeling smug. If Lin Jin shows up today, it's curtains for him. The assassin suddenly notices a crowd gathering in the distance. She spots Yuxuan standing next to a man, and Cao Jun screams in shock. "Lin Xin," he shouts angrily. "Is that guy really here already?" The assassin can't believe the guy she pegged as a mere assistant is actually some big-shot billionaire. Lin Xin and Yuxuan walk up to Kamita to say hi, and our boy happily trolls them, noting that it's just a bunch of familiar faces. This fat, big-faced dude is Kamita, right? The assassin is sweating, wondering why her poison didn't do a damn thing. Turns out, Lin Xin saw right through her fake identity from the jump. Old man Kamita glares at the assassin, calling her a useless piece of trash. Cao Jun points right in his face, warning him that while he's got guts for showing up, he's acting way too arrogant in front of Kamita. Lin Jin holds up his hands playfully. "I wouldn't dare act out. I'm just a small fry here, so please go ahead and take the lead, sir." The old man stares him down, brow furrowed. "Welcome, young talent. Let's hope you don't disappoint me, Mr. Lin." Lin Jin is chill as ever. "Don't you worry. I'm sure I'll give you quite the surprise." The auction kicks off, but before it starts, the host announces this is the largest charity auction in the Little Wa Kingdom and a major global event. 90% of the proceeds are being donated to a global relief fund. Then, the host introduces the heavy hitters in the room. Chairman Kamita from the Kamita Group, Anne from the Zhou family, the tycoon from the Dat Nation, the big players from the Middle East, and finally, Mr. Lin from the Hua Nation. Everyone starts whispering, wondering who this random guy is, since they've never heard of him. Someone behind them mutters that the Lin family doesn't have anyone like him, so he must be a nouveau riche, nobody looking to soak up some clout. Yuxuan is uncomfortable sitting next to him, but Lin Xin stays calm and walks up to the stage. He grabs the mic to share a few words, setting the mood for the rest of the night. First off, Lin Xin says he's here for the Hua Nation's artifacts, so anything he's got his eyes on is coming home with him, guaranteed. Especially the stolen Hua artifacts. He's definitely taking those back. Secondly, since this is a charity auction, he wants to make things a little more interesting for everyone. Whatever the final bid amount is, he's going to double it and donate that extra amount straight to the charity fund. Thirdly, he gives everyone a friendly heads up to bid carefully, or they might end up losing big, then turns to ask, "Am I right, Mr. Kamita?" His words move Yuxuan to tears, while old man Kamita's face goes dark as he starts plotting. The crowd starts buzzing with gossip. That kid is so cocky, he clearly doesn't know his place, though some are still whispering that he's actually kind of handsome. Old man Kamita sneers, he's just putting on a show, dancing around like a clown, nothing to be afraid of. Kamita's assistant whispers to him that every single rival here has been thoroughly investigated. The Zhou family brought 5 billion, the Dat Nation rep and the Middle Easterners brought 4 billion and 4.5 billion respectively. Old man Kamita brought 8 billion, more than enough to wipe the floor with all of them. This auction is a key step in his Great East Asia artifact plan. After the auction, he'll hit the headlines immediately and use the opportunity to announce his plans to the whole world. By then, Kamita Group stock will hit the moon. He's feeling incredibly smug, ready to crush this little ant on his path to greatness. The host starts the auction, and the first item is the time-treasured incense burner, starting at 8 million. Komeda bids 30 million, and no one dares to go higher. He glances over at Lin Xin, who is busy checking out the antique with Yuxuan. Yuxuan happily explains that many ancient nations used to export these kinds of goods abroad. Then she feels shy, because he clearly knows more than her, yet he's still listening to her explanation. Lin Xin says he loves how focused she looks. Yuxuan blushes and her favorability rating jumps by 5%. Old man Kamita looks at them with pure contempt. Next up is the auction for the Hua Nation's artifacts. Let's see how you dodge his next move, kid. The next antique introduced is the peacock blue and white porcelain plate from the Hua Nation, starting at 10 million. Lin Tan raised his paddle, but all the big shots were watching to see how much this arrogant kid actually knew. He instantly dropped a 300 million bid, leaving everyone shook. He's really going that hard on the very first round? Old Kameda just laughed and muttered, "That's just the weak trying to prove themselves. How pathetic." He decided not to compete, claiming the porcelain plate was worth at most 180 million, so if the kid wants to waste his cash, let him. Lin Tan immediately handed the plate to Yuxuan, telling her it perfectly matched her beauty. The crowd started whispering about him, just casually dumping antiques on his girlfriend. Is he really that loaded? Yuxuan looked confused, saying that technically that should go to their museum, but she thanked him and admitted she loved it, while the crowd felt salty seeing them acting all lovey-dovey. The third antique was the Jade Qin Ko from the Xuande era, starting at 80 million. Old Kamita bid 200 million himself, but Lin Tan immediately countered with 500 million, annoying Kamita's side. Didn't this kid say he only collects Huaguo antiques? The secretary quietly reminded him that the kid is doing this just to troll him. Despite being triggered, old Kamita kept his composure and called Lin Tan childish. With the bid locked at 500 million, Lin Tan stood up and turned to the female assassin next to Kameda, saying, "This Jade Qin Ko is for you, Miss Saito. Thanks for your service," he added, having snagged her name through his quest identification system. Old Kamita was furious that the top-secret name got leaked. She desperately tried to explain, saying he must have used some shady tricks to get her name. But when she tried to refuse it, old Kamita barked at her to know her place and ordered her to accept it. Saito lowered her head, begrudgingly agreeing. Her favorability dropped by 10%. It's rare to see someone lose points by giving them money. But Lin Tan was still vibing, enjoying the sight of the old man's twisted expression. Saito was super annoyed, some random dude giving her a gift, making her boss suspicious. She clenched her fists, but then felt a bit shy since it was her first time getting a gift, bumping her favorability up by 5%. Then she got angry again, feeling salty that the person giving it was such a jerk, causing her favorability to drop another 3%. Lin Tan couldn't keep up with her mood swings, but while he expected the auction to stay lit, nobody else was placing bids. The next set of antiques weren't even from Huaguo. Old Kamita cursed Lin Tan under his breath, thinking, "Enjoy your moment, you dead man walking." The next item was a vase from the Lian Chuang era, starting at 5 million, and the big shots started bidding it up from 8 million to 10 million, and finally 30 million. In the end, Kamita locked it in at 80 million. The room erupted in applause to congratulate him. Taojun the Snitch whispered to Kamita, saying those tycoons were just sucking up to him, but their eyes were actually glued to Lin Tan. He didn't stop there and let it slip that the only reason they were able to win that bid was because Lin Tan barely moved his pinky finger. Before he could finish, old Kamita landed a massive slap right across his face. Shut your mouth! Lin Tan just poured more gasoline on the fire, acting surprised that everyone was still watching him. Don't worry, the next one is actually a Huaguo antique. If you guys want me to make a move, I'll play along. The next artifact was the Van Lai Sun Ha map from the Tang Dynasty, starting at 80 million. The room suddenly got hype, with bids flying at 100 million, 200 million, then 300 million. Old Kamita kept a straight face and dropped a cool 800 million. Lin Tan jumped in, but bored by the slow bidding, he instantly raised it to 2 billion. All eyes snapped to him, but the bid climbed to 2.5 billion, and old Kamita was officially losing his mind. Cao Jun tried to remind him about their original strategy. They were supposed to secure the most antiques possible. But at this point, the old man couldn't care less. If he keeps folding every single time, he's got no face left to show. If they want to play, Lin Tan is ready to go all the way to the finish line. He raised his paddle and bid 3 billion. Old Kamita immediately hit back with 3.5 billion. Lin Tan matched him instantly. He held his paddle high and bid 4 billion. The crowd went absolutely wild. That painting was only worth 200 million, but now the prices skyrocketed tenfold. What a total waste of money, just throwing cash out the window. The secretary and the lackeys saw what was happening, and quickly held back old man Kamita. Even the assassin Saito stood up to stop him. The old guy flashed a cryptic smile and lowered his bidding paddle. He smugly acted like he was done playing the game. 4 billion, and the painting is finally yours, kid. The crowd around Lin Xin started buzzing with chaos. Turns out Chairman Kamita was just acting triggered to bait Lin Xin into overspending. They were gloating that Lin Xin's bank account isn't infinite, so if they keep driving the price up, he'll fold soon. They praised Kamita for being such a mastermind. But our boy Lin Xin isn't some small-time shrimp. He's perfectly fine playing by these rules. Old man Kamita smirked and admitted he had accepted defeat on this round. The Wanli Shanhei painting is locked in at 4 billion. Right on cue, old man Kamita started cooking up a new scheme. He ordered his secretary to borrow money from Sanrio Soji and Futu. Soji used his own real estate as collateral to cough up 10 billion for him. The remaining funds, after bidding on other relics, wouldn't be enough to sustain his master plan. He figured a guy like Lin Xin, being all arrogant and prideful, would definitely risk everything to hoard those Huaguo artifacts. That's why the final item, the glazed Guanyin statue, is the real heavy hitter. He gritted his teeth, thinking that a perfectionist like Lin Xin wouldn't let a mistake slide, so he'd surely go all out for it. His main objective is to snatch that glazed Guanyin statue. Since Lin Xin already dropped so much cash on the previous items, there's no way he'd pass up the final piece. They're betting that Lin Xin is backed by some patriotic tycoon group, which is the only way to explain how he has so much cash. The old man is certain he's going to win. There's no way he can take an L. The assassin Saito was eavesdropping on their whole plan, and she started overthinking things again. She couldn't believe this guy looks like a total goofball, but is actually representing the He Kingdom. Saito's favorability meter just jumped up by 5%, but she immediately shook off that thought. My boss's enemy is my enemy, so the favorability points dropped back down by 2%. Her favorability rating was swinging back and forth, leaving poor Lin Xin feeling completely exhausted. The next item is a Song Dynasty Buddha head from the Huaguo Kingdom, starting bid at 100 million. Lin Xin hits it with 500 million, Kamita counters with 1 billion, and here we go again. The two of them are locked in another round of mental warfare. Lin Xin bids 1.5 billion and old man Kamita immediately backs off. He keeps jacking up the price then pulling out. Talk about a wily old fox. If this keeps up, Lin Xin is going to be in a real tight spot. Real fast. Thanks to the crowd intentionally driving up the prices, Lin Xin still snagged a ton of Huaguo relics. The amount of cash he's burned through has already hit the 6 billion mark. Meanwhile, Kamita has been bidding on a bunch of relics that aren't even from Huaguo. Added to the money he borrowed, he's still got 12 billion in the tank. Finally, the most anticipated artifact is brought out onto the stage. A Yuan Dynasty glazed Guanyin statue from Huaguo, starting bid at 400 million. Old man Kamita is thrilled. This is the final Huaguo relic and the one that will make Lin Xin regret everything. He's already prepped for his grand, triumphant victory. The bidding starts, and Lin Xin makes the first move, throwing up a bid of 1 billion. Old man Kamita matches with 1.5 billion, eyeing him smugly, thinking the real show is just getting started. The sycophants around Chairman Kamita started kissing his feet for taking action, saying his energy is truly next level. This really is a clash of the titans. Lin Xin mocked the old guy for acting like a coward all day, telling him to keep that same calm energy. You're taunting the old man, acting like if he loses this final round, he'll be a laughingstock to the entire Wa Kingdom forever. Lin Tan immediately drops a 3 billion bid. Old Kamita reminds him he's already burned through 8.3 billion, so he can't possibly have more liquidity left than him. He counters with 4 billion. Our boy just chuckles, realizing that's what the old fraud is thinking. All right then, let's keep this party going. The two of them start duking it out in a bidding war. Lin Tan hits 5 billion, Kamita goes 6, then 7, then 8. The old man keeps pushing to 9 billion, but Lin Tan decides to go big and jumps straight to 12 billion, making the old geezer pop a blood vessel and grind his teeth as he bids 16 billion. Yushuan nervously whispers that this is way too much money, but Lin Tan just gives her a mysterious smirk. Meanwhile, Kameta's assistant is sweating buckets. Their total budget was only 12 billion, so they've already massively overshot. The old man ignores his assistant, obsessed with his ego, arrogantly claiming a few billion as pocket change compared to his stocks and private estates. The auctioneer calls out 16 billion for the first time. Any takers? Old man Kamita is sweating, glancing over at Lin Tan. Go on. Bid higher. Scared, kid. The auctioneer keeps tapping the gavel. 16 billion for the second time. The secretary's face turns pale. Those estates and stocks are basically the old man's final assets. He warns him that the price has already gone way past the actual value. If he actually secures this relic, he's going bankrupt for sure. Old man Kamita is officially losing his mind. In his twisted head, as long as he beats Lin Tan, the wealthy tycoons behind the kid will scramble to buy this relic off him. By then, not only would he spend zero, but he'd get major favors from foreign powers. He's counting on Chinese museums to pay him to recover the debt. That's his master plan.
The assassin Sato suddenly speaks up,
Asking what happens if Lin Tan just doesn't want the relic anymore. Wouldn't that mean it's game over? The old man goes berserk, screaming at her to just wait, claiming that soon Lin Tan will be begging on his knees for him to pass the relic over. Lin Tan suddenly drops his paddle and turns around, saying, I guess I'll let you have this treasure, Mr. Kamita. The old man blows 16 billion on the glazed Guanyin statue, and the room erupts in applause, calling it a historic record that won't be broken for the next 50 years. Chairman Kamita, you've won. The constant praise starts to weigh on him, and his face shows clear signs of panic. Then old man Kamita and his crew strut over to Lin Tan and Yushuan. He sneers at our boy. Didn't you claim you were going to buy back all the Chinese artifacts? That's all the cash you brought? He's feeling smug, convinced that because the Guanyin statue was the biggest prize, Lin Tan failed his mission. How are you going to face the big shots back in China now? He adds that Lin Tan's supposed patriotism is absolutely worthless. Then he gestures for Saito to bring over a katana. He draws the blade, lecturing him on the warrior spirit of the Wa Kingdom, where failure requires cutting off your own hand to apologize, and tosses the sword right at our boy's feet. Lin Tan stays silent, letting Kamita and that dog Taojun continue their pathetic mockery. Finally, Kamita offers him a deal. If Lin Tan can go borrow 19 billion, he'll sell the Guanyin to him. He's still riding high on his ego, trying to belittle Lin Tan. Only then does Lin Tan speak up, admitting he stayed quiet just to watch the old man's ego inflate. Kamita and Taojun rage, pointing fingers and shouting that Lin Tan is just a sore loser trying to drive the price down. Our boy calmly stands up, fixes his tie, and kindly informs him that his errand boy Taojun is incredibly sloppy at his job. Lin Tan looks him dead in the eye. Your dog here is truly useless. Kamita is sweating now, asking what are you even implying? Lin Tan guesses that Taojun told the old man he was going to buy back every single Chinese artifact. Taojun yells a warning at him. Scared now, are you? Lin Tan tells him to re-examine exactly what he said earlier, dropping a hint that his initial statement specified relics stolen during the period of the Great China era. With Taojun's pea-sized brain, he still didn't get it, but the sharp-witted Kamita had already caught on. The old man slapped Taojun, sending him sprawling to the ground, while the guy still had no clue what was happening. Old man Kamita was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Lin Chen only wanted to collect the artifacts that the kingdom of Oa had looted from his homeland back in the day. And that glazed Guanyin statue was just a mass-produced item the kingdom of Oa sold to the east during ancient times. To Lin Chen, it was basically trash with zero value. Old man Kamita collapsed, and Lin Chen knelt down to talk to him, saying it wasn't exactly worthless, but it was just basic relic tier value. Then he tapped the statue, pointing out that since the Tang dynasty, they stopped making Guanyin statues in this mid-style. It was literally designed specifically for export to the Oa kingdom. That's why it looked like that. Lin Chen stood up, pretending to feel sorry for the old geezer. If the old man had done his homework, he wouldn't have failed this miserably. Now he's dropped 16 billion on a statue worth, at most 400 million. He's officially the laughing stock of the world. He smirked at the old man shaking on the floor with snot and drool running down his face. Didn't this guy go bankrupt just to buy this relic? Not bad for a Kamita. You little turtle! Old man Kamita was trembling violently on the floor. He ordered his men to drag Taojun away, ignoring his desperate screams for mercy. Yushuan ran over to him. She thought he was actually going to fight for that Guanyin statue. At that moment, she still didn't realize it was just an export piece. Lin Chen gave a forced smile and apologized, but you have to fool your own people if you want to bait the enemy. People in the hall swarmed toward Lin Chen, all desperate to network and get in on his business deals. One guy bragged about his museum, another offered to be his personal tour guide while he was in the Oa kingdom. A few trolls even started mocking old man Kamita in the back. It's rare to see someone actually defeat a big shot like Kamita at an auction. He's definitely the most famous guy in the room now, after throwing away 16 billion for a knockoff statue. Everyone's fake respect from earlier vanished, and someone even shoved Kamita to the ground. The shock triggered a heart attack. He gasped for air, clutching his chest as he sat on the floor, wheezing. Lin Chen walked past, not missing the chance to twist the knife. Yo, Mr. Kamita, you good? You really should watch your health, man. Kamata watched them walk away like nothing happened, and his blood started boiling. He grabbed his phone and ordered every single fighter and ninja in the Kamita household to move out immediately. He demanded they retrieve all of Lin Chen's artifacts and made it clear he didn't want the kids seeing the sunrise tomorrow. After the auction, Lin Chen and Yushuan headed to the Homeland Embassy in the Kingdom of Oa. Lin Chen handed over every single artifact to the embassy. The embassy representative was incredibly grateful, thanking him on behalf of the entire nation. He'd heard rumors of Kamata's dirty tactics and promised to do everything in his power to keep Lin Chen safe. Lin Chen thanked him, but he had unfinished business, so he borrowed a car from the embassy. The embassy rep hesitated, asking if he was absolutely sure he wanted to step outside. Yushuan was terrified he'd run into trouble and grabbed his arm, begging him not to go. Lin Chen held her hand, reassuring her that it was all going to be fine. She reluctantly agreed, but her face showed pure anxiety, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Chen then headed down to the parking garage alone. He wasn't about to hide. If he didn't take out Kamita this time, wouldn't this whole trip be a waste of time? Suddenly, 2 shurikens came flying out of the shadows. Lin Chen just tilted his head slightly to dodge them. The assassin behind them was the female killer Sao. She emerged from the darkness, blades already drawn in both hands. Lin Chen smirked, happy to see she'd arrived right on schedule. Did you really not bring the Magatama I gave you? The deadly assassin actually looks a little flustered. Our boy is grinning, because it matches her eyes perfectly. Saito furrows her brows in annoyance. She doesn't get why Lin Chen is gifting her things, but if he thinks he can buy her out, he's dead wrong. The Saito clan ninjas only execute orders for Master Kameta. A master-servant relationship makes things a whole lot easier to negotiate. Lin Jin offers to hire the Saito clan, promising to pay double whatever old man Kamita is shelling out. Saito feels like Lin Jin is straight up insulting her clan, and she's not about to flake on her boss just like that. Lin Shin hits her with a counter question. If your master kicks the bucket, doesn't the contract just automatically void itself? She tells him to shut his trap and lunges right at him. 2 blades flash out, but with his buffed-up reflexes, Lin Jin dodges every single strike. Saito starts getting wary. The guy acts like a complete civilian, yet he's dodging her attacks like a pro. If that's how it is, she switches tactics, backflipping away to drop a smoke bomb. Lin Jin barely manages to cover his face as the parking garage fills with thick fog. Before he can regain his senses, she drops from above and locks him in a chokehold. Her blades nearly gouge his eyes out, but Lin Jin manages to grab her wrist just in time. She tries to shove the blades down, but his physical stats are just too cracked. You'd think he'd be at a disadvantage in this position, but he's holding his own. Saito had this plan from the start. Her attack wasn't that simple. She clamps her thighs around his neck, trying to suffocate him until he passes out from lack of oxygen. Lin Jin bites her leg, forcing Saito to scramble backward in shock. She touches the bite mark, trembling. What a scumbag. She didn't expect him to pull such a dirty move. He straightens his clothes and says, "Look, you're the pro assassin. I'm just an average Joe. If I win, even cheap street fighting counts as a W." Now it's his turn. Lin Jin drops into a stance and sprints straight toward the assassin. She's caught off guard and only has time to grab her blades. But Lin Jin is already faster. He pins her arms and slams her against a car. "Gotcha, now you're mine." Saito tries to go for a low blow, but he blocks it with his leg. Without hesitating, he headbutts her, sending the blades flying and knocking her out cold. Lin Shin rubs his head and sighs in relief. Thank God that's over. His tier 3 stats can barely hold their own against one ninja, but if a whole squad showed up, he'd be cooked. He needs to rethink his strategy fast. Lin Shin drags Saito onto the hood of the car and starts looting her gear. He manages to score a bunch of high-tier weapons. Then he finds a truth serum she was hiding right in her vest. A gadget this convenient is definitely not going to waste. He pops a pill into Saito's mouth. "All right, ninja girl, time to spill the tea." A moment later, Saito wakes up to Lin Jin complaining. He tells her to hurry up because he's on a time crunch. She goes from groggy to full-blown panic mode when she realizes she's tied up arms and legs. Lin Jin breaks the news that he just force-fed her some truth serum. No cap, interrogation time starts now. Saito admits she failed her mission, but she's a trained ninja. She thinks a little truth serum won't break her. He agrees, then out of nowhere he cuts the ropes and sets her free. If he can't get anything out of her, keeping her tied up is just a waste of time. He's already pocketed her weapons to deal with the rest of her goons. Saito is stunned. He's really just letting her walk? No questions asked. Lin Jin looks her dead in the eye. I've got one question. Provided I don't hurt you, what exactly is it going to take for you to drop this hit on me? Honestly, our boy only cares about the fact that if she kicks the bucket, he'll have nowhere left to spend his money. Our boy's words actually moved the assassin Saito, and she turned away, blushing. Why is he being so nice to her, even gifting her a magatana? Her favorability meter just went up by 10%. Lin Shin started heading back to his car, but Sao stopped him. Is she really worried about him going after Kamita all by himself? I mean, if he can't get info out of her, he's obviously got to go grill the other assassins, right? Saito blurted out that old man Kamita is hiding at Beach Villa number 21 in Higashiyatami. She added that even though they've already sent a small army to take him out, there are still 8 gunmen and 6 ninjas guarding the place. Since she gave him the intel, he obviously had to thank her. Saito got angry, claiming she only told him so he'd go there and get himself killed. Kamita is a total psychopath toward both his targets and his own men. Saito mentioned she wanted to escape too, but their clan's rules are brutal. Lin Shin put a hand on Sao's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, he's going to have a little chat with Kamita. With the demands he's about to make, the old man will definitely agree, so he told her to go find somewhere to hide." Then Lin Shin just drove off, leaving Sao standing there completely stunned. Everything Lin Jin does is always so unpredictable. She's never met anyone like him before, so her favorability meters spiked up another 20%. Right in the middle of her flashback, 3 ninjas suddenly appeared out of nowhere to surround Saito. One of them radioed in that the target had escaped. Exiting from the embassy's east gate, Saito Asaka failed her mission and is now suspected of betrayal. The guys on the other end ordered her to be brought in, and Saito turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. She knows the punishment waiting for her is nightmare fuel. That night, at the private beach villa, old man Kamita was torturing Saito to squeeze info out of her. He held the radio, staring blankly out at the ocean. His minions reported that they'd lost the target. They thought Lin Jin would come to them, and waited in ambush, but he just took a different route. By the time they found his car, he was already long gone. Kamita screamed into the radio in a rage. "You guys are absolutely useless. Send the ninjas from the embassy over there immediately. I want you to find him no matter what." Then he turned to Saito, who was strapped to a chair rigged with electrodes. He grabbed her hair, forced her to look up, and demanded to know where Lin Shin went. She had no energy left and could only speak in broken gasps. "I really don't know. He took all my weapons, and didn't share a single part of his plan with me." Getting an answer he didn't like, old man Kamita completely lost it. He couldn't believe Lin Jin would just let Saito go without leaving a mark on her. He hit the switch, and Saito shrieked in agony as the electricity surged through her. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably, struggling to catch her breath. He grabbed her chin and reminded her that he has plenty of effective ways to interrogate people, but he hasn't used them on her yet. That's because he has to keep her perfect body in pristine condition. Otherwise, he can't sell her for a high price. Saito stuttered, begging him not to do it. Suddenly, a huge commotion erupted outside. His villa was under attack. Nobody knows how he snuck in, but he's already taken out a few guys. Kamita recognized it was Lin Jin, ordered the floodlights turned on, and commanded the ninja squad to move out. Down below, Lin Jin dodged all the gunfire, and he even took down another guy before the spotlight could catch him. The 6 ninjas leaped toward him, throwing shuriken and blades, but they all missed. Lin Jin dodged everything with ease, and then leaped straight into the ocean. The 6 ninjas dived in right after him. Back in the villa, Kamita looked on with a smug grin. These ninjas are the elite squad from the Saito clan, and their underwater assassination skills are actually top tier. Lin Tan is definitely not making it out of this alive. Underwater, a ninja comes lunging from behind with a dagger. Lin Tan dodges like a pro and circles right behind the guy. The ninja barely turns around before our boy slits his throat. The remaining goons use hand signals. Since our MC is too fast, they stop spreading out and group up to cover each other. Lin Tan's speed is honestly insane. No human should be able to move like that. They're clustering up, but that just makes it easier for him to swim circles around them and spot the weaknesses. On land, he couldn't take them all on, but in the water, they can't use their projectiles, and they're way slower than him. Lin Tan still has 10 minutes of air left, plenty of time to clear this lobby. The only problem is, he doesn't know how long he can stay in this water before he starts mutating. Plus, the waters around the Small Kingdom are gross, so he needs to speed run this fight. Over on the ninja side, one of them is already running low on oxygen. The guy breaks formation to surface, and Lin Tan ends him in a blink. The others are losing their minds, partly because they're suffocating, and partly because Lin Tan doesn't even seem human. He's been under for 3 minutes without surfacing, and he's still moving at light speed. Inside the villa, Kamita hears the gunfire stop and laughs. What a total NPC, thinking he could take me on solo. He's just bummed he didn't get to see the look of pure despair on Lin Tan's face before he died. Saito closes her eyes and whispers Lin Tan's name. Not giving her a second to mourn, the boss pulls out a purple vial. It's time for him to deal with the traitor. Saito knows exactly what that is, and she definitely doesn't want any part of it. He forces her mouth open and drops the liquid right in. He wants to have his fun with her before he sells her off. As for the Saito clan, he'll just report that she failed the mission and was killed. They won't care about a used asset anyway. She tries her hardest to swallow her tears. When Lin Tan spoke in the parking garage, she truly believed he was the one who could change her fate. Saito prays to the heavens, if miracles exist, please let one happen now. Kamita walks past her, smirking. There's no heaven, but I can definitely send you to hell. Suddenly, a voice from the window says, and I'm here to kick you into the abyss instead. Kamita jumps in terror. It's Lin Tan. Our boy just strolls in through the window like he owns the place. Saito is sobbing, completely overwhelmed with emotion. Her favorability meter just spiked by 50%. He apologizes for being fashionably late. Those ninja goons were just getting in his way, anyway. Kamita panics and reaches for his radio, but Lin Tan nails his hand with a throwing star. The guy screams in agony. Lin Tan closes the distance and delivers a front kick that sends the boss flying, coughing up blood. Kamita is left on the floor, groaning like a pathetic loser. He tells the guy to pipe down and stop being a nuisance, then slices the ropes to set her free. The boss is in total disbelief, still convinced the guy should be dead. Lin Tan just shrugs and says his swimming technique is just built different. Lin Tan helps Saito up, hands her a sword, and asks if she wants the honor of finishing the trash. Komeda loses all his CEO arrogance, trembling on his knees, begging for mercy. But Saito skips the sword and pours the rest of that purple vial directly into his mouth. One slash would be too easy. A whole bottle of that stuff is the perfect send-off for him. The duo turns their backs and leaves him there, desperately trying to gag the poison out. They hop on a small boat and head back to shore. Even after moving a fair distance away, you could still hear the agonizing screams of old man Kamita. Lin Tan couldn't help but think this potion was seriously OP and terrifying. But the show was far from over. Earlier, Saito had also been forced to drink the same stuff. Even just a single drop was enough to push her over the edge. Saito, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, clung to our boy in a total daze. She apologized, then wrapped her arms around Lin Tan. Saito desperately climbed on top, wanting to settle things right then and there. Lin Tan wanted to reach the shore and find a safe spot first, but she told him to keep driving the boat. She'd handle the rest herself. Then came the spicy scene that the author can't exactly show on camera. Throughout the whole thing, Lin Tan was super considerate of her feelings, which really touched her heart. Her favorability meter just jumped by 10%. They continued drifting through the night, surrounded by virtual heart emojis. By dawn, the two of them were snuggling on the side of the boat. Lin Tan was feeling pretty relaxed. He never expected to experience something this wild. Saito lay in his arms, opening up about her life story. Now that Kamita is dead, her master-servant contract is void, but she still has to return to the Saito family to face punishment. Lin Tan told her to quit the ninja life. Constantly flirting with death isn't the vibe, and shouldn't a pretty girl like her just live a peaceful life? But she didn't even know what else she could do, besides being a ninja. She was adopted by the Saito family from an orphanage and trained strictly from childhood, taught that being a ninja was her only destiny. Lin Tan casually whipped out a VIP card. He suggested that if she doesn't know what to do with her life, she should go find out. He gifted her a card already loaded with 1 billion, so she could find something she actually likes to do and start living for herself. Saito took the card, tears welling up in her eyes as she thanked him. She was genuinely moved, and her favorability surged by another 45%. Saito's favorability hit 90%, and the system refunded 10% of the money he spent, 150 million back in his pocket, plus a stat boost that leveled everything up to level 4. The system offered him 3 gift skills to choose from: piano mastery, finger dancing mastery, and hexagon jumping mastery, but our boy decided not to rush the pick. The next day, the news about Kamita finally hit the headlines. The old man was found dead in his private villa. A bunch of his bodyguards were taken out too. The speculation is that a rival conglomerate hired professional ninjas to do the hit. The embassy representative went all the way to the airport to see him and Yushuan off. He was thrilled that Kamita kicked the bucket, ensuring the duo could head home safe and sound. He also thanked our boy for his massive contribution to the nation. Lin Tan and Yushuan then casually strolled onto their flight. The mission was a total success, though Lin Tan was bummed he didn't get to properly enjoy the sights in the Hua Kingdom. Yushuan told him he could always come back next time for a cultural exchange trip. The plane took off. Not far away, Saito stood watching the plane disappear, feeling lighter than air. She had some personal business to finish, and then she'd head to the Hua Kingdom to find Lin Tan. Maybe she finally found a purpose for her own life. Upon landing in the Hua Kingdom, Lin Tan just stood back and let Yushuan handle all the logistics. It was her museum, after all. The system suddenly pinged with a notification. It was time to lock in that skill. Lin Tan almost completely forgot about that. Of the three skills, he didn't even have a clue what finger dancing or hexagon jumping were supposed to be. Piano actually sounded like a flex, so he locked in piano mastery. The skill jumped straight to rank A. His brain was instantly flooded with a mountain of professional piano knowledge. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. It was Ya H. She showed up to pick our boy up, keeping it a surprise without even a heads up. She'd asked him when he was heading back before, but Lin Tan didn't realize she'd actually be this thoughtful. Washi ran up to him, wrapped him in a hug, and planted a kiss right there because she'd missed him that much. She wanted to treat him to a meal, then hit up a few property viewings together. She'd already scouted a place she liked priced at around 1.5 million. Lin Tan looked hyped, but honestly 1.5 million is pocket change. If he's gonna gift it, he's going big. The more cash he drops, the more he gets refunded back to his personal account, baby. Yashi's favorability meter is sitting at 95% now, and our boy is curious. What happens when it hits the 100% cap? Lin Tan rolled with Yashi, completely forgetting about Yuxuan in the process. Right on cue, Yuxuan rolled up and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Tan started sweating bullets, trying to figure out how to play this. He bluffed that it was just a friend, and luckily, just as Yashi ran off to catch a cab, a guy nearby was waving at a friend, so Yuxuan just assumed that was who was picking him up. Before Lin Tan could even react, Yuxuan planted a kiss on his cheek. She told him he'd worked hard on the trip and risked his neck out there. She told him to leave the inventory sorting to her, and then ran off, blushing like crazy. Lin Tan was still sweating, but hey, getting a kiss from a beauty? Definitely a W. Just then, Yashi called from the cab, waving him over to hurry up. Lin Tan felt a wave of relief. He dodged a massive confrontation. Afterward, Lin Tan and Yashi headed to check out a villa at the Due Pin estate. He'd asked a buddy for a referral earlier, though Yashi was caught off guard and seemed a bit hesitant. The referral came from one of those wealthy heirs in his circle. The guy was more than happy to help Lin Tan out. He told them to check out the #1 Long Yuan unit, saying it was the only one that matched the status of a big boss like him. They stepped inside, and Yashi, knowing these villas started at 100 million, was clearly getting cold feet. A staff member greeted them with a smile, but the moment Lin Tan mentioned checking out Long Yuan H1, her vibe shifted to pure annoyance. She figured they were just clout chasers trying to livestream. She wanted to dump them on another staffer, but she kept the fake smile on and pointed them toward the floor plans anyway. As soon as Yashi saw the 300 million price tag, she started stressing out, wasn't this way too expensive? The staff member gave them both a look of absolute disdain. Lin Tan looked at Yashi seriously. He wasn't about to settle for anything less for her first home. If he's giving a gift, it has to be the most expensive one on the market. Yashi's eyes welled up with tears of joy, and her favorability meter ticked up another 3%, hitting 98%. Lin Tan was vibing, laughing to himself about the easy gains. Just then, another couple walked in, a pot-bellied middle-aged guy and a young girl with very exaggerated assets. He told his girl he was here to scope out Long Yuan Ash 1. Both of them looked like they were trying way too hard to act like high society elites. The middle-aged guy stood next to Lin Tan and asked, "Bro, you looking to buy a villa too?" Lin Tan was about to ask what kind of trust fund baby he was, but Yashi pointed him toward the pool of Long Yuan 1 instead. The other couple came over for Long Yuan 1 as well, smugly saying what a coincidence it was. Lin Tan couldn't be bothered, but Yashi was clearly irritated. She ignored them and said, "We've already decided on Long Yuan 1, you two can just go look at it 2 and 3. The middle-aged guy adjusted his glasses, acting impressed that such a young guy was already a billionaire. Since they claimed it first, he'd let them have it, then turned to ask his girlfriend for her thoughts. She gave our boy a sharp, judgmental look and said, "We wanted it, but let's just treat this as a gesture of friendship." Yashi just scoffed and didn't even dignify that with a response. Meanwhile, Lin Tan went to go ask the staff for the restroom. Inside the bathroom, Lin Tan was washing his hands when that middle-aged guy walked in, stood next to him, and pulled out a cigarette. He looked at him and said, "Bro, once you're in too deep, you might as well play the hand, right?" Lin Tan heard the words, but he didn't have a clue what this guy was babbling about. The guy lit his cigarette and kept trying to act all mysterious and wise. He complained that the girl with our boy was way too high maintenance. He figured our boy was struggling to keep her under control, and naturally, Lin Tan was still just standing there, confused as ever. It turns out he's a fake nouveau riche, and he thinks our boy is just cosplaying as a rich heir, probably waiting to see how he'll embarrass himself later. The guy is even bragging about how his performance is totally flawless. Like anyone could actually trick Lin Shi, let alone this clown. Lin Jin is honestly just bewildered by this guy. The guy throws an arm around his shoulder, feeling a vibe, and starts teaching him his scamming tricks, pulling out a keychain loaded with luxury brands like Porsche, Lamborghini. Lin Jin recognized them instantly. The guy laughs, telling him these are just lighters, total props for his fake persona. That girl Nini only fell for him in the first place because she saw that fake keychain. He then keeps lecturing him on how his current look won't intimidate anyone, sharing all his scams and even offering a discount on his self-made crash course. Meanwhile, the two girls outside are having their own little chat. Nini eyes Yashi's bag and starts acting snobby, saying her Hermes looks real enough, but claiming hers is legit, clearly holding a grudge against her. Nini smiles sweetly, telling her not to get it wrong because they're not enemies and their goals are the same, but while she keeps yapping, Yashi is as clueless as Lin Jin. This girl is just as bad as the guy, pretending to be an elite socialite who hunts for rich CEOs, bragging about all her conquests. She claims the bag she's holding is a Chanel gift from CEO Kim, worth 120,000. Nini cautiously warns Yashi that her rich boyfriend is a fake, but no worries, she's happy to help expose this scammer, and even promises to add her to an elite socialite chat group to fast-track her into high society within a week. Just then, Lin Jin walks out, and Yaji turns to him saying she likes the Longyuan Unit 1, so he doesn't hesitate to call the staff to start the paperwork. The fake middle-aged rich guy is already waiting to save him from embarrassment. On the other side, Nini is ready to help Yashi debunk this fake heir. Not wanting to disappoint the two losers, Lin Jin swipes his card for a cool 3 million and puts the property under Yashi's name. Yashi is basically living in a dream world now, already picturing their life together in this new house. The other two are petrified in shock, and the staff member who served them earlier is absolutely losing her mind. The staff bows and invites Lin Jin and Yashi to tour the Longyuan Unit 2. The fake rich guy and the fake socialite finally realize they've been played. Turns out, they were the real clowns in this whole story. The Longyuan unit they bought is super luxurious, huge grounds, and even a sick ocean view. He grabs the keys and heads inside. The security guard was slacking off, but hears footsteps and wakes up to block them, refusing entry. The contract staff member runs over and kicks the guard aside to clear the way for Lin Jin and Yashi. The two of them are speechless, and the staff member quickly leaves to let the boss and his beauty enjoy their new crib. Inside, the staff and servers are lined up to welcome them. There's a dedicated liquor display, a pool and entertainment area in the back, plus a private gym and a massive bathroom. It's big enough for 10 people to shower in, plus there's a sauna right next to it. Yashi is backing away carefully, but accidentally hits the shower nozzle. Lin Jin turns around to see her completely drenched. She explains she didn't mean to hit the switch. Lin Jin awkwardly tells her to just go ahead and take a warm shower while he goes out to get her some new clothes. He turns to leave, but Yashi pulls him back. She weakly tells him not to go, saying she'd be terrified all alone in such a huge villa. And then, the two of them share a super spicy moment right there in the bathroom. Washi's favorability points shot up by another 2%, hitting the max at 100%. The system instantly updates his first 100% achievement. Milestone unlocked. The relationship between him and Yashi has officially leveled up. From now on, she's ride or die and will never betray him. The 300 million he spent on her is refunded as 30 million, plus a stat boost across the board. Now he can choose any B-rank ability he wants. Lin Jin is feeling incredibly smug. If she's officially ride or die, that means even if she knows he's seeing other women, she won't get jealous or drop in favorability. The harem drama is officially dead. Having a girl in every arm is no longer just a dream. The next day at the girls' dorm, Jung wakes up just as Yashi returns. Yashi's sluggish, dazed appearance doesn't escape Jung's suspicious eyes. Tron asked where Yashi went yesterday, but she just flopped onto the bed claiming she was exhausted. So Tron checked the socials herself. Tron unlocked her phone to see Yashi's latest post, a photo of the bed and some food, topped off with a shot of Lin Tan holding her hand. The caption was all cheesy vibes, words of love on the lips, moonlight on the face, romance in the head, and him by my side. Tron was shaking with rage. Even though the post was vague, she knew exactly who that was. It was Lin Tan. Yashi was pretending to be dead tired, but she kept stealing glances at Tran's triggered expression. Yashi decided to add fuel to the fire, saying, "In this world besides Lin Tan, do you really think I'd look at anyone else?" She also low-key flexed that it was the luxury villa Lin Tan bought for her, saying, "It's our home." Tron maintained her superior aura, acting like a caring sister while telling Yashi that Lin Tan is just playing around and she shouldn't get too attached. But with her favorability meter at 100%, that kind of talk didn't even matter anymore. Yashi loved Lin Tan so much that even if there were other women, she wouldn't be jealous because she knew she'd be by his side forever. Tron frowned in annoyance, thinking she's totally lost it. After a wild night, Yashi was too tired to keep arguing, so she turned away to sleep, even telling her roommate to keep chasing after Lin Tan if she wanted. Tran cursed under her breath. Her last plan flopped, but she was sure that this time, Lin Tan would notice her. She really thought she was built different from the others. A few days later, Lin Tan was deep in dreamland when his phone started blowing up. Who the heck is spamming me this early in the morning? He groggily opened his phone to find messages from Yashi, Tron Yanbao, and even a group of wealthy socialites, wishing him a happy birthday. Lin Tan completely forgot it was his birthday, and all three girls were trying to pull up to celebrate with him. He'd never had a girl celebrate his birthday before, so this was a new feeling. Lin Tan was actually happy, but he rejected all of them. He claimed he already had plans with his roommates and pushed them to another time. Dealing with that many girls at once is just too much of a headache. And let's be real, Lin Tan isn't about that time management grind. Just as he tossed his phone, his roommates showed up and insisted on taking him out for a birthday dinner. Once he agreed, they exchanged some sus grins. They definitely had some shady business going on. When he arrived at the fancy hotel for the meetup, he thought, these bros are actually treating me to a place this high-end. He'd only been here once before with Yan Bao. His friends texted him that they were waiting on the third floor. Lin Tan headed up to the third floor and snapped a pic to send to the group chat as a signal. Suddenly, some girl with clown-tier lipsticks started screaming at him. She demanded to know why he was taking secret photos of her and told him to delete them and apologize immediately. He tried to explain he wasn't taking photos of her, but she just scoffed, saying every pervert says the exact same thing. She didn't stop there, making a scene to get everyone's attention and threatening to call the cops, claiming that because she looks so good, pervs are always trying to sneak photos of her. Lin Tan held up his phone to show her his own selfie, to prove his point. Open your eyes and look at this. She looked like a total clown, and the crowd started stifling laughs at her expense. Just then Yashi walked over. Lin Tan, you're finally here. He was surprised, but Yashi grabbed his arm and dragged him away, leaving the lipstick-covered girl standing there in shock. People around them started whispering, his girlfriend is way hotter than her. Why would he even bother stalking someone like that? She's ugly and just loves to make a scene. She was fuming, thinking, this whole crowd is blind. How could I possibly lose to that fake innocent socialite? I'm so beautiful. How could they treat me like this? This guy is such an idiot. Yashi led Lin Tan to a table. She wanted to host his birthday dinner, so she'd actually bribed his roommates to help. That explains how those guys got into such a fancy restaurant. Lin Tan felt a bit drained since he couldn't escape the drama for even one peaceful day. But hey, at least there wasn't a full-blown catfight yet. Yashi pulled out a watch. Lin Tan, happy birthday. He didn't see any reason not to accept. Just as he was glad there was no fighting, Tron appeared with a belt as a birthday gift. Yashi leaned in close to Lin Tan and asked, why are you here, Tron? Tron ignored her and leaned toward Lin Tan, saying, this is a high-end belt. I thought it would suit your vibe perfectly. Yashi got ticked off and said, that belt only costs 50,000, but the Omega watch I got him is the latest model and costs 200,000. Tron didn't back down, arguing that even though it was only 50,000, it was every cent she had. And besides, how much has Lin Tan given Yashi for her to only drop 200K on a gift? Lin Tan just wanted to end the drama, so he told Zheng to take her gift back since he wasn't accepting it. But Zheng completely misread the room, thinking Lin Tan only wanted her to take it back because he heard she spent all her money. She's like, oh, Lin Tan still loves me, and her favorability meter just jumped by 3%. The favorability boost left Lin Tan super confused, like, what is actually wrong with this woman? I didn't even take her gift, and she's still gaining favorability points? Zheng hugged him tight and whispered, Lin Tan, I'm falling for you more and more every day. Yashi saw that and instantly got triggered. The three of them made such a scene that they started drawing eyes from everyone in the restaurant. But wait, it gets better. Zheng was totally prepared. At the bottom of the gift box was a bunny suit. Back when they were dating, Lin Tan mentioned it once, so she brought it to try and win him back. The two girls immediately started fighting over him again. All this noise caught the attention of that arrogant lady from earlier. She waited for Yashi and Zheng to head to the restroom and decided to tail them. In the bathroom, a furious Yashi said, Lin Tan has already made his feelings clear, yet Zheng just won't stop clinging to him. Zheng just gave a smug smirk, convinced that Lin Tan was already vibing with her and that Yashi should be the one to back off. Suddenly, that nosy lady jumped out to stop their bickering. She screamed at them to snap out of it. She claimed the guy was obviously a scammer and not worth their time. She kept up her one-woman show, acting all pitying that two gorgeous queens were fighting over some broke loser. Yashi and Zheng just stared at her in total confusion, ignored her existence, and went right back to fighting. Meanwhile, Lin Tan had already peaced out, because who could eat with those two causing a scene? He was waiting for the elevator when he heard someone calling his name. He jumped and turned around. It was Yuxuan. She happily asked what he was doing here. Lin Tan scratched his head and said he had a date with his roommates, but they stood him up. As for Yuxuan, she was here because her family was dining at the restaurant too. She was all smiles, acting like their meeting was written in the stars. She told him the artifacts were all set, and the exhibition would open in 2 days. The PR campaign was already fully handled. The two of them started chatting, while walking down the hall. Talk about bad luck. They ran straight into that nosy lady the second they stepped out of the elevator. The lady started acting like she'd completely lost it. Seeing Lin Tan with an even prettier girl, she was determined to expose him once and for all. Back on the Lin Tan and Ya Shi side of things, he wondered why she was downstairs if she was supposed to be with her family. Yuxuan explained she came down to pick up a friend. Her friend is a girl she's known for ages. Right on cue, the friend arrived. Lin Tan was caught off guard. It was Yanbao. She was with her parents, waving excitedly at Yuxuan. Yuxuan greeted them, but the moment she started introducing Lin Tan as the guy she'd been talking about, he dipped. Lin Tan was sweating bullets, thinking, man, the world is way too small. Who would have guessed Yuxuan and Yanbao were besties? Even though he wasn't officially dating either of them, the drama with Zheng and Yashi was already giving him a headache, so he needed a place to hide. That nosy lady managed to snap photos of the whole thing, ready to expose him. Lin Tan got his wish. He spotted a pianist at the end of the hall, told the guy his shift was over, made up an excuse about forgetting his uniform, and basically swiped the poor guy's outfit. Still having a shred of conscience, he told the guy that even if he hadn't finished a full day, he'd make sure management paid him for a full shift so he could head home. Lin Tan felt a wave of relief, thinking that as long as he stayed here, no one would notice him. He just needed to ride out this wave. Thanks to his upgraded piano skills, the second his fingers touched the keys, he felt the music flowing through his brain. Our boy gets into the zone and immediately has every eye in the restaurant locked onto him. The melody Lin Tan is playing is hitting everyone right in the feels. Yuxuan is the first to realize he's playing the legendary Golden House. The entire restaurant is basically in a trance, vibing to his performance. Everyone is staring, and the music is bringing back all their core memories. Zanzan and Yashi are also in the crowd, soaking it all in. Seeing that it's Lin Tan on the keys, their hearts do a little flip. They had no idea he was such a musical genius. He's playing like a world-class maestro, commanding the stage. Yuxuan, Yanbao, Zenzan, and Yashi are all completely down bad for his performance. Yuxuan is daydreaming about frolicking through flower fields with Lin Tan. She's already thinking long-term. She wants to lock him down as her husband. Yashi is fantasizing about them living their best lives together on the beach. Zanzan is being super bold, imagining them riding horses into the sunset. All four girls can't stop simping over his looks and his insane talent. Naturally, the favorability points are just climbing higher and higher. Yuxuan's meter is sitting pretty at 74%. Yanbao is at 87%, and Zanzan is practically maxed out at 99%. Lin Tan snaps back to reality after hearing the system notifications go off. He was so locked in on the music that he completely forgot about his surroundings. As he finishes, the whole room erupts in applause, and everyone rushes over to shower him with praise. Some guy claiming to be a piano pro says he's basically trash compared to Lin Tan, and a few girls are literally throwing themselves at him. Lin Tan is low-key panicking, thinking, I wanted to keep a low profile, not turn into the main character. How do I escape this mess? He spots the four girls watching him from a distance. Just as he's processing the rising affection, a squad of bodyguards pushes through the crowd to clear a path for a trendy-looking blonde guy. Someone in the crowd screams, oh my god, it's the most famous pianist in Yanjiang, Li Dongdong. Mr. Li takes off his shades and praises Lin Tan, calling him a prodigy and begging him to join his elite team. But before he can even finish his pitch, our boy has already dipped. He vanished so fast that nobody even noticed him leaving. Lin Tan is already sprinting toward the exit. It's a good thing the other guy hogged all the attention, or Lin Tan never would have made it out. He sends a silent thank you to that random celebrity guy. Back inside, there's one more girl crushing on him, that icy high-maintenance sister. I don't know how it happened, but she's officially fallen into Lin Tan's love trap. A loud scream rings out, and before he can react, a girl on a motorcycle wipes out and slams straight into him. Lin Tan hits the pavement, and the bike is sprawled across the road. The girl looks like she's seen better days too. Our boy immediately panics and rushes over to check if she's okay. Their eyes meet for a second, and they both shout at the same time. It's you! It's her! Turns out it's that secret agent girl he knows. Her leg is pinned under the bike, and she asks him to lift it off. The bike is heavy, so she starts giving him instructions on how to leverage it. But Lin Tan just sits down and casually lifts the whole thing with one hand, leaving her stunned and forgetting all about her pain. She gasps, how did you do that? This bike weighs like 170 kilos. Lin Tan scratches his head, laughing, I guess I'm just built different. He notices her leg is badly scraped and bleeding, but she just leans against the bike like it's no big deal. To her, these scratches are nothing compared to the dangerous work she usually does. Heck, she's even had broken bones before. Lin Tan is genuinely impressed. Being a field operative is definitely not an easy life. She also tried to thank our boy for the yacht incident, even offering to return the boat and spill the beans about her secret identity. But before the words could leave her mouth, Lin Tan had already peaced out. He called back, telling her to just donate the money to charity for kids in the mountains. No need to thank him for being such a legend. As Lin Tan jogged away, he figured she'd worked herself to the bone, poor girl, so he decided not to sweat the small stuff. He recalled how shook she was by his sheer vitality earlier, which made sense since he's rocking that grade 5 physical stats upgrade. Getting curious about his true limits, he decided to hit the local gym tomorrow to test the waters. The next morning, the gym was already packed with NPCs despite the early hour. Lin Tan was just admiring the gains when a massive roided-out dude walked up and asked if he was trying to simp for some girl nearby. Before Lin Tan could explain he was just looking, the guy cut him off mid-sentence. He started lecturing our boy, saying fitness chicks don't want weaklings, they want actual muscle, bro. He then introduced himself as Wei Long, the top-tier trainer at the Wuyun gym. He tried to upsell a 3-month transformation program, promising he'd get Lin Tan ripped for just 8,000 yuan. Lin Tan quickly tried to dip, but Wei Long insisted on gifting him 2 trial sessions just to bait him into signing up. Still, he brushed him off, saying he was just there to use the equipment, nothing more. Failing to snag a client, the trainer stormed off, muttering that he'd be waiting for Lin Tan to beg for his help, clearly judging him as a broke loser who couldn't afford the course. Lin Tan eyed a leg machine, but since he was a gym rookie, he had zero clue how to operate it. He spotted a girl passing by and asked for a hand. She was actually super chill and helped him adjust the settings. When she looked up, the system instantly pinged, high-tier beauty detected, triggering the counterattack mission. Her name is Tian Luobing, 24 years old, and her current favorability toward our boy is exactly 0%. Lin Tan was honestly impressed even with a hat and mask on. The system scanner is cracked. He accidentally triggered a new feature called Query, where the system explained it can detect plastic surgery within close proximity. Now that is actually broken. Without wasting another second, Lin Tan went straight for the heaviest weight setting. He hopped on and started repping it out at insane speed, turning every head in the room. That girl walked away, thinking he was just another clueless newbie with no idea what 600 kilograms actually feels like. Luobing then headed into her private training room. As luck would have it, her personal trainer turned out to be that same douche, Wei Long. He greeted her and immediately told her to start the warm-up. Seeing the beauty still masked up, he guessed she might be some kind of celebrity. Luobing started with some basic squats and stretches, but the trainer started using the opportunity to get handsy. After a few times, she started to catch on, got ticked off, and shoved him away. She called him out, asking if his training methods were a bit inappropriate. He played the victim, claiming he was just focused on her form and accusing her of gaslighting him. Since that was his game, she drew a boundary, saying she wasn't comfortable with physical contact and demanded a change in routine. Not getting his way, he switched to a brutal regimen, forcing her to speed up and nitpicking every move just to make her redo everything. The extreme intensity left Luobing drenched in sweat, and she eventually had to stop to catch her breath. When she asked if the load was too heavy, he exploded, yelling that since she paid for his class, he had to ensure results, or else his reputation would be toast. She couldn't do this. She couldn't do that. So how exactly do you want me to help you then? He taunted. Not wanting to waste more breath, she got back to it. It's just a little fatigue, right? She reminded herself to stay strong. After being ghosted by her agency for 2 years, she finally landed an idol drama role, so she had to get in top shape. Luobing's body started to crash from the overtraining, and Wei Long was absolutely loving the chaos. A workout this intense would leave even a professional female trainer struggling. He checked her out and thought to himself that he hadn't seen such high-quality eye candy in a year, getting hyped that his plan was finally working. Eventually, Luobing hit her limit and collapsed, unconscious. Wei Long rushed over to shake her and check her pulse, just as Lin Tan happened to pass by. Lin Tan noticed the commotion and realized the person on the floor was someone he'd met earlier. He bolted over to ask what the heck was going on. Wei Long, seeing his scheme interrupted, shrieked, "This is a private session. Get lost." Our boy ignored his whining about privacy and moved in to check on Luobing. She's gasping for air, face looking like a ripe tomato. Wei Long rushes over, pushes Lin Xin aside, and tries to force mouth-to-mouth on Luobing. Her heart rate is sky-high and she's clearly still breathing, yet this clown is trying to perform CPR. Our boy is fuming, asking if he even passed basic first aid or if he's just here to be a creep. The commotion draws a crowd of gym-goers to see what the drama is about. Suddenly, Luobing winces and her body starts twitching. Now Wei Long is looking sweating and confused. Damn, why is this happening? It was just a regular workout. The bystanders are panicking, telling everyone to call an ambulance. An ambulance is at least 15 minutes out, which is way too long for her to hold on. Lin Xin hits up the system, demanding to pick a skill. Since his progression hit 100%, the system lets him pick any skill from C to S tier instantly. No time to waste. He tells the system to give him exactly what he needs to save Luobing, and boom. Mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. Knowledge floods his brain instantly, giving him a massive headache. A moment later, his eyes gleam with newfound clarity. Lin Xin looks her over, starting his expert diagnosis of Luobing's condition. Yang energy is low, no flow. Stagnant qi is blocking her blood flow, causing brain hypoxia. Spotting the issue, he starts pressing her acupuncture points to clear her meridians. The crowd is worried. Seeing how young Lin Xin is, they think he's just a poser who's going to make things worse. But then, the technique actually starts working. Luo Bing slowly opens her eyes, leaving everyone, including that fraud Wei Long, absolutely shook. She's too weak to stand, so Lin Jin helps her up and leans her against the wall. Everyone just witnessed the classic hero saves the beauty moment. People are praising him as a genius, shocked that someone so young is actually a medical expert. He's basically local news material now, earning a round of applause from the gallery. Lin Xin humbly thanks them, then asks the crowd to back off so Luo Bing can catch her breath. He sets her comfortably against the wall. She whispers a thank you for saving her life. His favorability meter with her just ticked up by 15%. Lin Xin explains her condition and asks if her workout routine was way too intense. She sighs, exhausted, saying that her trainer told her that was the only way to get results. Lin Xin turns to Wei Long, calling him out for pushing her way past her physical limits. Was this an accident, or are you just that incompetent? Someone in the crowd realizes he's the head trainer and wonders how a professional could make such a rookie mistake. Plus, the guy tried to give CPR without even knowing the basics. Is he actually qualified to be a coach? Wei Long hears every single word. He's absolutely seething, swearing under his breath, then walks up to Lin Xin and points at his face, shouting that he has an elite fitness certification. He tries to pin the blame on Luo Bing having an underlying illness, claiming she'd wake up anyway, and that Lin Xin just got lucky with some fake acupuncture. Luo Bing stops Lin Xin from arguing with such a bottom feeder, saying she's going to cancel her membership at the front desk before they both walk away. But Wei Long isn't about to let Lin Xin off the hook that easily. Since Lin Xin ruined his reputation, he demands a duel, claiming it's the only way to win back his honor. He threatens that if Lin Xin refuses, he'll be banned from ever entering the Wei gym again. Lin Xin just smirks and accepts the challenge. He couldn't care less about the gym. He was just looking for a reason to beat this guy up anyway. They head to the boxing ring, pulling in a massive crowd of spectators. Someone in the back reveals that Wei Long isn't just a trainer. He's a 3-time champion of the Yanjiang boxing tournament. Even as a coach, he trains daily, and his punches are known to be lethal. Back in the ring, Wei Long asks if he needs gloves. Lin Xin replies casually, "Nah, I'm not really into wearing those." The crowd whispers that Lin Xin is definitely going to get cooked by Wei Long. Not giving our boy a second to breathe, he lunged in like a predator, opening with a wild hook. Even though Lin Tan dodged, it was only by a hair, and boxing is all about that close-quarters pressure, zero room to maneuver. If he didn't have level 5 agility, there is no way he would have walked away from that trade unscathed. Our boy immediately realized this dude wasn't just some low-tier gym coach. Suddenly, the guy flashed a creepy grin at him and said "see ya" like it was over. Wei Long charged in, unleashing a flurry of rapid-fire punches that were honestly too fast for the eyes. The crowd was a mix of sweaty palms, shocked faces, and straight-up fear. Luo Bing showed up too, and she was clearly stressing out for our boy's life. But everyone's jaw hit the floor when Wei Long stopped. Lin Tan was still standing, completely unfazed, just with hands glowing red from the blocks. The coach froze, breaking a sweat. How in the world is he still standing? Lin Tan then hit him with the no-use special, using the same moves he just learned. Shout out to Wei Long for the free boxing lesson. Wei Long couldn't keep up and started eating his own medicine, taking blow after blow. His teeth got smashed, and he went down to the canvas while the whole arena went absolutely feral. The coach's entourage was shook, while Lin Tan's fanbase was losing their minds in the stands. He actually won, and even the goddess Luo Bing looked at him with newfound respect. After dealing with that creep, Lin Tan just stood there cracking his knuckles like a total boss. The gym staff were helpless. They thought the ambulance was for the girl, but now they had to use it for their own coach. Taking the chance, Luo Bing grabbed Lin Tan and told him she needed to talk. Once they were in a private spot, she said, "I have a request. It might not sound fair to you, but please hear me out." Lin Tan was still confused when she added, "I'm paying you 60,000 yuan as a thank you for your heroics and the state-mandated reward. Since my line of work is pretty high profile, I really don't want this ending up on the news or TV." She looked nervous as she added, "I know it's not much, but it's all my savings. Just please keep what happened here a secret." If the gossip mill found out she passed out at the gym, it would be a PR nightmare. She was terrified that any scandal would wreck her current film project. Given her situation, she literally couldn't afford a single slip-up right now. Hearing the 60K bag, Lin Tan happily agreed to the deal. His lips were sealed, no cap. Luo Bing bowed to thank him, and her favorability meter ticked up by 5% because of it. Meanwhile, our resident streamer Tra Tra was wrapping up her broadcast, thanking the simps and saying her goodbyes. She killed the stream and let out a long, dramatic sigh. Lin Tan didn't show up today. Honestly, even if he didn't drop a gift, a simple hello would have been nice. She thought about everything Lin Tan had done for her. Usually, investors expect a return on their investment, but he never even asked for one. She pondered for a bit, thinking maybe he's just playing the long game to make her come to him. Then she shook that thought off, reminding herself that men are just walking ATMs for her to exploit. She's not the one making the first move. But eventually, Tra gave in and called him, inviting him to visit her on set next week. A week later, Lin Tan met up with Tra at the film studio. She immediately hopped into his arms, batting her eyes and asking if he missed her. Lin Tan played along and told her exactly what she wanted to hear. She then slapped an extra crew pass on him so he could roam the set like he owned the place. Right after she gave him the pass, the director called her over to film a commercial. The scene was executed flawlessly, highlighting Tra's gorgeous face and perfectly curated outfit. She was feeling herself, completely confident in her performance. Since she was used to every guy simping for her, she was 100% sure Lin Tan was about to be mesmerized. Her confidence took a nosedive when she saw Lin Tan's stone-cold expression. To make matters worse, he just threw his hands behind his head and started walking away. She was internally screaming, wondering how someone so hot could be so immune to her charm. Even after they wrapped, Tra couldn't stop thinking about him. The more she wondered about his indifference, the more obsessed she became. That mystery factor bumped her favorability up by another 3%. Lin Tan wasn't exactly thrilled though, since this side quest didn't pay out any actual cash. But wandering around the other sets was actually kind of cool. It felt like he'd been dropped into a different world. As he was vibing, a random director spotted him and offered him a 100 yuan gig to stunt double for the lead. He tried to refuse, but the crew was desperate for a stunt double, so they bumped his pay to 250 plus a free lunchbox. Seeing it was a decent gig and a chance to check out a film set, our boy decided to roll with it. Lin Tan was ushered to the set, and looking at the layout, he figured it was an in-battle scene. Suddenly, someone screamed in pain. The staff scrambled to call an ambulance, cursing out the prop team for being absolute clowns. This was supposedly a major crisis. Apparently, there were 2 wooden splinters on the prop board that poked the actor, and he was making a scene like his life was ending. His personal assistant started threatening the prop crew, claiming they'd be so broke they wouldn't even have pants to wear by the time he was done with them. Typical pampered idol behavior. Even a tiny scratch sends the whole production into a panic. The actor's assistant kept tearing into the director, acting like he owned the place. This Wu Yifan guy is a top-tier traffic idol. What could possibly go wrong? Can he actually shoulder the responsibility of a lead actor? Lin Tan was led over, and the director told Yifan that this random guy would handle the rest of the fight choreography while he took a break. As Yifan was getting the splinters pulled out, he quickly agreed. Fine, get this done. You guys handle it. It hurts like hell. Turns out, this Yifan fraud couldn't even lift a steel sword, so they gave him a wooden one, and he was screeching like he'd been murdered over a few splinters. The director took Lin Tan to get changed, warning him not to blab about anything and to sign an NDA later. As he passed the makeup area, he spotted a familiar face. It was that girl Lu Bing he met at the gym. She happened to look up and lock eyes with him too. Lin Tan realized she was an actress, which explained why she wanted to keep the gym incident off the news. He pretended not to recognize her and kept walking. Seeing that, Lu Bing finally relaxed and went back to studying her script. The company had handed her this contract, saying, "Who knew you had this much charm, Lu Bing? I'm actually starting to have some expectations for you. Sign this contract and I'll handle the arrangements for you immediately." It had given Lu Bing a glimmer of hope for a career glow-up. But the male lead was Wu Yifan, an arrogant traffic idol who couldn't act his way out of a paper bag. She just prayed he wouldn't drag the quality of the production down into the dirt. When Lin Tan stepped out in costume, he immediately caught the attention of every female staffer on set. Bro is looking absolutely fire. With that face, he should have been the main lead all along. Yifan noticed him too, but just gave him a look of pure contempt before turning away. Then, Lin Tan stepped in to film the sword-fighting scenes for Yifan. His technique was beyond clean, pure talent. He nailed the entire sequence in just one take. The other actors were stunned, asking him if he'd been training professionally for years. The director showered him with praise, noting that his movements were smooth and on point. He even offered him an opportunity to get some screen time in another project, though he warned that the competition was cutthroat. If he wanted to make it as an actor, he had to put in the real work. Lin Tan was gaining major Riz points with Lu Bing, who was impressed not just by his medical skills, but his pro-level stunt work. He even fixed the schedule delays Yifan had caused, and Lu Bing's favorability meter just ticked up by 8%. Suddenly, the sound of a rowdy crowd echoed from outside. It was Wu Yifan's army of fangirls. It was finally time for the star to grace his fans with his presence. The fans were packed outside, screaming their lungs out. "Yifan Gage, I love you. Yifan Geg, look over here. Yifan is so handsome." The dude just gave a simple wave and a wink, and the girls were already losing their minds. The host who managed to get backstage was named Wu Yuan, and he felt dropping 10,000 on this trip was worth every penny. Wu Yuan and the others were already plotting to snap photos to post on their fan page. They were reminding each other to buy at least 10 copies of Yifan's new album and planning what to gift him for his upcoming birthday. The next scene, the male lead returns to visit his fiancée, shares one quick kiss, and has to bounce. The lighting crew and Phuc Tron wrapped up their tasks lightning fast, clearing the stage for our main leads. Scene 33, take 1, action. The setting was super aesthetic, and Lac Bang was killing it with her acting. Everything was going smooth until we saw Not Pham, who was just standing there with a face as empty as his brain. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Tan was low-key impressed by Lac Bang, thinking she's a total pro for being able to act her heart out while staring at a literal piece of wood. Nat Pham's fan club in the background was losing their minds, hyping up his legendary performance. Like, are these people blind? Or is this top-tier delusion only visible to me? To make matters worse, he completely butchered his lines, causing Lac Bang to lose her immersion and break character. The director yelled cut and stormed over, roasting Lac Bang for dropping the emotional vibe of the scene. She was flustered, apologizing, and trying to explain that Nat Pham messed up his lines, so she thought the director would call a stop. The director shut her down mid-sentence, barking, "Who's the director here, me or you?" Then he leaned in and quietly corrected Nat Pham, saying the line was tui, not tutu. But of course, our boy loudmouthedly complained about how annoying period dramas are. He acted all cocky, asking, like tui even matters? The director patiently explained, it represents a sickly, pale state of health. He scoffed again, so it just means tired and ugly, right? Who cares about tui anyway? Then he started trashing the screenwriter for being a total hack. The whole crew was cringing, but his army of stans was busy in the comments, trashing the screenwriter for being unworthy of writing for their king. The director gave up and told him to just act it out and he'd fix it in post. But as soon as Nat Pham remembered the next scene involved hugging the lead actress, his attitude shifted and he started drooling like a creep. Scene 33, take 2, action. We got to the part where the female lead hugs the male lead, begging him to stay. Nat Pham saw his chance to get grabby and straight up touched Lac Bang's chest. She felt super awkward and swatted his hand away. That move ruined the whole take, and she got chewed out by the director again. What on earth are you doing? My hand, it had a cramp, sorry. Lac Bang was mortified but couldn't call him out, so she just apologized and begged for another take. The director lost his mind. Let me tell you something. I'm in a bad mood right now, so stop messing up the shots. She had to swallow her pride and just say sorry. Not Pham's fans started swarming the internet to dogpile on Lac Bang. They were even spreading rumors about her doing private favors just to wreck her reputation. Lin Tan stood nearby, deep in thought. He figured that since Lac Bang is an actress, she wouldn't be able to use the spend money to counterattack strat, but looking at these messy situations, she definitely needs some financial backup. As for Not Pham, he headed back to his trailer to keep trashing Lac Bang. I thought she was professional, but she's acting all avoidant during a simple embrace scene. He kept whining about the script, calling the lines too long, and threatening to quit the shoot. Lac Bang obviously understood the power dynamic, so she bowed her head and took all the blame to keep the peace. I know the lines are tough to memorize, and these costumes are hot. It's really hard work, she said. But that creep Not Pham was only eyeing her chest while waiting for more compliments. His fans were gassing him up in the DMs, saying, "Isn't ignoring your health to keep us updated the most genuine form of love for your fans?" He threw his legs up on the desk, feeling like a boss. Exactly, I've got tens of millions of fans. They think of me first and worry about my fatigue. That's why I have to take it easy. You've been working so hard. How many fans do you actually have? That hit Lac Bang right in the feels. She was speechless and clearly crushed. Ignoring the stressed-out crew, Not Pham smugly said, "Just get the body double to finish the scene. He's basically as professional as I am anyway." The director tried to approach him for a talk, but the manager blocked his path. "Keep your distance. Don't disturb Emperor Nat Pham's rest." Lac Bang was standing behind them, totally stressed, knowing this was going to tank her contract. Suddenly, Lin Tan stepped out, head held high. "Did someone say we need a body double?" "Leave it to me." The director screams in a rage, "What's it to some random NPC like you? Get lost." But Lin Jin is playing 4D chess. On this set, isn't it whatever Wu Yifan says that goes? I just heard you say, "Let me play the male lead." I didn't mishear that, right? The director's blood pressure is spiking. Where did this clown even crawl out from? Get out, and don't ever show your face here again. Right on cue, Yifan says, "Hold up, he's definitely cooking up some devious plot." "Yeah, I'm the one who told him to come play the male lead." The director is desperately trying to suck up to Yifan. Lin Shin takes the confirmation, tells them to hand over the script so he can memorize his lines. Fan covers his face, snickering in disgust. "Ha, memorizing lines? You actually think you're the main character, bro? You're just there to stand around and count to 10. This movie is backed by big investors. The director obviously can't let a random nobody waste their budget. If the investors catch wind of this, he's going to be in deep trouble. But who said Yifan was letting him waste anything? He isn't stupid enough to actually let him act. He knows exactly what's about to go down. And he's right. His army of fangirls is already thirsty for blood, ready to snap pics of our boy looking like a total clown so they can dox him and harass his hometown. Luobing kindly hands him her script, which conveniently has the male lead's lines marked too. Lin Xin is actually grateful, but the director whispers behind his back that she's just an 18th-tier D-list actress stuck in contract purgatory, telling her not to get any delusions of grandeur. He flips through Luobing's notes. She's got everything detailed: character motivations, emotional arcs, and delivery tips. He gets a gut feeling that she's probably the only person on this whole set who actually cares about making a decent film. Lin Xin decides to kill it, telling the director to start, while the old man fumes in the background. The scene kicks off, and Lin Xin drops the first line perfectly, leaving Luobing shook. Both Luobing and Lin Xin start hitting their marks like absolute pros. Luobing gets so swept up in the emotion that she starts crying, and then, boom, lock lips. The scene is absolute cinema. Even Yifan's toxic fangirls who are ready to trash him can't help but gasp. Oh my god, he's actually handsome. The assistant runs to the director, panicking that the script didn't have a kissing scene. The director knows, but the chemistry was so fire that it didn't even feel forced. The crew starts whispering, praising Lin Xin and comparing him to Yifan, which hits Yifan's ego like a truck. Still, Yifan claps and praises his reading, then pivots to accusing him of using the role as an excuse to harass the actress because that kiss wasn't in the script. Our boy just blankly stares at him and goes, "Fine, let's do another take without the kiss." Total power move. Luobing is still reeling from the shock of that kiss. She's blushing, wondering how she got so lost in the role that she actually went through with it. She pulls herself together and heads over to thank him. That scene we just shot was actually insane. I've learned so much just from that one take. If she didn't know it was his first time, she would have sworn he was a seasoned pro. Her favorability meter just jumped up by 12%. Yifan, with his fragile ego, loses it and snaps at Luobing, asking if she's implying she felt zero chemistry with him. Are you seriously using this random stand-in just to try and make me look bad? I absolutely hate people who try to play games with me. Luobing panics and tries to explain. You've got it all wrong. I didn't mean it like that at all. But he isn't having any of it. He storms back to his chair, tells the director to get rid of Lin Xin, and demands a new lead actress. She's spiraling, bowing, and begging for forgiveness, saying she really didn't mean to offend him and that she was wrong. All she got in return was the manager's pathetic mockery. Apologizing that quickly? Sounds like you've been offending people left and right. I'm not hearing a single ounce of sincerity in that apology. The director jumped in too, saying it's no wonder she's been blacklisted for 2 years, telling her to quit acting and go back to school to learn how to be a decent human. Luobing tried to fight back, saying she already signed the contract, and it couldn't just be changed like that. Luck wasn't on her side. The director had the ultimate power on set, and he could fire whoever he wanted. Her contract stated that any breach of agreement would result in a massive 100 million penalty fee owed to the company. Thinking about the debt, Luobing stumbled, barely able to stand until Lin Xin caught her just in time. He glared at those losers, feeling pure hatred on Luobing's behalf. Truly, money might be evil, but it's the only way to deal with trash like them. Wu Yifan and his manager looked down on him with that signature smug CEO attitude. In the entertainment world, money makes you a god. Wu Yifan sneered, "Huh, you think you're actually a good actor just because she gave you a few compliments? You're nothing more than a useless stand-in." His rabid fan club started calling each other to get the police involved and have him locked up. One fan pointed out he hadn't actually done anything wrong, but of course, nobody cared. Lin Xin stepped up, declaring he wasn't an extra, and he definitely wasn't broke, telling everyone he'd pay Luobing's penalty fee himself. The group laughed like it was some comedy skit, mocking him, as they called the assistant director to bring over the card reader. In front of everyone, he swiped the card for 100 million, leaving the whole set dead silent. Lin Xin soaked in the moment, shaking the card while reciting some poems just to troll them. Those dogs were barking nonstop, but one beep silenced them all. Wu Yifan and his manager turned pale, while his fans stood there with their jaws on the floor. He turned to Luobing, but she had already collapsed to the ground, sobbing. The director announced, "I've already called CEO Yan. From today on, you have absolutely nothing to do with Tianhuang Entertainment. As an artist in breach of contract, no one is going to sign you anymore." Wu Yifan immediately framed her, claiming she seduced this young rich guy to get him to pay for her. Once again, his fans jumped on the bandwagon. They rushed forward, hurling insults and calling her filthy. They started flooding social media, claiming she broke her contract and was playing dirty with rich men. Cornered and breaking down in tears, she clutched her ears, desperately whispering, "It's not true. It's not true." Lin Xin turned back with a cold laugh, saying, "Thanks to all you nameless fans for the tip," though nobody understood a word of it. He pulled out his phone, jumped into the Chanjin Yanjiang group chat, and sent them a voice note. Boy says, I need the dirt on Wu Yifan. I want to see how pure he really is. I want cold hard evidence, and money is no object. Wu Yifan's fans started getting nervous, but they were still clinging to the delusion that their idol was too pure to have any skeletons in his closet. Instantly, the director of a major entertainment and media firm hit him up. He had some serious dirt on Wu Yifan, the kind that could ruin him, but getting the solid proof to bury him would be a bit tricky. Messing with him meant stepping on the toes of his agency's boss, which would require some heavy capital. But for Lin Jin, money wasn't a problem. He told them to name their price and he'd pay double. Plus, he wanted them to fix the reputation of an F-list actress while they were at it. All he had to do now was sit back and wait for the show to start. Luo Bing sat next to him, thanking him for covering the penalty fee. She promised she would find a way to pay him back. The moment of truth arrived, and everyone's phones chimed at once. The top trending headline was about Wu Yifan framing Luo Bing, along with leaked footage of him spending the night with multiple underage girls. It wasn't just some rumor. It came with a video of him and a girl with pink hair and a tattoo on her neck. Wu Yifan and his crew saw the news, their eyes bulging as their world collapsed. His fans went into a frenzy of rage, though some still refused to believe it. One person noticed the pink hair and tattoo in the video and realized the girl was standing right there among them. She was shaking, trying to cover her neck, before the mob dragged her down and started beating and cursing her. All she could do was scream and beg for mercy. A girl stood up and screamed for everyone to stop. Wait, someone just snapped a pic of us and already posted it online. The title is Wu Yifan's fans are teaming up to expose the main character in his latest scandal, and it's already trending. They look at each other in panic. Based on the photo angle, they've identified a girl with brown hair. Everyone immediately swarms over to surround that poor girl. The snitch even added that the poster's profile picture is a light board of Luhan. She's a Luhan fan who snuck in here just to dig up dirt on Wu Yifan. Girls, don't let her get away with it. But the girl pulls a total reversal. Wait, I actually have even juicier tea. The leader of your fan club has been embezzling your money. Every time you guys donate, she takes a huge cut, and those charity projects under Yivan's name were all funded by her dirty money. Getting glared at by everyone, the lead fan stammers back. She's lying. And so what if I took a little bit of the donation money? The celebrities don't even open our gifts anyway. They just toss them aside. Since that's the case, isn't it fair for me to earn some hard-earned cash? It sounds logical, but it doesn't stop the absolute rage of those fans. Give us our money back, they scream, before diving into a full-on brawl. Honestly, this is way more entertaining than the actual movie. Even Wu Yifan tries to ditch everything and make a run for it. He plans to take a flight to Fengye country, but he barely gets a few steps away before the police show up with an arrest warrant. Mr. Wu Yifan, you're coming with us to the station. Yifan's manager is also suspected of being an accomplice and gets dragged away with him. He's out here screaming that those videos were AI generated by someone trying to frame him. The production crew is basically cooked now. The lead actress is gone, and the leading man is toast. How are they even supposed to finish filming this? They start questioning Lin Jin's real background. Who the heck is this guy? With just one phone call, he crushed a top-tier influencer idol like a bug. Regardless, Lin Jin doesn't forget to demand his payment for the stunt work and the meal stipend the director promised him. He pats Luo Bing on the shoulder, tells her the script is wrapped, and signals her to leave. It's over, but she doesn't look happy at all. Lin Xin notices her sad expression and realizes this girl is genuinely obsessed with acting. He squats down to comfort her. Someone with your talent and dreams shouldn't have to quit just because of some lousy contract. This society is just unfair. Lin Jin even extends an invite. He'll invest in her to start her own film and TV company so she can run her own crew. She looks up at him, shocked and full of gratitude. Afterward, they both change and head out of the studio. Luo Bing still can't believe he really wants to invest in her company when she's just a small-time actress. He hypes her up, telling her to have faith in herself and assuring her that his judgment is never wrong. She's got massive potential. Luo Bing suddenly remembers what he said earlier about turning bad money into good money. She covers her mouth in shock. I get it now. You're a mysterious mogul in the entertainment industry looking to flip the script on this business. Is this girl's imagination running a little too wild? But he decides to play along anyway. That's right, it's time to bring some real competition to the entertainment world. Hearing that, Luo Bing excitedly promises to produce the best work possible and hit box office records, and she'll pay back that 100 million as fast as she can. He tells her he'll transfer 500 million to start. She can build it as big as she wants. They stand there chatting and even exchange WeChat contacts. Just then, they run into Cha-Cha. He waves and asks, "Finished filming already?" She awkwardly glances at the person next to him. Luo Bing greets Cha-Cha politely and introduces herself as Tian Luo Bing. Cha-Cha turns to him and asks, "Lin Xin, is this your friend?" Luo Bing replies, "Lin Xin and I just met." Cha-Cha, not letting Luo Bing even finish, immediately flexes. "The first time we met, Lin Xin bought me a $30 million car. Bing cheerfully waved goodbye, telling our boy she'd immediately scout for a solid contract and draft a plan for that 500 million investment. Cha-Cha was standing right there. Wait, did she just say 500 million? Lin Tan and this girl just met, so how did he already drop 500 million on her? Feeling salty, she passive-aggressively suggested that they should all grab a meal together. Lin Tan didn't think twice and told her to join, saying it was his treat. Bing felt awkward because she knew this was going to be a whole mess. Cha-Cha really thought she was the main character. She sidled up to Lin Tan, trying to show off her territory. What's the problem? Having dinner with an investor is totally normal, right? Or is there something you're trying to hide? Bing was flustered, stammering, No, not at all. Let's go eat then. Cha-Cha was super suspicious of this business partnership, convinced it was just a gold digger using the beauty trap strategy. She was confident that whoever this girl was, if she wanted to scam Lin Tan, she'd have to get past the gatekeeper first. They headed into a high-end luxury hotel. While Lin Tan and Bing were chatting, Cha-Cha hopped online to stalk the girl sitting across from her. The name Sheila Bing sounded familiar, and after a few clicks, she realized this girl was actually trending on the hot search list. Cha-Cha was confused. Did all this just happen a few minutes ago? She never expected Yifan to be that kind of guy. She was shocked that Bing was actually an elite graduate from the Beijing Film Academy. Thanks to her god-tier visuals and acting skills, every major agency was fighting to sign her after graduation. Her family background was solid too, but Bing wanted to make it on her own, so she signed with a studio in Yanjiang City instead. Cha-Cha started feeling insecure. This girl had the looks, the status, and the degree, while she was just a small-time streamer with a bit of clout. She accidentally swiped onto a video titled Sheila Bing's steamy acting scene with a handsome actor and clicked it. Cha-Cha saw Lin Tan and Bing kissing on screen, and her heart just about combusted from the drama. Like, excuse me, what is going on? They literally just met, and she's already pulling some random guy in to film a kissing scene? She decided Bing wasn't just some innocent girl. She definitely smelled the money on Lin Tan and used the shoot as an excuse to get him involved. No way, she couldn't let this slide. If she kept playing it cool, Lin Tan would be snatched up by someone else in no time. She gripped her dress tightly, plotting her next move. After the meal, once they finally dropped off Bing, Cha-Cha grabbed Lin Tan before he could escape. She wanted to settle that installment plan right now. She decided that if you like someone, you just gotta confess directly. Lin Tan heard that, and honestly, he was kinda hyped. With the green light given, Cha-Cha dragged him away. She claimed she'd booked a room, and they were going to livestream. Our boy was confused about why a confession involved a livestream, but Cha-Cha just gave him a mysterious smirk. In the room, she had Lin Tan sit on the couch behind the camera while she hopped onto the bed across from him to start the stream. She greeted her viewers, and the chat was already blowing up, thirsty for her return. The viewers immediately noticed the hotel background. Sitting on the bed, she turned serious and said, I have something really important to tell you. Even though we haven't known each other for long, when we first met, I never thought I'd fall for you because, honestly, I've never really believed in love. But lately I realized that somehow, you've completely taken over my heart. Lin Tan's face flushed red. He finally realized she was actually confessing to him. Cha-Cha continued, acting all shy and bashful. It's a good thing humans don't have tails, because every time I see you, I wouldn't be able to stop wagging mine. She even started wiggling her hips to match the vibe. I mean, how is Lin Tan supposed to resist that? He'd never imagined a confession could be this dangerously cute, classic Cha-Cha. He leaned in and whispered, Aren't you worried about losing your fans over this? She just keeps the live stream running and plays the part, making sure not to tip them off. In the comments, her fans are eating it up, thinking it's just some boyfriend POV content she's filming. Legit wild, her fans are just puppets in her game, all of them begging to see the green tea snake perform more. Say less, Tra-Tra walks up to the camera for a kiss, then leans over to kiss Lin Xin on screen. Tra-Tra asks the viewers who are really Lin Xin. What do you want me to do next, babe? Lin Xin whispers that he wants to see her wear the thigh highs. She immediately drops onto the bed, strips them off, and starts teasing Lin Xin with her feet. Lin Xin is reaching his limit here. When she's acting like this, who could even hold back? No hesitation, he pins her down, and she wraps her arms around him, saying the stream is off, don't leave me tonight, Lin Xin. And just like that, her favorability score bumps up another 5%. Tra-Tra's favorability has hit 92%. The system announces the comeback stage is complete, 10% of the cash spent on her is refunded, and 33.2 million hits our boy's account. It also bags an extra point in all stats. Currently, all stats are at level 6, and like every other time, he gets to choose between 3 skills: driving, badminton, and sewing. But honestly, that's not even the main event right now. That day, Lin Xin and Tra-Tra had a night to remember. The next morning, some noises from below wake Lin Xin up. He looks down and sees Tra-Tra down by his feet, doing something. He's startled. Tra-Tra, what are you even doing? She's only wearing Lin Xin's dress shirt, casually licking the cream off him. The cream from her ice cream cake went everywhere, covering her, and since it fell on the sheets, she just wanted to clean it up. This whole scene is definitely going to lead to some massive misunderstandings. Lin Jin sits up and teases her. You're a grown woman and you still can't eat without making a mess? Let me handle it. Suddenly his phone pings with a notification. The first message is from Boss Sa, Meng Yun's brother. He's relaying a message on behalf of Meng Yun. She wants him to bring the car in for some maintenance. He also makes sure to mention that she's really missing him. Second message is from Yashi. Lin Jin, I'm moving today, taking everything from my old place to our new one. Can you come help a girl out? He thinks she has a ton of stuff and asks if she needs a moving company. Turns out her stuff is mostly lingerie, and she wants to model it for him. Her tone sounds a bit pouty. Well, if you don't want to help, then forget it. The thought of Yashi and lingerie has Lin Jin instantly hooked. Yeah, this is definitely worth helping with. He texts Boss Sa back, I actually need a ride right now. Drive over to Building 18, Nanting Village to help me out, and don't forget to fill the tank. Why pay for movers when you can use a free luxury car instead? He tells Tra he's got things to do and has to head out. She happily sends him off, promising to find him again once she's done filming. Thinking back to last night, Tra blushes. Their relationship is officially locked in now. Lin Xin arrives to help Yashi move. All her remaining stuff fits into 2 suitcases. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. It's Yashi's mom, along with her aunt and uncle coming to visit. Her mom walks in and immediately asks who the random guy is. Yashi just says his name is Lin Jin and asks, why didn't you guys call before coming? I was just about to move today too. Lin Jin politely greets everyone, explaining he's just here to help Yashi with the move. Yashi's mom takes one look at him and starts fuming. She'd already guessed her daughter's boyfriend was some country bumpkin. And guess what? She was right. A few days ago, Yashi and her mom had a massive blowout argument. She refused to go on any blind dates because she already had someone she liked. Her mom really wanted to know where the guy lived. She was praying it was some major metropolis. But the name she dropped was Huajiang, a total backwater town in the middle of nowhere near Yanjiang. Her mom blew a fuse, refusing to let her settle for some local peasant. Yashi's favorability meter has officially hit 100%. Everything Yashi thinks about is now centered around Lin Jin. So she clapped back, telling her mom that who she loves is her own business. That just added more fuel to the fire. Her mom had worked her fingers to the bone to raise her, just so she could marry into wealth and live a life of luxury. Done with the drama, Yashi walked out. She didn't need her mom's approval anyway. Her mom only cared about the bag and couldn't grasp real love, so Yashi just told her he was loaded and wouldn't let her suffer. Flashback over, back to reality. Her mom was over it and demanded she break up with our boy immediately. Lin Jin just sat there, looking completely lost. I'm not actually her boyfriend, he clarified. Her mom went nuclear and started grilling Yashi. She stood right next to Lin Xin. When did I ever say Lin Jin was my boyfriend? I'm honestly not even good enough for him right now. Her mom saw red and lunged forward to drag Yashi away. With your status, even a decent rich heir isn't good enough for you, so how could you fall for this broke local loser? Her uncle stepped in, telling her to stay calm and get the facts straight first. The uncle seemed pretty chill and actually looked like he was on our boy's side. If you look closely, this kid is actually a total catch, handsome and well-mannered. It's no wonder our girl Yashi is crushing on him. Then, he shifted gears to the whole social status check, trying to dig into his family background. What do your parents do for a living? They're just average blue-collar workers. Do you have a job right now? Not yet. Any steady source of income? None. I'm sure your parents have already hooked you up with a house and a car, right? Got neither. The uncle smirked, making sure to twist the knife and trigger Yashi's mom even more. She was shaking with pure rage by now. She screamed, "That's enough." She gave Yashi an ultimatum, dump Lin Xin or she's cutting off her allowance. Yashi didn't blink. Keep your money, you're not making any sense anyway. Yashi's aunt tried to keep the peace, pulling her sister back. Chill out, she's still just a kid. But her husband started stirring the pot, flexing about his own daughter, Ruru. When his wife tried to stop him, he just barked back at her. He kept hyping up his daughter, bragging that her boyfriend is the son of the boss of the Fei Teng motorcycle company. They'd only been dating for 2 weeks, and he'd already dropped bank on appliances like fridges and dishwashers. Yashi hit back unfazed. I already have all that stuff at home, and besides, I like Lin Jin even if he's broke, I don't care. At this point, it was obvious. Her mom came here to force a breakup, and this uncle was just using the opportunity to flex while his daughter and her new boyfriend were about to pull up. Just as she figured, the uncle called his daughter, making sure to mock Yashi's trashy apartment. When Ruru picked up, he put it on speakerphone, acting like he couldn't hear her. Talk about bad luck for him. A strange man's voice echoed from the other end. Listen up, old man. Your daughter is in my hands now. Get me 1 million in cash at the foot of Yanming Mountain in an hour, or I'm ending her. He was still convinced it was a scam until the voice rang out again. Dad, bring the money quickly to save me. The kidnapper kept taunting him. You believe me now, or do you want me to make her scream a few more times so you can confirm it's her? The whole family fell into a panicked frenzy. Nahai's mom wanted to call the police, but her sister-in-law stopped her, fearing the kidnappers would kill the hostage. The uncle still didn't want to part with that million. Lin Tan, being an outsider, started connecting the dots. You guys haven't even met the CEO's son. Maybe this whole thing is fake. The uncle told him to shut up, convinced that the CEO's son was just being targeted for his massive wealth, then rushed his wife to call the company. Once again, that company was unreachable. His daughter is in danger, yet all he cares about is the cost of the ransom. The only one actually worried about Nunu was her mother. The dad just figured that once she's saved, she could marry into a wealthy family and be worth way more money. Lin Tan started his detective mode. There was the roar of a motorcycle and wind noise in the background of the call. What kind of kidnapper lets the hostage hang out in a wide-open area with bikers around? And Nunu's tone didn't sound like a victim at all. Things got chaotic, so Nahai apologized and told him to head home first, promising to make it up to him later. He didn't want to get mixed up in their family drama anymore, just suggesting they call the cops. Nahai's aunt, a pitiful woman, begged Lin Tan for a ride. Time was tight. Taking a taxi to the bank and then to Vietnam Minh Mountain would take way too long. Scared he'd refuse, she promised to pay him for his trouble. Before Lin Tan could even speak, the uncle chimed in. Isn't this guy Nahai's boyfriend? Why be so stingy about helping out, and why talk about money? Nahai stepped in to mediate, telling her aunt that she knew she was worried, but delivering the cash was dangerous. The police should handle it. The poor woman was on the verge of a breakdown. She was trembling, saying if anything happened to her daughter, she'd never forgive herself for the rest of her life. The uncle suddenly snapped, yelling about the police. Who's going to take responsibility if my daughter is gone? If you won't drive, fine. Just lend me the keys and I'll go myself. Lin Tan stayed ice cold. Sorry, but I don't think you can handle driving this car. The guy dragged his wife away, grumbling that if he didn't want to lend it, he should have just said so, instead of acting high and mighty. He acted like he looked down on Lin Tan's beat-up ride and told his wife to just call a taxi. But it was rush hour, and good luck getting a cab. The wife tried to tell her husband to pipe down and just borrow Lin Tan's car for a bit. Ignoring her, he started trash-talking Lin Tan again, calling him a broke loser with a piece of junk car. A luxury convertible was parked right nearby. The uncle and his sister completely forgot about the kidnapped daughter and started fanboying over the fancy ride. And to their absolute shock, Lin Tan was the owner of that car. He pulled out the keys and unlocked it, leaving the whole family shook. The two haters who were just drooling over the car suddenly went dead silent with their jaws on the floor. His mom suddenly acted all shy and timid. Lin Tan, is this car actually yours? He just twirled the keys and answered casually. It belongs to a friend. He told me I could use it for 2 days. Any problem with that? That car is worth at least tens of millions. What kind of friend would just lend that out? She whispered to her daughter, which rich young master is this boyfriend of yours? Tell me. Nahai just looked away, saying he's humble and doesn't like to flex. Her mom was even more floored when Nahai mentioned they were moving into the #1 villa at Long Uyen. The uncle chimed in again. That villa can't even be rented. Did he actually buy that for you? The same two people who were just disrespecting him were now terrified, frantically exchanging looks on how to apologize. While two sycophants were busy kissing up to Lin Jin, Nahai's aunt completely broke down, crying her eyes out and kneeling to beg Lin Jin to drive her there. He agreed to help, but Nahai was super worried and didn't want him to go. He patted her head to comfort her, telling her to be a good girl and wait at home while he takes care of business. Besides, it's probably just a fake kidnapping, and he might even get to witness some top-tier drama. He and Nahai's aunt hopped into the car, while her mom and uncle stayed behind to shower him with more praise and bootlicking. Lin Jin didn't even acknowledge them and just floored it. Those two losers were still chasing after the car. Young master, wait up. We are so sorry. He might have escaped the uncle, but bad luck seemed to be glued to this family. They hit a massive traffic jam almost immediately. The aunt was spiraling, but thankfully, our boy Lin Jin was behind the wheel. Time to put those skills he got yesterday to good use. He immediately activated his master-level driving skill. He checked the GPS for the path with the least traffic. Taking a few back roads was fine by him. The system crunched the numbers, but the estimated arrival time was still 2 hours. What? 2 whole hours? He patted the aunt's shoulder to calm her down, assuring her they'd make it in time. Then he whipped the car around and started tearing through the streets. With his newly loaded drift skills, Lin Sin cut through the traffic like a hot knife through butter. Seeing the aunt looking a bit green, he asked if he should slow down, but she insisted he drive as fast as he possibly could. A while later, they arrived at Vietnam Minh Mountain, 5 minutes ahead of schedule. As soon as she got out, the aunt started frantically looking for Nhun. Don't be afraid, sweetie. Mommy is here to save you. But instead of kidnappers, she was greeted by a whole squad of street racers. Her daughter was decked out in edgy gear, sitting on a motorcycle and saying, nonchalantly, "You're way earlier than I expected. Thanks for the hard work." Wasn't just Nunu here. Her flashy boyfriend, young Master Ta, was also in the mix. She couldn't even recognize that tattooed, pierced punk as the guy from the photos she'd been shown of Talia Jia. She couldn't believe her eyes. Was this really the same guy from the pictures? Wait, didn't you get kidnapped? Are you okay? Nunu couldn't be bothered to answer her struggling mother, snatching the suitcase full of cash to hand over to her boyfriend. Look, isn't this enough? The boyfriend's eyes lit up at the sight of the cash. Time to get back to it. Watch me win back the principal and then some. The aunt rushed forward to set her daughter straight, but she was immediately blocked. Mom, do you think I was being forced? What is even going on here? Why are you dressed like that? Don't worry, Mom is here now. They won't dare touch you. The spoiled young master boyfriend smirked at her. Ma'am, Nunu didn't lie to you. I actually run a company, and if Nunu stays with me, she definitely won't go hungry. Plus, we get to enjoy the thrills and the speed of life together. Nunu just kept sucking on her lollipop, completely unbothered. Mom, you get it now, right? This whole thing was just me playing you from the start. The poor woman collapsed to the ground, sobbing her heart out. Lin Jin stepped in to pat her shoulder, advising her to just call home and let everyone know. They've probably been waiting and worrying sick. That was the first time Nunu actually noticed him. As soon as he introduced himself as Nahai's friend, she teased, "So you're the one my dad wanted me to humiliate today?" At that moment, the system pinged. Beauty detected, initiating the counterattack mission. Her full name is Sururu, and currently, her favorability meter with our boy is sitting at a cool -10%. Lin Tan is just watching this helplessly. The system is even giving him quests for random NPCs now. Ruru and her boyfriend are busy laughing and mocking Lin Tan, acting like pulling a girl like Yashi is some kind of flex, but honestly, losers like him should have stayed in the womb. Some massive musclehead drives up and yells, "How long are you people planning on yapping for? The race is about to kick off." That's the heir to the Tai Corporation. Tai Zhenjiang steps out to trash talk Ruru, clearly in a rush to take his L, huh? She shrugs it off and turns to her boyfriend. "I believe in you. You're definitely going to win this time. Just stay away from him at the corners and blast past him on the straights." The race is locked, loaded, and ready to go. Not living up to the hype, the race ends with Tai Zhenjiang taking the dub. The winner gets the glory, while the Xie heir sits on the ground in total humiliation as Ruru tries to cope. It's fine, it's just a little bit of money, right? We'll get him next time. But it's not that simple. Zhenjiang points right at them and asks, "Money? You really think a few $100,000 is enough to pay your way out of this? You played the game, now pay the price. And Ruru, you're mine now. I heard this Xie kid hasn't even touched you yet, so I'm dying to see if you're actually worth the hype." Ruru laughs it off like it's just a bad joke. "Did you hit your head in a crash or something? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" He just sneers, explaining that her loser boyfriend lost the bet and staked her as the prize. His words hit Ruru and her poor mother like a literal lightning strike. "That's just how the world works, babe. As of right now, you're Zhenjiang's property. If you try to run, you're breaking the rules. I'm sure you know exactly what the consequences are for that." Ruru flips out, absolutely laying into her pathetic boyfriend. "You actually used me as a stake in a bet without even asking me? Are you actually out of your mind?" He just mocks her, saying, "I was basically just selling you off. What's the big deal? What's wrong?" Tai Zhenxiang even put his own girlfriend on the line for this race. "Honestly, I even feel shortchange his girl is way hotter than you." He doesn't stop there, roasting her for being a look, but don't touch kind of prude. "Did you really think you were worth that much cash?" Ruru, absolutely losing it, winds up for a slap, but Zhenjiang catches her hand mid-air. "My girl, I'm ordering you right now. Don't hit people." He drags her to the car, ordering her to call him master, while she's just begging him to stop. Watching her daughter get treated like this, what mother could just stand by? "Let her go. You people are committing a crime. I'm calling the police." Zhenxiang pins her head against the car seat and tells the mom, "Auntie, are you not reading the room? Why don't you ask your daughter? Does she actually want to call the cops or not?" She lunges forward in a rage, screaming, "Let my daughter go." Without a shred of respect for his elders, he shoves her to the ground. Zhenxiang, acting like the bigger man, tells her to chill out and not be so angry. He laughs. "Now that I'm looking closer, you're actually not half bad yourself, Auntie. How about you two become models for my car instead?" Ruru is still a filial daughter. Even with her head forced onto the bike seat, she's still out here screaming defiantly. "Don't you dare touch my mom." Right in the middle of the tension, Lin Jin suddenly interrupts the vibe. "Sorry to bother you clowns for a sec." He tries to reason with these losers using actual logic. "According to your own rules, Sururu lost to you. Fine, but if you want to collect your prize, you gotta follow the protocol like everyone else." Then he baits the boss. "How about we settle this with a little race?" Zhong is still busy wondering if this kid is actually loaded or just flexing. But then he looks at Lin Jin's car and immediately changes his tune. Lin Jin adds, "Just name your price. I don't care how much you want to bet." Without a second thought, the villain demands his car, his cash, and his girls. But when he tries to drag his mom into it, Lin Jin snaps and calls him a piece of trash. And the guy gets served a massive slap to the face for his troubles. As for Lin Jin, he just laughs at how childish they're acting. Zheng Zhang's goons try to swarm him, but he shuts them down instantly. He asks the host how he wants to play this. Lin Jin flashes his black card, the sports card, the beauties, and 2 billion in cash. "This is my stake in the pot. Do you even have enough money to match me? Or are you broke?" The game is getting interesting now. Zheng Zhang puts up 1 billion, plus Su Ruru and his own girlfriend. Suddenly, Ruru's loser boyfriend Xie jumps out. "Hold up, I'm getting in on this too." Since he's out of cash, he bets 40% of his shares in Feixiang Corp, worth at least 1 billion. Even Zheng Zhang thinks this kid is a total clown. His dad must be rolling in his grave having a son like this. Ruru keeps cursing out her pathetic boyfriend, while poor Lin Jin tells her to chill, he's got this covered. Lin Jin just shrugs it off. "Why so serious? Don't count yourself out so early. What happens if we actually win? We're about to secure a massive bag if we take this W. We're talking 40% of Feixiang, 1 billion in cash, and some top-tier waifus. This is a massive payday." The racetrack is set, starting from their current position to the mountain peak and looping back down to the finish. Ruru and her mom are released, and she's looking at this confident guy with a million questions. How can he be this calm? Driving an expensive car and casually betting 2 billion, is he actually the secret prodigy his dad warned us about? Lin Jin turns to Ruru. "I'm borrowing your car for the race. You got a problem with that?" She acts annoyed but still warns him to watch out for Zheng Zhang. He's won a few motor championships, and there are even rumors he's offed his rivals before. He gives Ruru a signal. "Relax, little lady. I'm literally known as the god of speed." The three of them trade some trash talk, and the race is officially a go. 3, 2, 1, let's roll. The race starts, and Zheng Zhang immediately plays dirty, trying to ram into Lin Xin before speeding ahead. Our boy isn't about to take that disrespect. He plays the game by their rules, hitting the gas hard even as a sharp turn approaches. He leans the bike until it's scraping the ground to nail that drift. His technique has Ruru completely shook. When he pulls up next to Xie, the guy tries to kick his bike to wreck him. Lin Jin pulls a sick wheelie to blast ahead, leaving the guy fuming, while Ruru can't help but shout that he's cracked. He's about to catch Zheng Zhang, who is grinning like a psycho, muttering, "Time to send you to the afterlife." At the turn, the villain plays dirty by blocking the lane, but thinking that's enough to stop Lin Xin is a huge mistake. He drives straight onto the side of the cliff and jumps over the guy's head to take the lead. Zheng Zhang is totally stunned. Riding on a cliff face like that makes zero scientific sense. It wasn't just him. Even the Xie heir and the entire crowd were on the edge of their seats, tracking every move our boy made. As he drifted past him, Lin Jin even looked back and flexed. "Why are you looking at me? Watch the road, buddy." Then he zoomed off, leaving both losers behind to seethe and curse in the dust. The rich heir was so busy staring at Lin Jin's god-tier drifting skills that he slammed straight into a cliff and face-planted. Just like that, the young master Shi is officially out of the race. Now it's just Lin Jin versus Zheng Zhang. After getting gapped like that, there's no way this fraud is going to just take the L. He gritted his teeth at Lin Jin's back and hissed, "You asked for this." He smashed the button next to the steering wheel, his tailpipe spat blue flames, and he hit warp speed, closing in on Lin Xin in a heartbeat. He wasn't just trying to make our boy lose anymore. He was going for the kill. He gunned it, intending to T-bone our boy and send him to the Shadow Realm. In the stands, Ruru was watching with a pale face, absolutely terrified for him. Realizing Zheng Zhang's dirty play, she screamed, "No!" Just as he was about to make contact, Lin Jin yanked the wheel, drifting his car into a perfect 180-degree horizontal block. The villain panicked, couldn't react in time, and clipped Lin Jin's tire, launching his car into the air while he screamed like a toddler. Now it's just Lin Jin left to cruise across the finish line. He spun his car back around just to give Zheng Zhang some unsolicited life advice. There are a million ways to drive, but safety comes first. Don't play fast and loose with the rules, or you'll be the one crying at your own funeral. The race ends, and shocker, Lin Jin takes the W. He hits the finish line to a roar of applause, and everyone cheering for the new king of the track. The praise is coming in hot. Absolutely insane. This guy has to be a pro racer. I'm officially declaring him the god of speed. Ruru is down bad, falling head over heels for our boy. Her eyes are literally turning into heart emojis, and her favorability meter just jumped by 50%. The ambulance pulled up to scoop up the two delusional losers. A bunch of nosy tourists crowded around to get the tea. Zheng Sheng and the young master Xie were looking like human shreddies as the medics loaded them onto stretchers. Lin Xin and Ruru jogged over to check the damage. He actually asked the medics how they were doing, which caught Ruru totally off guard. They're lucky. Despite that brutal crash, they've only got some broken bones and mild concussions, but they'll need more tests. Lin Jiz let out a sigh of relief. Everyone thought he actually cared about them, until he pulled out the contract they signed before the race and made them sign it before leaving. You play, you pay. That's the golden rule of the game, no exceptions. As for the speeding and the attempted vehicular manslaughter, he's leaving that to the cops to handle. Once the contract was signed, he dipped, leaving Ruru behind to vent her frustration on the trashy duo. Ruru's mom called him over, looking super grateful and wondering how to repay such a huge favor, but her daughter cut her off mid-sentence. She stood there looking a bit salty. Don't worry, we won't leave this debt unpaid. No matter what you ask for, my mom and I will do everything in our power to make it happen. Since Lin Jin just snagged a 40% stock boost and a $100 million bank card, he figured he came out on top anyway, so he told them not to sweat it, handed back their original million, told them to stay safe, and peaced out. In the eyes of Ruru and her mom, the guy was literally glowing with protagonist energy. Ruru's favorability meter just climbed another 20%. She even made a super bold move, deciding she's going to chase after Lin Xin, completely ignoring the fact that her mom reminded her he's supposedly dating Yashi. The next day, at the street food stalls outside the university, Lin Xin and his bros were grabbing skewers and planning an all-nighter at the internet cafe. Ruru was lurking in the shadows, heard the whole plan, and waited for the perfect moment to dash out and snatch the sausage right out of his hand. She happily took a bite of his food and then gave him a super casual hey. Lin Xin looked exhausted. Why are you here? His bros were green with envy. They'd never imagined a top-tier goddess would actually come looking for Lin Xin. Ruru leaned in close and licked her lips. Guess what? You heading to the internet cafe later? Mind if I tag along? But our boy refused, because women only mess with his gaming reflexes and slow down his grind. Lin Tan's squad was shook. A total hottie came looking for him, and he actually turned her down? Ruru frowned, but before she could speak, Zheng appeared and started acting all high and mighty. Who even is this random NPC? Does she really think Lin Tan's sausage is something she's allowed to snack on? That's mine. Back off. Zheng tried to shove Ruru aside with her chest, but Ruru flipped the script instantly. Ruru grabbed Zheng's wrist and yanked her around so fast she started screeching like a banshee. Not stopping there, Ruru got right in Zheng's face to provoke her. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? When I was running the streets with the local factions, you were still in elementary school, crying to your teacher. Zheng wasn't about to take that L. She grabbed Ruru's hair and dragged her down, and the two started a full-blown street brawl on the floor. The boys were just standing there, too stunned to even blink. Lin Tan realized he had to step in before things got too messy. He used his master-level pressure point technique to jab both Ruru and Zheng. Both girls froze up instantly, paralyzed in their tracks. Lin Tan told them to cut the drama, then asked Zheng if she was stalking him again. Zheng put on her best sad girl act and tried to explain. Lin Tan, don't you hate her guts anyway? I'll chase her off so she stops bothering you, okay? Ruru let out a mocking laugh, instantly guessing that Zheng was Lin Tan's toxic ex. Zheng got triggered as soon as she was called out.
So what?
Is she really better than a psycho street fighter like you? Ruru hit back with pure shade, saying if she had a girlfriend like Zheng, she'd have dumped her ages ago. Zheng had nothing left to say, so she just called Ruru a hoodlum for wearing a jacket to pretend she's a student. And that was a huge mistake. Ruru tossed off her jacket, pulled out her student ID, and flexed that she's actually a Yanjiang University student who just skips class a lot. Not just Lin Tan and Zheng, but everyone nearby was absolutely floored. Ruru slung her jacket over her shoulder, revealing a smoking hot two-piece outfit that had all the guys around them simping hard. Ruru winked at him, saying now that she knows he's at Yanjiang University, she's actually motivated to show up for class. Lin Tan didn't really care, but hey, looking at the bright side, she could basically be his personal ATM. He just wasn't sure what her deal was with Yashi yet. Right on cue, he got a call from He Yushuan asking if he'd arrived, and Lin Tan was just totally lost. Yushuan reminded him that the museum exhibit is today, and he'd better not have forgotten. Lin Tan finally remembered she mentioned this exhibit for the artifacts recovered from Owa country a few days back. He had to lie and say he definitely didn't forget. He was just changing his clothes and heading out. Gotta keep up the act, no matter what. He apologized to the boys and promised to pay for their gaming session tonight to make up for ditching them. The boys let him go, basically telling him not to bother asking them to carry his rank later. He headed out, planning to snag a public bike to save some time. Ruru was sticking to him like superglue. Where do you think you're going? Let me give you a ride on my motorcycle, but he shut her down saying he's fine on his own. Ruru grabbed his arm and demanded he teach her that pressure point trick from earlier, much to Zheng's annoyance. Lin Tan played it smart and agreed, but set a condition to see if she had the talent for it. He told her to finish all her skipped classes, pass the language proficiency test, and get her foreign language cert before she ever comes looking for him again. He hopped on the bike and sped off, with Ruru chasing behind begging him to lower the bar. Behind them were the envious guys, and way back was Zheng shaking with pure rage. At the museum, the exhibit was officially open, and the crowd was already flooding in. Inside, Xia Yuxuan was being showered with compliments from everyone. Curator Xia is truly young and immensely talented. Under Curator Xia's management, the Yanjiang Museum is honestly thriving. A middle-aged guy, clearly thinking he's a big shot, introduced himself as Mr. Yang and tried to slide her his business card, offering to take her out. Yuxuan politely shut him down, saying she'd already eaten and was actually on a diet. The guy just kept acting cocky, totally convinced his own dashing looks would win her over. No worries, dinner works too. I already booked a table at a 3-star Michelin restaurant. A woman of your class, Curator Xia, deserves nothing less than that. He was still mid-sentence when Lin Xin cut him off. Yuxuan's face lit up the moment he arrived, and he even offered her a sausage he'd bought at the university gate. This Mr. Yang guy curled his lip, silently judging our boy in his head. Contrary to his expectations, Yuxuan enjoyed the snack and even asked if he'd take her out for more next time. Afterwards, Yuxuan dragged him off to the Western Hall to check out the artifact appraisal area. Since Lin Jin had already seen most of these relics, he left Mr. Yang behind to act like a background NPC. As they walked, she explained that her dad organizes this twice a month to help people get their antiques appraised. Besides the antique geeks, there were streamers there too, including some guy who looked Western, probably from Xining. He was bragging to his chat about how he brought a treasure to get appraised, sell it for big bucks, and move to the States to live the high life. Ignoring the streamer, Yuxuan and Lin Xin ran into an acquaintance, Professor Kong. He greeted her warmly and asked how her father was doing. Yuxuan politely thanked him and said her dad would be arriving shortly. After some polite back and forth, the professor excused himself to head to the restroom due to some stomach issues. She bid him farewell. The Xining streamer, tired of waiting for someone to help him, started throwing a tantrum and screaming. Yuxuan, who was nearby, apologized and explained the expert was out, offering to appraise the item for him herself. He looked suspicious, doubting she was a real pro, but she told him to just show it to her anyway. He whipped out a pipe, claiming it was the one used by the founding president of the United States. Yuxuan grabbed it and checked it out with a magnifying glass while the guy conveniently aimed his camera at her. The stream chat was clearly vibing with such a young and beautiful girl on screen. A moment later, she handed the pipe back to him. Unfortunately, this is just a modern replica, definitely not an antique. He slammed the table, shouting, "What are you talking about? A friend from America gifted this to me." He pointed to the engraving on the bottom of the pipe and started spewing more nonsense. I don't really get it, but it sounds like some kind of declaration of freedom or something. Yuxuan clarified that the foreign text actually meant made in a fragrance shop, and told him to just snap a photo and translate it if he didn't believe her. Furious, the guy refused to accept it, insisting it was authentic, and grabbed a vase to challenge her again. He shoved the porcelain vase at her, daring her to name its origin and how old it was. He promised if she got it right, he'd stop acting like a clown and leave her alone. Yuxuan took the vase to examine it. She admitted, "My knowledge is limited, so I can only give you a rough estimate. This porcelain piece is truly flawless." He immediately started nitpicking. "If your knowledge is limited, just admit it. There's no way the pipe my American friend gave me is a fake." Before he could finish, Yuxuan cut him off, pointing out the suspicious color and the lack of authentic wear. "That's why I'm guessing this is probably a fake." The guy flew into a rage, slamming the table and yelling, "You don't know anything, you brat! Did you buy your expert license or get it in your sleep? Security! I paid $500 for this appraisal. Do you think I won't call the police right now?" Yuxuan warned him to watch his mouth, or she'd have security toss him out. At that moment, Master Kong walked over and asked, "What's going on, Curator Xia?" Before Yuxuan could even reply, the guy started making a scene. "Finally, Master Kong is here. Where did this woman crawl out from, daring to call my porcelain vase and pipe fakes?" He started hyping up his stream, trashing the Yanjiang Museum as tiny and trashy, claiming they clearly couldn't verify anything. "I'm a famous influencer, with 30,000 followers, you know. Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" Master Kong leaned in close and whispered, "Your talent isn't bad, girl, but when it comes to appraising, you're still miles behind your old man. A real appraiser doesn't just judge the object, they have to judge the person, too. Just give a guy like this a basic certificate and brush him off." She stared at him, shocked, but he quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor. "Don't let your expressions show like that. Back in the day, your father and I hustled hard, and building our rep in the appraisal game was all about being slick and flexible." That guy smirked, looking smug. "Well, I told you my haul was the real deal, so hurry up and apologize to this gentleman." Sharp gazes and mocking laughter turned toward her, while insults rained down on her head. Just when she felt completely hopeless, Lin Tan showed up. "What's all the noise about? Let me see who's out here bullying my curator." Yuxuan looked at him, feeling deeply moved. The loudmouth streamer asked, annoyed, And who the hell are you? Lin Tan confidently declared himself an expert among experts. Master Kong chimed in enthusiastically. That's right, don't let his age fool you. Master Lin's appraisal skills are even sharper than mine. As it turns out, after calling old Xia from the bathroom earlier, he found out Lin Tan is the new shareholder of the Yanjiang Museum, and the only one at that, so he wanted to network with this wealthy legend. Hearing that, the guy happily asked Lin Tan to appraise his vase. As for the era, the guy claimed it was from the Song Dynasty. Lin Tan coolly and handsomely replied, the Song Dynasty? I'm pretty sure it's from last week. The guy misheard last week as a place, getting hyped that it was even more valuable. Lin Tan kept pressing, did you buy this or find it? The guy took the chance to puff out his chest and act arrogant. This was passed down from my grandfather. My grandfather. It's a family heirloom! Lin Tan suddenly shouted, scaring the life out of him. Your grandfather is probably the biggest joke in your comment section right now. It's hilarious! The guy got heated after being roasted, but honestly, he had to be a total clown to get scammed into buying fakes in the first place, right? He doubled down, slammed a certificate on the table, and yelled, open your eyes and look clearly. This vase was obtained directly from the Grand Master. Lin Tan immediately started trolling him. I thought you said it was passed down from your grandfather? You've already got a certificate, yet you're here for an appraisal? Are you just fishing for validation? The guy blew a fuse and tried to throw hands, but 2 security guards held him back. Master Kong whispered to Lin Tan that guys like this take their antiques everywhere to get them appraised, hoping to stack certificates to inflate the resale price. And that Grandmaster is just a well-known collector in Yanjiang who happened to be visiting today. Lin Tan didn't care who the guy was. He wasn't letting anyone use their appraisal event to pull a pump-and-dump scheme. The streamer pointed his camera, accusing the Yanjiang Appraisal Society of dragging down the reputation of the entire national collector scene. Lin Tan wasn't having it anymore. He offered to give the guy a refund, told him to take his fake certificate, and scram. He even gave him a parting tip to find a reliable appraiser next time, when suddenly someone spoke up. Wait a second. An old guy walks up, claiming to be a grandmaster who's been playing with antiques for 60 years, acting like he's the guardian of history and tradition. He's triggered that someone called his appraised goods fake, and since Lin Tan is just some hobbyist with 0 professional credentials, the old geezer refuses to take the shade. A random lady in the crowd starts screeching, saying she bought her collection from this Grand Master, and they're definitely worth a fortune. The entire mob turns their toxic energy straight toward our boy. Teacher Kong knows that crossing a Grand Master is basically a death wish. The Grand Master plays the cool guy, waving his hand to tell everyone to chill out. He puts on a fake humble act, pretending he understands Lin Tan's curiosity and that simple misunderstandings happen to everyone. He demands that Yushan and Lin Tan apologize to the owner and sign an appraisal certificate for him to settle the drama. Lin Tan just smirks, clearly plotting something devious. He grabs the vase from that lady earlier and asks to inspect it. She actually agrees. The Grand Master gives a sinister smile, thinking, what could a newbie like you possibly see? Lin Tan drops the truth bomb that it's a fake, and the lady starts flaming him like a toxic gamer in a lobby. Lin Tan ignores the noise and tells the crowd, hey, everyone who bought antiques from this Grandmaster, bring them all here right now. People start swarming in, eager to see what kind of circus show our boy is putting on. He picks them up to inspect them, while poor Yushuan is sweating bullets next to him. These artifacts look brand new, and to be fair, they're crafted so well there isn't a single flaw to be found. Even Lin Tan starts doubting his own eyes for a second, but he doubles down that they're all fakes, just high-tier masterpieces with 0 technical errors. The whole crowd bursts out laughing, thinking he's lost his mind. That live streamer is still recording the whole L-taking session. Seeing the heat, Yushuan folds, bowing her head and apologizing for her mistake. The Grandmaster, smelling blood in the water, says an apology isn't enough because Lin Tan turned a small situation into a massive public spectacle. While Yushuan is panicking, the old man keeps pushing, saying, if you're gonna call my goods fake, you better drop the receipts to prove it. His fanboys start trolling, screaming that if he can't prove it, he has to buy the vase at double the price. The Grandmaster is grinning like a total villain. He gets sinister, saying all this self-proclaimed genius has to do is kneel, kowtow 3 times to apologize, and we can call it a day. Yushuan tries to back him up, but Lin Tan decides to double down and challenge the old man instead. Our Chad boy asks, if I actually manage to drop the receipts, what are you going to put on the table, old man? The Grandmaster thinks Lin Tan is hallucinating, asking how he has the audacity to set terms when he's the one who needs to prove his claims. Lin Tan stays stone cold and replies, you got it twisted. You really think I'm just going to rush to prove anything? It's a trap, and the more I try to justify it, the deeper I fall into his pit. He points directly at the old man, completely triggering that live streamer. If you want to bet, put something real on the line. Lin Tan drops the ultimatum. I can actually prove every single piece you sold is a fake. The crowd of buyers gets triggered, shouting, fine, let's bet. Who's scared? They're all 100% convinced their trash-tier goods are the real deal. The Grandmaster, now furious, agrees. I'll bet half of my entire antique collection against you. Everyone's jaws hit the floor, thinking the Grandmaster is about to take a massive L. Half of his collection is worth way more than this tiny museum, right? Fueled by the crowd's hype, he flexes that his collection is worth at least $1 billion, more than enough to buy this whole place out. The antiques are placed on the table, and Lin Tan calls for a hammer to finish his appraisal. The crowd is whispering, wondering what kind of psycho move he's planning. Some people are actually hoping he smashes the vases, since they'll get a double payout. They're just that confident that the Grand Master is the real deal. Lin Tan picks up the hammer, faces the camera, and announces, I'm about to smash these, and if I'm wrong, I'm paying double. Yushuan tries to pull him back, but Lin Tan gives her a wink to keep her calm. She's honestly obsessed with how he stays calm, even in the worst situations, thinking nothing can ever stop him. Her favorability meter jumps another 8%, putting her at a solid 82% crush level. Even the lady who brought the vase is feeling nervous for him, thinking he's gone way too far with the confidence. The Grandmaster smirks, knowing he made these fakes himself. He's positive no one can find a single flaw. On the outside, he's the most famous collector in Yanjiang, but in the underground world of forgeries, he's basically a legendary final boss. His forgery techniques are so pro-level that even national-grade authenticators would struggle to find a single flaw. Being a master of fakes, his massive ego forces him to leave a unique signature on every single piece he creates. He thinks he's clever by hiding them in plain sight, but that's actually his fatal flaw. Master Fan is still acting smug, thinking that if smashing them was enough to expose him, people would really be underestimating his skills. He thinks his microscopic signature is safe because he's the only one who knows exactly where it's hidden. While he's gloating, Lin Jin doesn't hesitate. He smashes the vase into smithereens with a hammer, much to the delight of the livestream audience. Shards fly everywhere, and the onlookers rush to pick them up, but they can't tell the real deal from the fake. Master Fan seizes the moment to analyze a piece, pointing out the yellowish cross-section and the thickness as proof of authenticity. While the crowd praises his expertise and disses Lin Jin, Master Fan quickly slips the piece with the hidden signature into his pocket to cover his tracks. To everyone's shock, Lin Jin keeps smashing every single vase on the table without a hint of remorse. The people who brought the antiques start shouting, 10 million, 50 million, we're hitting the jackpot. Seeing Lin Jin searching so meticulously makes Master Fan chuckle, thinking he's already swiped all the signatures, except for the last few. He slowly approaches Lin Jin, trying to distract him with small talk while his hands move to swipe the remaining shards. But did he really think those petty tricks could fool our boy? Lin Jin smiles with pure confidence. I'm just about to find it. Meanwhile, Master Fan quickly slides the final shard into his pocket. He's feeling invincible, thinking the only evidence is gone and victory is in the bag. Master Fan taps his fan smugly. Young man, have you seen enough yet? Where's the proof? Lin Jin scratches his head with a fake laugh, acting like these items are perfect, and he's clearly met a master he can't beat. Hearing that, the old man's ego inflates even further. The people who brought the antiques start hounding Lin Xin, demanding he pay for the damages. I want 300 million, I want 500 million, we're rich. Yushuan looks at Lin Xin with deep worry, but our boy stays calm, walking up to Master Fan and asking softly, are these fakes really worth that much money? Just as the old man starts to gloat, Lin Jin suddenly whips out the shards he'd already collected. The evidence is right here. The crowd is absolutely stunned, jaws on the floor, and Yushuan is just as shocked. He lays them out on the table for everyone to see. The people who brought the vases can't believe they've been sold fakes. Behind him, Master Fan is frantically checking his pockets, realizing his loot is gone. Lin Jin walks over and taps his shoulder with a sharp tone. Stop looking. I already swiped those from your pocket earlier. Your little parlor tricks look like child's play to me. He explains to the crowd that while the items look perfect, they all share the same flaw. They're far too well preserved for their supposed age. I assumed any decent forger would know that, but you were too arrogant, convinced that no one could authenticate your work. Given that massive ego and your confident attitude, I guessed you were the one who made them all. Master Fan strains his neck to argue back. You're talking nonsense. I didn't make them. But in his panic, he accidentally slips up and reveals himself. Even if I did, how could you have known about the signatures? Lin Jin replies with absolute chill. How did I know? Honestly, I just wanted to smash them, to see how you'd react. But beyond my expectations, you immediately panicked and started grabbing the shards. You basically collected the evidence against yourself. Hearing that, Master Fan is so angry he's practically coughing up blood. If I hadn't picked up those shards, you would have lost. And those antiques are worth hundreds of millions. You just smashed them all based on a hunch? Lin Jin drops a line that sends the old man into a total mental breakdown. It's just a few 100 million, isn't it? I smashed them because I felt like it, just to vent some stress. Do you think you can just mess with my boss? If my boss says it's a fake, then it's officially a piece of trash. Lin Tan's words hit different, and Yushuan is low-key moved because he trusts her unconditionally. Favorability meter goes up by 3%. Master Fan is getting cooked by the crowd for peddling fake goods and scamming everyone out of hundreds of millions. Lin Tan steps in to stop them, making everyone think he's worried about the old fraud. But nah, he's like, don't unalive him just yet. Bro still owes me a massive debt that needs collecting. Yushuan is so emotional, she literally sprints over to back hug our boy. Her eyes are watering up because she's been worried sick about him. Please don't scare me like that again. You had me stressing out. Favorability meter gains another 5%, putting her at a sweet 90%. He gets a 680 million rebate, and all his stats level up to rank 7. As per usual, he picks 3 skills: academic mastery, feng shui divination, and horse riding. Lin Tan is vibing, thinking 680 million is enough to retire early and never touch a 9 to 5 again. He gently wipes her tears and comforts her. I'm good, but we still have business to finish, he says, leaving her totally confused. A while later, at Master Fan's place, a literal antique warehouse, Lin Tan and Yushuan show up to collect. He flexes on the guy, like, we agreed, I'm taking half of everything. Master Fan is sweating bullets, begging for a discount like a total simp. Lin Tan doesn't say a word, just gives a cold smirk that makes the guy drop to his knees in terror. Master Lin, please, take whatever your heart desires. Among the mountain of treasures, Yushuan zeroes in on an antique vase. Once she secures it, she happily invites Lin Tan over for some tea later. Later, at Yushuan's place while waiting for the tea, he scrolls through his phone and sees that live streamer from earlier already got arrested. The guy's name is Wang Xiaoheng, an illegal immigrant currently getting locked up in the States. Lin Tan knows that prison is famous for its toxic culture, so he hopes the streamer enjoys the hospitality. He's been waiting a hot minute and starts wondering if making tea requires some kind of secret ritual. Right on cue, she brings out the tea, looking absolutely stunning in a high-slit dress that shows off her curves and those legs for days. Lin Tan is completely mesmerized by her fit and can't keep his eyes off her. She sets the tray down and asks if he knows the history behind this incense burner. Our boy has zero thoughts about antiques right now. He's just focused on her waist and how that tight dress is showing off every single curve. She blushes and turns away. I bought this back in high school. It's a bit small now. It was a struggle to squeeze into it. Lin Tan finally snaps back to reality and looks at the incense burner she picked. Using his god-tier knowledge, he realizes it's from the modern era. Just one of the many items in Fan Guobao's collection. He points out it's not that ancient, just a tier 3 cultural relic. Even so, it's got a legendary backstory. Back in 180, during the invasion, a soldier named Xiefeng saved a merchant's daughter, Qian Yu, and it was love at first sight. Too bad the merchant was a total elitist who looked down on Xiefeng's status. He basically told him, come back when you're a general, and maybe I'll let you marry her. Driven by risen ambition, Xiefeng left the burner as a token of his love before heading to the front lines. 10 years later, he actually made general and finally married Qian Yu. This burner became their heirloom, proof of a love passed down through the generations. Eventually, it got lost to time. I loved this story as a kid. I can't believe we actually found the real thing. Not only that, but Xiefeng carved 6 words into it. Endless longing, never apart. Lin Tan is locked in, praising the story, the tea, and most importantly, how gorgeous she looks tonight. The vibe is immaculate, tensions peak, and they share a super sweet, fiery kiss. And then a minor disaster strikes. Because the dress was too tight, the fabric rips right down the thigh, leaving her mortified as she scrambles to cover up. How did it even come to this? Seeing this, Lin Xin quickly smiled and draped his own jacket over her shoulders. And then he scooped Yushuan up in his arms and said, let me carry you to the changing room. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Jin's solid frame, she gave a soft, shy nod. Afterwards, the two of them shared an intensely passionate night filled with floating hearts everywhere. 2 days later, Lin Xin helped Yashi haul her remaining stuff over to the #1 Longyuan villa he had just bought for her. Lin Xin offered to carry her luggage inside, but Yashi stopped him since the staff were already handling it. The two of them stepped inside under the starstruck and envious gaze of the employee. Out of nowhere, Zheng suddenly popped up, disguising herself as one of Lin Jin's hired maids. She cheerfully told the employee she would give him a hand, since she was supposedly the new housemaid Lin Jin had hired. With just a few sweet-talking words, she easily fooled the security guards and waltzed right inside. Over on Yashi's side, she gave Lin Jin a grand tour, showing off the garden she had just planted, complete with his favorite lilacs. He thought the place was absolute perfection, and suggested they adopt a few dogs to liven the house up. As Lin Xin and Yashi walked up to the front entrance, a whole lineup of maids bowed respectfully in greeting. He felt like life couldn't possibly get any better than this. All the chores were handled by staff, meaning he didn't have to lift a finger. All day long, he could just kick back, game, and soak in the good life. Plus, he had a gorgeous goddess right there in his arms. Lin Xin loved Yashi's interior design vibe so much that he decided to gift her a brand new car. but she insisted that he had already given her way too much. Money was basically just a game to our boy. He casually told her he'd wire her a few $100 million tonight just for shopping spree money. That entire scene accidentally got caught by Jung, who turned green with fury and jealousy. A super dark, devious scheme instantly formed in her head. Just wait until dinner time, because I'm gonna be the one laughing. Later that afternoon at the villa, Yashi rolled up her sleeves and personally cooked all of Lin Jin's favorite dishes, earning non-stop praise from the maids. She just loved the way Lin Xin looked when he devoured the food she made with her own hands. Right as she was about to bring the food upstairs to Lin Xin, Jung intercepted her, wearing a face mask, disguising her voice, and offering to carry the tray up for her. Yashi thought this person looked a bit unfamiliar and wondered why she was wearing a face mask indoors. Jung scrambled to make up an excuse about having a terrible cold, brushing it off like it was nothing. Yashi couldn't help but wonder why her voice sounded so harsh and sour either. Just how old is this girl, anyway? Jung instantly slapped on a cute, bouncy expression right in front of Yashi and chirped, "I just turned 18, leaving Yashi completely frozen in shock. Completely dropping her guard, Yashi told her to take the food straight up to Lin Xin's master bedroom on the second floor. Walking halfway down the hall, Jung glanced around to make sure the coast was clear, then frantically pulled a hidden bottle of sketchy powder straight out from her top. Without a shred of hesitation, she dumped the entire thing right into the food platter, with a sinister, triumphant grin. Jung imagined the glorious scenario where Yashi and Lin Xin would both pass out cold after eating her spiked meal. Then she'd tie Yashi up in the corner just to force her to watch as she proudly had her way with Lin Xin right in front of her, completely helpless. Jung fully believed men were creatures ruled by their lower halves, figuring that as long as she gave Lin Xin the ultimate pleasure, he'd have no choice but to accept her. She was insanely confident in her flawless, foolproof master plan. Standing right there on the open stairs, Jung suddenly spotted the security guards from earlier patrolling down the hall, looking for her. Realizing her fake maid disguise was about to blow, she panicked hard, had no idea what to do, and bolted to hide inside the nearest random room she could find. But to her utter nightmare, every single door in the mega villa was locked tight. Left with zero options, Jung was forced to duck straight back into the master bedroom, where she had just dropped off the food. She tiptoed stealthily and slid flat under the king-size bed to hide in total silence. Moments later, the door swung open and Lin Xin walked in hand with Yashi. Yashi proudly showed off all the dishes she had cooked for him personally. The two of them cozily sat down on the bed to enjoy a super romantic meal together, totally oblivious, while Jung watched triumphantly from under the bed. She knew this was her moment, since the sleeping drug in the food would kick in any second and knock them out cold. Yashi even fed Lin Xin a Chinese sausage right off her chopsticks, and he praised it for being extra sweet. Even though the sausage was actually salty, as long as Lin Xin was feeding it to her, she thought it tasted sweet. Under the bed, Jung was super confused as to why the sleeping pills still hadn't kicked in after all this time. She even wondered if she somehow got scammed and bought fake sleeping pills. But that was totally impossible. Right at that moment, a maid walked in to deliver a report. The fake maid intruder had already slipped away, but she carelessly left a bag behind. She invited Miss Luo to inspect it. With a super annoyed expression, Yashi shot back, "Go tell security right now to make sure this never happens again." Meanwhile, hiding underneath the bed, Jung panicked hard when she realized that exact bag belonged to her. Yashi opened it up to take a look and found a cute bunny girl outfit stuffed inside. She instantly recognized that this was Jung's bag. She turned to Lin Jin and said, "I can't believe she actually dared to sneak into our villa. She's definitely up to no good." Our boy kept it 100 and looked super stern, saying if that girl hadn't managed to run away, he would have dragged her straight to the police station. Overhearing this from under the bed, Jung leaked tears of pure terror, knowing that if she got locked up in a cell, it would be forever before she could see Lin Jin again. Shrugging off the drama, Yashi gently leaned in close to our boy and whispered, "I prepared something extra special just for you." Before Lin Jin even knew what was happening, she pulled out a jar of scented candles and lit them up, letting him know it was a special mood-boosting aromatic oil. Once you catch a whiff of this fragrance, it completely maxes out the sensory pleasure. Hiding underneath, Jung frantically clamped her hand over her mouth so she wouldn't breathe it in and blow her cover. Pulling out that seductive bunny outfit she had brought, Yashi didn't hesitate a second to slip it on right in front of him. Lin Xin wondered out loud why she was wearing Jung's clothes, though his eyes were glued straight to her stunning figure. Yashi leaned in close with a seductive smirk. "If we're gonna play spicy games, we might as well go all the way to maximize the hype." Down below, Jung was grinding her teeth so hard out of pure rage that she wanted to scream, mentally cursing her out as a total manipulative snake. The more she thought about it, the madder she got, feeling a suffocating wave of pure nausea and frustration. Because legally and morally, the cute girl rocking that bunny suit in front of Lin Jin was supposed to be her. With an invite that dripping with absolute temptation, there was zero chance our boy was going to pass up on it. And just like that, the two of them started spelling out some quality extracurricular bedtime lessons. In the blink of an eye, it was already the dead of night, and Jung Jung was stuck underneath listening to every single sound and movement of their marathon session, suffering through an eternity of absolute torture before things finally quieted down. Waiting until the coast was clear, Jung Jung slowly crawled out from under the bed, planning to sneak away. But right as she was about to bolt, Yashi suddenly appeared out of nowhere and kicked her straight in the ribs, speaking in a cold, mocking tone. Trying to run away now? It's not going to be that easy, sweetie. Both girls desperately wanted to scream at each other, but they kept their voices super low so they wouldn't wake Lin Jin up. Jung Jung was completely shook and dumbfounded, wondering when on earth Yashi had figured out she was hiding there. Yashi didn't even try to hide it, smugly telling her she knew the second she claimed she was 18 years old. Hearing that, Jung Jung broke out in a cold sweat of pure terror. Yashi kept right on flexing and provoking her. Once I figured it out, I decided to set up a little trap just for you. How did it feel lying down there, listening to me and Lin Jin get romantic right in front of your face? Were you boiling with absolute rage or what? Losing all control of her temper, Jung Jung snapped and lunged forward to beat her up. You manipulative snake, I'm gonna tear you apart. Total Chad energy, Yashi didn't flinch at all, casually pulling out her phone and threatening to call the cops. Petrified of going to jail, Jung Jung slammed on the brakes, grabbed her bag in a mad panic, and bolted for the window while dropping one last threat. Just you wait, you toxic green tea snake. Even though she was all the way up on the second floor, a desperate Jung Jung didn't hesitate to dive straight out of the villa window to make her getaway. Her landing was less than graceful, crashing straight down from the tree canopy and slamming flat onto the grass with a loud thud. Groaning in agony, Jung Jung whipped her head around just in time to see Yashi looking down from the window, mocking and shooing her away. Down in bed, Lin Jin sleepily blinked awake and mumbled, "What's all that noise about?" Yashi flashed a triumphant sweet smile and said it was nothing, just a stray mosquito buzzing around. But she already chased it off, so let's go back to sleep, demanding that our boy wrap his arms around her tightly before she closed her eyes. Sprinting away into the night, Jung Jung was sobbing on the inside from sheer frustration, realizing Yashi was living her absolute best life while she was treated like a stray dog. There's no way I actually lost to that fake innocent green tea snake, right? After running away for a bit, she realized her bag had a pair of Lin Tan's pants in it. Tron immediately took them out and inhaled deeply with an incredibly ecstatic expression. This was Lin Tan's scent, and honestly, it was absolutely intoxicating. She kept running while her resolve to drag Lin Tan back into her life only grew stronger. Because of this, her favorability meter ticked up by 0.5%, bringing it to a grand total of 99.5%. As for Lin Tan, a system notification popped up that left him totally baffled. Why on earth would her favorability just spike like that? Fast forward a week to the Yanjiang University Sports Festival, where a teacher was on stage making announcements to the entire student body. This stage is the place to showcase our spirit of unity and relentless drive. Everyone, give it your all to make this sports festival a massive success. With many departments participating, the history department was getting all the attention from the guys because, well, they have the cutest girls. The guys standing there were practically drooling, praising how gorgeous these girls were. Some were already hating, claiming these girls still couldn't hold a candle to Tron and Nahai from the literature department. The two girls were wearing tight, skimpy outfits that hugged every curve, showing off their spicy figures to the admiring gazes of everyone nearby. Even in the crowd, the girls couldn't stop eyeing Lin Tan, who was looking wealthy and handsome as ever walking by. Our boy was basically racking up a massive harem of fangirls from across the campus. All that praise and simping triggered the guys from the sports department, who were salty that Lin Tan got so much hype just for saving one girl from drowning. The star athlete leading the pack for the sports department was Peng Han. He was super confident in his main character energy, convinced he was the absolute protagonist of today's festival. Lin Tan and his boys were actually surprised to see the girls screaming Peng Han's name like they were at a concert. A friend walking with Lin Tan told him that Peng Han could run 100 meters in 10.25 seconds. He's basically a state-level athlete trained by the school, so he's the undisputed star of the sports department. Lin Tan tilted his head and asked, "How are you so sure about that?" His friend sighed, telling him that he had to race against that guy in the 100-meter sprint shortly, and he had no idea how many meters he'd get smoked by. Lin Tan patted his shoulder, saying, "Just do your best, don't sweat it, I'll be cheering for you." As the race approached, the contestants started warming up and getting into the zone. Right then, the cameraman got a call from his girlfriend, and she was absolutely letting him have it. He tried to talk his way out of the doghouse, hoping to cool her down. After finding out his girl was waiting at the school gate, he shoved the camera into Lin Tan's hands and bolted. He took off sprinting, leaving Lin Tan standing there with a face that just screamed, bruh. While he was holding the camera, a notification hit. The 100-meter sprint was about to start, and since Lin Tan figured the cameraman wasn't coming back, he decided to play the Good Samaritan and film it for him. Just as he was testing out the camera, some guy from the sports department yelled at him. The guy loudly ordered him to focus on Peng Han because he's the main character. Meanwhile, Peng Han was busy being an arrogant jerk, signing his name on a fangirl's chest. The fangirl started trashing Lin Tan, telling him to watch it. She warned him that if he failed to capture Peng Han's cool start, he'd be held fully responsible. She even insulted his camera skills, telling everyone else to just use their phones instead. With a completely deadpan expression, Lin Tan replied, "I haven't even hit record yet." The sports department guy got tilted and tried to flex, but Peng Han stopped him, saying no point wasting energy on a loser like him. We'll just smoke him by a few blocks in the race. He scanned the crowd of pretty fangirls, asking his buddy if they could slide into their DMs later tonight. Peng Han was already daydreaming about the three of them, each bagging a girl. The best part? They all have boyfriends, and that stealing someone else's girl vibe is just too exciting. After that, the contestants hit the starting blocks, ready to go. The gun went off, and the race was on. Like clockwork, Peng Han was the fastest out of the gate, easily dusting the competition. He was soaking up all the praise from his obsessed fangirls. Brother Han is so handsome, I'm literally going to pass out from this level of hotness. With that kind of pace and form, hitting 10.2 seconds was basically just a Tuesday for him. He was super confident he'd smash his personal record and pick up a whole new wave of followers. But to everyone's shock, Lin Tan, who was just holding the camera, was casually keeping pace right next to him. This whole situation has Peng Han absolutely shook. Lin Jin points the camera at his buddy and goes full hype man mode. "Let's go, Wu Ji, carry us!" Peng Han can't even believe his own eyes, staring back in shock, realizing that despite his insane speed leaving the rest of the NPCs in the dust, someone is keeping up. That cameraman started at the same line as him, so how the heck is he maintaining this pace while filming? Peng Han is spiraling, totally confused as to why Lin Jin is faster than a track star. Bro is literally running while lugging around a 10-pound camera rig like it's nothing. And just like that, the race hits the finish line. The gold medal naturally goes to Peng Han with a 10.5-second time, but he's wearing a mask of pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Xin is just busy teasing Wu Ji, vibing because he caught some high-quality footage of his bro's face. Even though Peng Han secured the win, he feels like a total loser, unable to process the fact that Lin Xin was actually keeping pace. The crowd is already buzzing, whispering that Lin Jin was technically faster than the pro himself. Before Lin Xin can even process the win, someone pushes him toward the starting line to film the 400-meter dash. In the next heat, Peng Han takes the win again, but Lin Xin is still effortlessly shadowing him the whole way. Our boy is just thinking about how being a good guy is exhausting, and he's definitely making the cameraman buy him dinner later. Peng Han's gym bro squad can't handle the cope. They genuinely believe no human can run that fast and run to the ref to scream doping. The ref looks at them like they're brain dead and barks. "Which athlete are you even talking about? I'll disqualify them myself. No mercy for cheaters in my house." Peng Han and his insecure entourage immediately point their fingers at Lin Jin, the guy holding the camera. The ref stares at them with a deadpan expression, wondering how the athletics department managed to recruit so many clowns. He hits them with the ultimate shutdown. "If you don't have real proof, go get a snack or get out of my sight. Stop wasting my time with this nonsense," leaving Peng Han and his boys foaming at the mouth with 0 W's to show for it. Since the ref and coaches aren't buying the conspiracy theory, the trio decides to go talk to the 3 goddesses from earlier to vent. But the girls' energy has done a full 180, and they're now low-key simping for Lin Xin as their dream man. He's just too handsome and talented, nobody else even comes close. Peng Han, high on his own ego and thinking he's still the main character, tries to flex. "Race is over, let's get going, ladies." He gets hit with the coldest reality check, an immediate brutal rejection. "Sorry, we're busy, maybe some other time, like never." Peng Han is standing there laggy, not understanding the mood shift, while the girls continue obsessing over Lin Jin. The girls are actually annoyed that these losers are blocking their view of their handsome king. The trio of insecure heirs is absolutely devastated. How could this happen? Lin Jin, we swear vengeance. Cut to the women's 50-meter swim event. Yaxi and Zheng walk out wearing the most lethal swimwear imaginable. The guys in the stands are losing their minds, completely mesmerized by the absolute goddesses. Zheng and Yaxi start trading verbal jabs before they even hit the water. Yaxi flexes about how she practices in her villa's private pool every day, triggering Zheng into an all-out wager. The bet? The winner gets to be Lin Jin's partner for the 3-legged race. Yaxi isn't falling for the bait, smirking and saying that no matter who wins, Lin Jin is picking her anyway. Right on cue, Ruru shows up in a drip that's just as dangerous, throwing her hat into the ring. Whoever loses this race is banned from the sports field for good. She's fully confident that she's the one who's going to win and team up with Lin Jin for the next rounds. Yashi is shook to see her own sister, and Unjajung is just as blindsided. Is this snake really her sister? The guys in the stands are peeking, watching the pure elegance and heat radiating from Ruru. This view is absolute peak performance. All three beauties hit their marks, ready to send it. Each one of them is convinced Lin Jin is already hers, telling the others to just give up. Yashi was super confident, thinking Lin Jin had eyes for nobody else except her. Meanwhile, Nian Nian thought her 100% hit rate with guys made her totally unstoppable and was flexing hard about making Lin Jin fall for her forever. As for Zheng Zheng, she was dead set that absolutely nobody was stealing Lin Jin away from her. Down inside, the swimming competition was officially underway. Lin Xin and his squad of bros were strolling past when they heard the hyped-up cheering echoing from outside. A random guy sprinted past them like his life depended on it, desperate to catch Zheng Zheng and Yashi competing. Ngok Chi nudged our boy and suggested heading inside to check it out, since it was prime opportunity to catch the school idols rocking swimsuits. Lin Jin immediately shut that down. He figured seeing Zheng Zheng and Yashi in the same room spelled total disaster, so avoiding it was definitely the play. That sprinting guy barreled right into a female student carrying a bucket of water in the opposite direction, sending her crashing down the steps and face-planting straight onto the concrete. Lin Jin's buddy and Ngok Chi rushed over in a panic to see if the poor girl was all right. Seeing this, Lin Jin stepped in to assess the situation himself. After dropping some pulse-checking diagnosis magic, he realized she was having a major heart episode. Channeling his system-granted cheat skills, Lin Jin instantly locked down the vital pressure points across her body. He told Ngok Chi to call an ambulance right this second and rush her to the hospital ASAP. A crowd instantly swarmed around to rubberneck and see what went down. A moment later, the female student groggily fluttered her eyes open, looking super weak. Lin Jin's homies praised him for being an absolute genius and begged him to teach them so they could pull girls later. With a freezing cold and dead serious expression, Lin Jin spoke up. This girl's heart condition is dangerously severe. All I did was temporarily shock her back into consciousness. The situation is critical, so let's get her to the hospital first. Cut scene to the nearby Tianpu hospital. The female student was just wheeled straight into the emergency room. The crooked doctor assumed Lin Xin was family and shoved the paperwork at him to sign. Just as Lin Jin was explaining he wasn't her relative, the girl's frantic mother came sprinting down the hallway. Yuan Yuan, please don't scare mom. And what a wild coincidence, this is the exact same auntie who brought that vintage vase to Yushuan's Yanjiang Museum for appraising earlier. Auntie was totally shook seeing him here, asking why on earth he was at the hospital. Lin Xin explained that he saw the girl pass out cold and carried her over here. Auntie was overflowing with gratitude, bowing and apologizing while treating Lin Jin like her ultimate savior. If it wasn't for him last time, she never would have gotten her cash back from that total scammer peddling fake antiques. And now he swooped in to save her daughter in the nick of time, so she insisted on treating him to a meal to make up for it. Lin Jin politely brushed it off, saying it was literally no big deal at all. The doctor noticed the family finally showed up and aggressively shoved the signing papers back into Auntie's hands. Auntie completely panicked when she saw it was for the intensive care unit. With a shady snake-like grin, the doctor explained that her daughter's heart condition was super rare, requiring top-tier European GJC-88 tech to save her life, plus a casual $15 million deposit just to start treatment. Auntie was losing her mind over that absurd sky-high price tag. Meanwhile, Lin Jin was about to bounce since his part in this was officially over. But the second he took a step, he froze dead in his tracks after overhearing the doctor and Auntie talking. The doctor was still flexing about how the hospital's heart synchronization therapy was state-of-the-art tech. Auntie was begging the doctor to cut her some slack because her entire net worth maxed out at 10 million. The doctor instantly gave her the dirtiest look and started trash-talking. If you're broke, why even bother coming to the hospital for treatment? Just go home and wait to kick the bucket. 15 million is just the upfront deposit. Once the full treatment cycle wraps up, you're looking at 30 million minimum. Standing outside, Lin Jin's blood was boiling so hard he couldn't stay silent, stepping up to blast the guy. Are you even a real doctor? Cardiac synchronization therapy targets ischemic cardiomyopathy, but this girl's condition is actually a cold-induced heart blockage, meaning the proper treatment needs a warming remedy to dispel the chill and balance her yin and yang. The doctor shot a furious glare at Lin Jin and demanded to know who he thought he was to stick his nose into his business. Auntie spun around in a total panic and asked, "Wait, do you actually know your stuff about this too?" Lin Tan then added, regarding the common symptoms of this condition, does your daughter often suffer from heart palpitations, back pain, chest tightness, and trouble breathing to the point where she can't even lie down? She was absolutely shocked that he hit every single detail of her daughter's condition right on the head. Lin Tan felt even more confident in his assessment. He turned to roast the doctor, pointing out that not only did he misdiagnose her, but he was also milking them for expensive, useless treatments. "Where did you even buy your degree, bro?" Feeling triggered and humiliated, the doctor shouted, "Who is this kid, and how dare he question my professional capabilities? Do you even have any idea who I am?" Lin Tan didn't even blink and clapped back immediately. "You mean a corrupt doctor who uses every dirty trick in the book just to scam patients?" The doctor was losing his mind, threatening to call security to throw our boy out of the building. As they were going at it, Yuan Yuan on the stretcher suddenly started trembling, gasping for air with severe chest pain. The doctor hit him with a taunt, saying if this kid was so legendary, why didn't she just let him treat her instead of crawling to him? Terrified for her daughter's life, the mother knelt down and begged, "Please, I just want you to save my daughter." The doctor pointed a finger smugly at Lin Tan. "You called this kid a master, right? If so, then tell him to step up and perform his little miracle." Lin Tan smirked with absolute confidence, finding the whole thing laughable, while the doctor looked on with a mix of confusion and pure hatred. He called the doctor out, saying that healers are supposed to have a heart of gold, but all he saw in this guy was a black, greedy soul, especially since he was hiking prices, while a patient was literally dying. Lin Tan's words rippled through the room, and the other patients started whispering and gossiping about the scene. Humiliated in front of everyone, the doctor snapped, pointing and yelling at Lin Tan while preparing to get physical. Our boy couldn't care less about the drama. Saving the patient was his top priority. He asked the surrounding nurses if any of them had a silver acupuncture needle set on them. The doctor let out a mocking, arrogant laugh. Does this guy really think a few tiny TCM needles can outperform high-tech European medical equipment? He challenged Lin Tan to go ahead and try, clearly expecting him to fail. With all the patients and staff watching, the doctor leaned in close to Lin Tan and whispered, "Nobody here is going to lend you a single tool." He figured that if the patient died, anyone who lent a hand would be an accessory, so he was dead sure Lin Tan would be stuck with no help. Just as the doctor was basking in his own ego, a voice cut in, "Dr. Lin, I have a silver needle set right here," causing the doctor to freak out and spin around to see who it was. By sheer luck, the nurse was actually Yashi's aunt, and she handed a kit of silver needles straight to Lin Tan. Lin Tan was stunned to realize that Ruru's mother was a nurse at this very hospital. She was shocked to learn that Lin Tan actually possessed skills in traditional acupuncture. Even though she'd never seen him do it before, a woman's intuition told her she could trust him. After all, Lin Tan had previously stepped up to help her and Ruru. If there were any consequences or responsibilities to face, she was ready to take the heat. Lin Tan's face was the definition of cool and collected, as he turned back to offer his thanks and began the treatment. Word spread among the nurses that a young guy was challenging Dr. Liu to a medical duel using acupuncture, so they all swarmed in to catch the action. The nurses stood on the sidelines, waiting to see if this guy was the real deal or just a clown talking big. In a wild coincidence, one of the nurses turned out to be the spy Lin Tan had met back on the cruise ship. The doctor chimed in with more sarcasm. "Since our master is busy saving lives, should we all clear out so he can perform his little magic trick?" Lin Tan didn't hesitate to throw the shade right back. "Don't bother. If you want to steal a technique, just stand there and watch," which left the doctor so furious he started cussing. The spy was absolutely stunned to see that the person challenging Dr. Liu was none other than Lin Tan. Why is it him? Lin Tan then activated the TCM mastery skill granted to him by the system. With effortless precision, he began unblocking and stimulating the patient's vital acupoints. The other doctors watching from the back were completely blown away by his technique, noting how unique and advanced his hand movements were. Even the head of TCM at Dianpu Hospital broke into a cold sweat while watching Lin Tan's performance. He was in total disbelief that someone so young could possess the long-lost dragon-wandering tiger-leaping acupuncture method. The nurses didn't understand the medicine behind it, but they could tell this guy was legit. The hospital's senior TCM expert loudly declared that this was indeed the legendary long-lost ancient acupuncture art. After the acupuncture, his wrist vibrates at a super high frequency. It's the same pressure point, but different techniques yield completely different results. He even assumed Lin Tan was the scion of some legendary traditional Chinese medicine clan, leaving Dr. Liu absolutely shook and terrified. A few moments later, Lin Tan finished the treatment. Yuan Yuan's mother rushed over to check her daughter's vitals, only to find her heart rate and blood pressure had returned to normal levels. Truly insane. Lin Tan flexed his confidence, claiming that if she sticks to this weekly routine, she'll be fully recovered in just 1 month. Yuan Yuan's mother knelt down, showering him with gratitude and trying to slide him a 10 million check as a thank you gift. Lin Tan hit her with the rejection, saying he's out here saving lives, not chasing a bag. Dr. Liu, realizing he's losing the room, threw a tantrum. He claimed Lin Tan was just flapping his gums and that his amateur work would cause permanent damage, all to threaten the family. He pointed a finger at Lin Tan like a boss, screeching that practicing medicine without a license is a crime and threatening to call the cops to get him locked up. Lin Tan just stood there chilling, totally unbothered, and dared him to call the police, hinting that the hospital was involved in using fake, high-tech imported equipment to scam people. The guy flashed a nasty smug grin, looking way too confident. What a total clown. He has no idea how deep the connections of the Dianpu hospital go, thinking he can just act out like that. Without a second thought, Dr. Liu dialed the cops, making everyone watching start to side-eye the hospital's supposedly high-end equipment. Some people were still sus about Lin Tan, thinking he just got lucky saving that student. The secret agent girl, disguised as a nurse to investigate the hospital, suddenly saw the whole situation shift because of Lin Tan's entrance. She radioed her squad and started dropping orders for them to move. The auntie, who collects antiques, and Yuan's mother stayed loyal, ready to ride or die and testify for Lin Tan no matter what happened. Lin Tan took off, planning to call Zheng Hao and the gang. He figured the school must be super worried about Yuan right now. By chance, he locked eyes with the agent girl and realized she was the same mysterious lady he'd bumped into earlier. Lin Tan walked up to chat, saying, "What a coincidence, you're in disguise again. Did you swap being a server for being a nurse?" He joked, "Working as a nurse is a legit gig, honestly. I didn't think a girl like you could go clean like that." The agent girl stuttered through an excuse. "Yeah, I guess so. Honestly, I'm only on the right path now because of you." He hit her with a confident grin. "You're always hunting for new jobs. You must be pretty broke, huh? Does your family have massive debt or something? If you don't want to work, I can just put you on my payroll directly. Don't be shy, I've got nothing if not pure enthusiasm." Lin Tan was vibing, but the girl was losing it. She grabbed his collar, looking ready to explode.
Zip it right now, will you?
A moment later, the cops pulled up. Since both sides were accusing each other, they dragged both parties down to the station to sort it out. Dr. Liu followed the cops, but he was sweating bullets on the inside. Yuan's mother was stressing out as he left, offering to pay whatever it took to bail him out. Lin Tan was taken aback, asking, "You're gonna bail me out?" She realized she'd slipped up. Obviously, a guy with Lin Tan's wealth didn't need her charity. He told her with total swagger, "I'm good, this is all for justice. The cops practically gave me a see you later card." Deep down, she was so grateful she wanted to treat him to a meal, but she couldn't find the words, mentally promising herself she'd do it next time. Cut to the police station. Dr. Liu was stuck in the interrogation room, throwing a massive fit. "Why is nobody taking my statement? I'm the one who reported a crime." Lin Tan's situation was different. He wasn't in an interrogation room at all, and watching the docs rage from outside, he thought the special treatment was a bit sus. An officer walked up to Lin Tan and said, "Take this call. Our captain wants a word with you." He picked up the phone, totally confused about who this was and what they wanted. The agent girl's voice came through. "Mr. Lin Tan, we need your assistance." A massive question mark popped up in his head. Assistance, really? Wait, the captain is a girl? This voice sounds kind of familiar. The agent continued, "Your report about Dianpu Hospital is legit. There's definitely something fishy going on. We found that this hospital is colluding with major players and a shady company, and it turns out you hold 40% of the shares in one of them." Lin Tan stood frozen, even more shocked than before, since he'd won those 40% of Feixiang Company's shares from that street race to save Yuan. Cut to the headquarters of Feixiang Company. The big-shot shareholders are already sitting in the boardroom, clutching their seats while waiting for Lin Tan to show up. The guy over there playing cozy with some girl is Ma Daqing, who somehow controls 15% of the company's shares. Then there's this shady old geezer Uncle Zhang, holding 25% of the shares. Dude basically makes his living doing illegal side quests. That long-haired clown is Heng Deng, sitting pretty with another 20% in his pocket. The room is buzzing with doubt, wondering if Lin Tan is actually going to have the guts to pull up. Uncle Xiang is sitting there with a smirk, so smug it should be a crime. He's absolutely convinced Lin Tan is coming, because he thinks our boy is just some average college student with zero drip. Even though Lin Tan owns 40% of the company, these clowns have no idea what Feixiang Corp actually does behind the scenes. These shareholders are laughing their heads off, thinking Lin Tan only beat young Master Shi's son through pure luck, and they honestly believe their intimidation tactics will make him pee his pants. Suddenly, the double doors blast open, and guess who just walked in? It's our boy Lin Tan. And of course, he's casually carrying a coconut in his hand. He immediately starts throwing shade. "Heard the company was holding a shareholders meeting to hand out some cash, so I figured I'd come collect my cut. Even brought a little something for the occasion." Before he can even take 3 steps, some bodyguard blocks his path, shoving a contract in his face and telling him to sign away his life. Lin Tan takes one look and realizes it's an unconditional transfer of all his company shares. Yeah, right. To really turn up the heat, they lock the doors. No leaving until he signs the papers. The shareholders are looking smug, thinking they've got this in the bag. They figure if Lin Tan doesn't sign, he's not walking out of there in one piece. But surprise, surprise, Lin Tan just tosses the contract aside with a look that screams, "Try me. I'm not signing squat. What are you gonna do about it? Cry?" The bodyguard loses his mind and tries to deck our boy with a sloppy punch. "Oh, so you've chosen violence instead of a civil conversation?" Lin Tan doesn't even blink, catching that amateur hour fist like it's nothing. He snaps the guy's wrist with a quick twist, leaving the bodyguard groaning on the floor like a total NPC. The old-timer shareholders are starting to get pressed. "You're asking for it, kid. Today is the day you meet your end." On cue, a squad of goons rushes in with weapons, ready to chop Lin Tan up, but careful enough to keep his hands intact just so he can sign that contract. As for Lin Tan, he isn't even sweating. He's just letting out a disappointed sigh. He was supposed to be working with the cops to gather dirt on Feishang Corp, but it looks like he'll have to do the heavy lifting himself. Without missing a beat, Lin Tan hurls that coconut straight at the mob. Fueled by pure rage, the goons start charging at him with murder in their eyes and blades in their hands. Thanks to his system-enhanced stats, Lin Tan is dodging their messy attacks like he's playing a game on easy mode. His reaction speed is so cracked that the old shareholder's jaws hit the floor. After messing with them for a bit, Lin Tan decides to start clearing the lobby. He grabs the legs of the first guy he knocked out and uses him as a human wrecking ball to spin cycle the rest of the goons. Now the old geezers are literally grinding their teeth, refusing to believe what they're seeing. Lin Tan steps over the pile of bodies, radiating pure GigaChad energy as he walks toward the board table. Madaching suddenly grabs a coconut and charges in, acting all brave.
"Oh, so you're the one playing hero today?"
Suddenly the guy bows down, looking absolutely terrified. "Mr. Lin, you're here. You really didn't have to go through the trouble of bringing me a coconut." "Madaching, I'm the first one to welcome you to the team." Lin Tan rolls his eyes. Well, at least this Madaching guy has 2 brain cells to rub together. Cold as ice, Lin Tan pulls out 3 share transfer contracts and drops them on the table. The shareholders take one look and immediately get the memo. "Fine. We'll sign. Just like that, with 3 signatures from the big bosses, Lin Tan becomes the 100% owner of Feishang Corp. He strolls out of the room, leaving the rest of the old losers fuming in their chairs. They try to shout some threats after him, but he's already long gone. "Kid, do you actually think Feishang is just some small-time local company? Feishang is just a tiny front. The real parent company is actually based in Myanmar. With their global supply chain, you have no idea how massive the power behind them truly is." As soon as he hears Myanmar, Lin Shin starts dreaming about a vacation with gorgeous ladies, cool weather, and stunning scenery. "Looks like if I want the evidence, I'll have to take a trip to Myanmar myself. But I wonder, will the police department actually cover my travel expenses for this? Who knows, maybe I'll even find some beautiful girl to trigger a money-making quest. That would be legendary." Lin Shin is grinning ear to ear in pure delight, leaving the rest of the board members looking completely bewildered. After that, he calls over the 3 goons he just knocked out earlier. "I've got too much on my plate, so you guys are going to look after the company for me." These thugs act all tough and fire back immediately. "For us, loyalty and righteousness are the most important things in the world. You think we'd actually betray our boss just because you told us to? Don't think just because you said a few words that we're going to listen to you." Lin Shin makes them an offer with a smile. "Just 5 hours of work a day, weekends and holidays off, and I'll double your salary. What do you guys think?" As soon as those thugs hear that, they immediately drop to their knees in front of Lin Shin. "From now on, you're our boss, and I'm ready to serve you like a loyal dog. Long live the boss." The old geezers are fuming with rage, calling them white-eyed wolves and useless pieces of trash for betraying them. Despite all that tough talk, as soon as Lin Jin flops onto the sofa, the staff at Feishang rush to serve him like he's royalty, as we cut to the airport in Myanmar. Lin Shin is hyped to be here for both the vacation and to investigate Feishang's parent company. Rarely get a chance to go abroad, so I better experience every bit of scenery this place has to offer. Contrary to his expectations, right after getting off the plane, someone approaches him to charge 20 yuan just to hand over an entry form. He gets hit with fees just to pass through security, and even more fees just to get his passport stamped. Lin Jin is getting tilted because everyone is trying to squeeze cash out of him. What kind of country is this? He grabs a taxi to head over to the Golden Pagoda for some sightseeing. Cut to the scene at the magnificent and dazzling Golden Pagoda. A super elegant and sexy lady steps out of a luxury car with a bodyguard standing right by her side. Just as she steps out, she hears a heated argument between Lin Shin and the taxi driver, because the kid thinks 50 yuan for such a short ride is a total scam. Neither side is backing down, which quickly grabs the attention of the elegant lady. She walks over and tells the driver to just let the kid go. Consider it an act of merit for Mr. Chan. Hopefully, he can enter the cycle of reincarnation smoothly. The taxi driver obeys her immediately. "As you wish, Madam Wei." Suddenly the system pings. "Gorgeous girl detected," initiating the counterattack quest. This beauty is Wei Shuman, and her current favorability rating is 0. Lin Xin is surprised she's the target for his money-spending quest, making it the perfect time to use the feng shui skill the system gave him. Lin Xin uses his yin-yang eyes to perform a quick diagnostic on the lady in front of him. Based on her face, he sees a dark shadow hanging over her forehead. A close relative recently passed away, and on top of that, she's facing a financial crisis today. Seeing that this beauty is about to go broke, Lin Jin follows her with a grin. The harder she crashes, the more money I'm going to make. Lin Jin follows her for a bit and is shocked to see jade being sold like cheap vegetables. There are tons of stalls selling gemstones everywhere. Wei Shuman stops in front of a gemstone stall and asks the owner to let her check out a specific rock. The stall owner proudly picks it up, flashes a light on it, and brags that she really knows her stuff. This stone is from the Muna region, guaranteed high-quality, genuine goods. This is also the shop's signature item. She saw the green hue glowing from the stone and knew it was high quality, but she couldn't be 100% sure. Since she didn't bring much cash, she had to make sure she was buying the real deal. The shop owner confidently flexed that the green color went at least half a finger deep. This rock is worth at least a few $100 million in cold, hard cash. Since V. Thuman is a pro at collecting antiques and gems, she wasn't about to be scammed by this clown. I'll consider it if you drop it to $80 million. The shop owner wasn't even looking at the stone anymore. He was just creeping on V. Thuman's body. That price is way too low, but for a beauty like you, I'll let it go for $80 million. The owner's inner pervert came out, and he reached out to cop a feel. Since the price is so cheap, you should show me a good time in return. Just as his greasy hand reached out, V. Thuman's bodyguard stepped in, snapped his wrist like a twig, and issued a lethal warning. You really thought your filthy hands could touch the madame? She spoke up to stop the bodyguard. Don't break his hand yet. He still has to transport the stones for me. The shop owner clutched his arm in agony, finally realizing the woman standing before him was the wife of the legendary big boss Chuna. He decided to double down with some trash talk. Everyone knows Chuna is long dead, and his gang is about to collapse anyway. You're coming here to gamble on stones because you're flat broke, aren't you? Vi Thuman lost it. She slapped the shop owner so hard he face-planted right into the stone from earlier. Consider that a lesson in manners, you piece of trash. The enraged owner grabbed the stone and started screaming to stir up the crowd. This lady intentionally smashed my gem because she couldn't pay, and now she's trying to wreck my shop. Chuna's gang is bankrupt, so why are you here acting all high and mighty without any cash? What a loser. If you're so tough, buy it for $100 million then. The crowd heard the commotion and swarmed in to catch the drama. Some people even started recording to post it online. Vi Thuman was getting really anxious. If she didn't pay up, these scumbags would use it as an excuse to make things even harder for her. Just as she was spiraling, Lin Tan stepped up like a total gigachad and whipped out his black card. 100 million Burmese currency, right? That's like 350,000 in Chinese yuan. Swipe it. The shop owner was furious and started barking at him. Who the hell are you?
Some Thai guy?
Our boy kept it 100 with them. I don't hide my name or where I come from. I'm Chinese. As soon as they heard Chinese, the whole group started flipping him off and mocking him. Just another Chinese pig, get lost before we make you. The owner taunted him, saying the Chinese tax was double, so he'd have to pay 200 million to get the stone. Lin Tan was fuming that they dared to disrespect the Chinese, but he stayed cold, deciding that money could wait. Teaching this guy a lesson was top priority. The most important thing right now is to rearrange your face so I can finally feel satisfied. The shop owner was shaking in his boots so hard he collapsed onto the floor. Vi Thuman was worried and piped up, "Who even are you? Stay out of things that don't concern you. You're Chinese, you don't know the rules of this market, so just back off." Lin Tan snapped back. "Does this look like it involves you right now?" She was so stunned she couldn't even get a word out. Then our boy hit the shop owner with a super confident flex. "Double the price, right? Bring all the stones out from your back room right now, and I'll buy every single one I lay my eyes on." The owner was overjoyed, immediately ordering his staff to drag out their entire inventory of raw stones for our boy to pick from. He secretly thought our boy was an absolute idiot walking straight into a slaughterhouse, cackling that it was his lucky day. The shop owner flashed a sly, triumphant grin. This whole batch of rocks had already been vetted by expert appraisers. They might look decent on the outside, but they weren't worth a single cent. Let's just sit back and watch this clown make a fool of himself. Right after that, Lin Xin activated the system-granted yin-yang eyes to scan and grade the stones lined up in front of him. After a round of careful picking, he finally locked onto 8 stones, but his appraisal skill only let him see the surface, meaning the internal color was still a total mystery. The yin-yang eyes could boost the odds of scoring good loot, but they couldn't guarantee a 100% hit rate. But if he paired it with feng shui divination, he could totally cover that blind spot and make razor-sharp selections. Leveraging his feng shui divination skills, Lin Xin started tossing divination coins to pick out the ultimate gems. He tossed the 2 coins one after another to read the signs. If it landed on a positive face, the stone was elite tier, but if it landed negative, it was trash. The shop owner and his staff were mentally clowning on him, thinking he was just putting on a fake psychic act to pick rocks. Talk about child's play. Meanwhile, Wei Shuman just stood quietly on the sidelines and observed everything. After thoroughly filtering through the duds, Lin Jin finally locked in 5 prime stones and demanded they be cut right on the spot. The shop owner agreed on the condition that he paid up front, totaling 700 million Myanmar currency, which translated to about 2.3 million Huaguo dollars. The second the payment went through, the shop staff started clowning on him, trash-talking that he had just gotten completely scammed. Every single stone he picked out was a total dud. Typical foreigners acting like high-tier masters, only to end up walking away with absolute zero when the shells got cracked open. Talk about being broke, clueless, and still trying to flex. Lin Jin didn't sweat it for a second, firing back with supreme Chad energy. Since you guys are so damn curious, hurry up and slice these stones open already. Keep your dog eyes wide open and watch. Right after that, the rocks he picked were carted over to the cutting machine to be sliced in half. The shop owner was radiating absolute confidence. What a total waste of time. Foreigners are seriously so damn stupid. While he was celebrating in his head, the stonecutter suddenly shrieked in shock. Boss, every single one of these is top-tier jade. The shop owner was utterly shell-shocked. His jaw literally hit the floor in complete disbelief. The stones Lin Jin picked out were all insanely rare, god-tier treasures, including a massively expensive imperial green jade. Wei Shuman and everyone else around them lost their minds in pure disbelief. How on earth is that even possible? Seeing those ultra-rare gems surface, the crowd swarmed in, willing to pay absolute top dollar just to buy Lin Jin's stones off him. One guy immediately bid 6 million just for a single piece. Suddenly, another whale dropped a crazy 100 million bid to buy out the entire batch of jade, leaving Wei Shuman completely priced out since she didn't bring nearly that much cash. But Lin Jin's next move sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. He straight up gifted the entire stash of priceless jade to Wei Shuman, just because they crossed paths today, leaving the gorgeous waifu frozen in stunned disbelief. Is he really handing over 70 million Huaguo dollars worth of gems to me for free? Recovering from the shock, she spoke up. I have no idea what your angle is or why you're helping me, but right now, I desperately need this favor. Saying that, she unclasped the jade pendant she was wearing and handed it straight to Lin Jin, telling him to treat this jade token as an official IOU. If you ever run into any trouble down in Myanmar, just whip out this jade token and people will definitely show you respect. As for all these priceless gems you just gifted me, I'll convert them into cold hard cash later and pay you back double. Right after saying her piece, she turned and walked away, while Wei Shuman's favorability meter instantly spiked by 10%. Afterward, Lin Jin strolled around to check out the iconic Golden Pagoda tourist spot. The real reason our boy came here was to scope out the main headquarters of the Phi Gang. Standing at a distance, he pulled out a pair of binoculars to case the heavily guarded gold-plated building right across from him. That massive complex right there was the headquarters of the Phi Gang, and it was also the ultimate grand stage our boy had been hunting for. According to the intel files from Feixiang Corporation, the Phi Gang syndicate controlled 4 major criminal markets: raw gemstone mining, human organ harvesting, and real estate control. The final piece was Feixiang's own front, Tianpu Hospital, used specifically for trafficking foreigners. These 4 sectors were run by a top boss alongside 8 elite elders, making up a massive syndicate. Naturally, the internal network and political ties of this cartel were ridiculously complex. Lately, these scumbags had been going wild, looting wealth and committing countless unforgivable crimes. When our boy volunteered to head down to Myanmar to infiltrate the Phi Gang Syndicate summit, the Huaguo cops were sweating bullets. Lin Xin was super resolute, declaring that as a young man with big-ass aspirations and a burning hatred for Myanmar scam rings, he was ready to contribute his small share of power to expose the Phi Gang Syndicate. Hearing that, the cops nearly shed tears of emotion, begging him to stay safe, put his life first, and reminding him that he could bail out of the mission at any second. Lin Xin, on the other hand, was just hyped to execute a mission, while squeezing in a few days of luxury vacation, secretly hoping for some romantic encounters along the way. Ask and you shall receive, because his eyes immediately locked onto a gorgeous girl standing nearby. A ridiculously dressed-down, hyper-provocative babe was posing on the balcony trying to snap the ultimate selfie. As a card-carrying red-blooded male, Lin Jin literally couldn't tear his eyes away from her stunning silhouette. Right as she was deep in her IG model zone, she suddenly lost her footing and almost took a nasty spill. Seeing this, our boy moved at light speed to catch her. His reflexes were on point as he scooped the beauty right into his arms and flashed a concerned smile. Are you all right? The hottie quickly hopped back up to her feet, bowed down low, and poured on a torrent of grateful thanks. Thank goodness you were here to save me. Meanwhile, our boy's eyes shamelessly drifted down to inspect the massive, bouncy melons right in front of him with pure joy. After that, the two of them started chatting and exchanging pleasantries. This hottie went by the name of A Man, and she casually asked if he came here just for vacation. Without skipping a beat, she grabbed Lin Jin by the hand and started pulling him along. Since you're here on vacation, there is one absolute must-see you cannot miss. Hurry up and follow me. She dragged our boy straight to a massive high-energy water-splashing festival where hundreds of people were going wild. While Lin Xin was busy watching the chaotic crowd, a man ambushed him with a full bucket of water straight to the face. A man laughed cheerfully and teased him. During this water festival, if you don't aggressively attack others first, you instantly become public enemy number 1. Hearing that, Lin Jin grinned with hyped energy and snatched a water scoop from a guy standing next to him. Oh, so that's how we're playing? He blasted her right back with water, and the two of them started splashing each other in a cheerful, playful duel. A man's outfit, super sheer and barely there, was soaked through, perfectly hugging her insanely gorgeous curves and drawing hungry stares from all the surrounding guys. Lin Jin and A-Man were splashing around like excited kids, completely losing track of time. Once the water festival wrapped up, she took our boy on a stroll to show him around the local sights. Both of them were laughing and chatting up a storm. A man proactively turned to him and asked, "Did you have fun playing today?" Lin Jin smiled, saying it was an absolute blast, and thanked her for dragging him into the water festival. Right in the middle of talking, he suddenly realized they had wandered into a dead-end alley. Before he could even process what was happening, a van came roaring up from behind and slammed on the brakes. A bunch of thugs spilled out of the vehicle brandishing heavy weapons, flashing arrogant, menacing grins. "Nice job out there, a man." At that moment, the chick completely dropped her fake innocent act and revealed her true colors as a professional scam artist. "We just reeled in a massive golden pig. Our payout for this catch is about to skyrocket." She turned back to Lin Jin with a cold, mocking smirk. "Sorry to break it to you, big boy. Did I totally ruin your fantasy? I know what kind of romance you were waiting for, but your little life is about to end right here, so keep dreaming. I know what kind of show you were waiting for, but your precious little life isn't going to last long enough for you to enjoy it." He spoke up, looking as calm as if absolutely nothing was wrong. Honestly, it wasn't even a surprise. Every Huaguo local knows that traveling to Myanmar comes with a high risk of getting your kidneys harvested. It's just a shame that someone as pretty as you is stuck in this line of work. Hearing that, the girl flirtatiously pulled up her shirt to tempt him. "How about this? You give me 100 million Huaguo dollars, and I'll give you a sweet, sweet time before you kick the bucket." The thug holding the gun let out a smug, arrogant laugh. "A man, if you say that, would you actually dare to take his money if he dared to give it? If the boss finds out you're flirting with this Huaguo pig, he's going to skin you alive. Stop yapping at him. Just get on with it already." After that, they tied Lin Tan up and shoved him into the car. The thug pointed his gun at him to keep him in line. "Sit tight and shut up, or you'll be meeting your maker with one clean shot." Contrary to what these clowns thought, even though Lin Tan was a hostage, he wasn't scared in the slightest. He was completely unbothered. He'd heard that all of Myanmar was basically a giant scam trap. It wasn't really a shocker, but since the Faybang Group's shareholder meeting wasn't for a few hours, he figured he'd play along with these losers and pretend to be captured. Once they arrived, Lin Tan was dragged straight into their organ harvesting den. As soon as they stepped out of the car, they rushed him inside. "We're here. Move it." This fat slob is Dao Da, the big boss running this shady organ harvesting operation. Stepping out right beside him was his lackey, the very same jewelry store owner Lin Tan ran into earlier. Seeing him, Lin Tan was amused. Isn't this the annoying store owner from before? The moment the jewelry store owner locked eyes with him, his blood started boiling. "You filthy Huaguo brat, still acting all high and mighty, are you? Now that you're in my hands, it's game over for you. Boss Dao Da, give me a knife so I can take care of him right here." "Easy there, little brother. What's the rush? Don't forget the terms of our deal. Just wait until I drain him dry, then the goods will all belong to you." The moment Lin Tan saw their boss, he realized based on his Feixiang company files that this black-hearted pig was one of the founding members of Feibang. He was the mastermind behind this illegal organ harvesting ring. Dao Da's jewelry-selling lackey stepped forward, puffing his chest out in a pathetic display of bravado. "You damn brat. Do you finally see what happens when you mess with me? Get ready, because you're about to experience the most painful moment of your life." Inside this facility, there were countless victims who had been kidnapped or lured here. They separated men from women, and any pretty girl was immediately marked for special treatment. The compound was heavily guarded, and the prisoners inside were being beaten with ruthless brutality. They performed crude surgeries on the spot to rip out organs with zero humanity and pure malice. Lin Tan walked along, observing his surroundings while ignoring the jewelry store owner's empty threats. "Well, scared to the point of wetting yourself, aren't you? Hand over your bank passwords now, and maybe you'll avoid the physical torture. The more they tried to scare him, the less he said, only offering a faint smirk. You've still got the nerve to laugh? Lin Tan replied with chilling certainty. Because I'm thinking about how something pretty interesting is about to go down. He mused to himself that simply handing these human traffickers over to the Myanmar police would be letting them off way too easy. Before he even arrived, the police had given him a very special high-tech tracking device. It was wrapped in a signal-blocking layer. To anyone looking at it from the outside, it just looked like an ordinary button on his jacket. But if you're ever in real danger, just kill the signal jammer, and the police will track your location to come save your skin. But Lin Tan wants to toy with these clowns for a bit before he bothers calling the cops. He's planning on using the most creative punishments from the Qing dynasty to break these guys one by one. They drag him to a literal furnace to start the interrogation, desperate to hear our boys scream and beg for mercy. The lady named a man grabs a black card and a searing hot iron rod, demanding, "What's the pin for this bank card?" Lin Tan stays ice cold and replies, "Come a little closer, honey, and I'll whisper it in your ear." The thug standing behind him tightens his grip on Lin Tan's neck and jams a gun barrel right into his skull. Trying to pull a fast one, huh? He just stays silent, not giving them a single word. "If you get just a little bit closer, I only need 3 seconds to put everyone in this room in the dirt." But the thug's grip is so tight that it snaps the chain, and the jade pendant around Lin Tan's neck falls to the ground. As soon as she sees the pendant, a man looks visibly shook. "How the hell do you have this piece of jewelry on you?" Dao panics and rushes over to shove his own goon aside. That jade pendant is, but before they can even process the shock, Wei Shuman suddenly crashes the party. "You losers actually dare to touch my man?" She rolls up with a squad of heavy-hitting bodyguards to save Lin Tan, asking him, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Which leaves him totally caught off guard. Wait, it's her? Why is she even here? Lin Tan lets out a long sigh. He casually unbinds his own ropes and says, "You really picked the worst time to show up. I was just about to go on a killing spree before you forced me to pause." Wei Shuman is pretty stunned by his massive ego. "How should I put this? Did I just ruin your big hero moment? Are you even scared at all?" Lin Tan answers with zero chill. It's just a bunch of low-level trash, which makes her see him in a whole new light. He's got serious guts, and his favorability points just ticked up by 1%. Dowda's crew just laughs mockingly, thinking, "Oh, so he's one of the big sister's boys. No wonder he's acting so cocky." The jewelry shop owner sees Wei Shuman and starts popping off. "So it was you stinking woman? You actually dared to come here to take me out?" Wei Shuman's underlings are triggered by the disrespect and pull their pieces. "You really think you can talk to the big sister like that?" The other side doesn't back down, shouting, "Bring it on! You think we're actually scared of you?" She loses her cool and bellows, "Everyone, put your guns down right now. Did you all forget the house rules that Chan Nu set up?" Dowda signals his crew to stand down, saying, "I'll give the big sister some face for now. The stone auction is starting soon anyway. Big sister, I really hope you can keep being our big sister for a long time. We'll settle this later." With that, Wei Shuman leads Lin Tan away from the scene. She whispers to him, "You need to find a way to dip and get out of here before they hunt you down." As soon as they hit the street, she hops into her ride. "Chan Nu, you really had it easy dying when you did. The moment I chose to be your woman, I knew a day like this would come. At worst, we'll just go down together." As she's lost in her thoughts, Lin Tan suddenly jumps into the passenger seat. Wei Shuman snaps at him, "Why the hell are you getting into my car? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lin Tan answers like it's no big deal. "We're in the middle of nowhere. Where exactly am I supposed to find a taxi? Just give me a lift for a bit. Come on. Don't get the wrong idea. I only saved you because you got dragged into this mess when you helped me at the Jade Market. So consider this me just paying back the debt. I'm heading into a death trap in a minute, so get out of the car already." You say it so casually, bro. Even if you let me go now, do you really think that Dao Da guy is just going to let me slide? Tagging along with you is literally the safest play right now. With no other options, she has no choice but to let him tag along. Step on it, and as for you, just pray to the heavens you make it out alive. Cut the scene to the Feibang headquarters. Inside, the big bosses of the syndicate are holding a meeting with Wei Shuman. This bald geezer is Godwei, the big boss of the rough stone mines. And this is Kong Ong Sheng, the guy controlling all the real estate for the Feibang conglomerate. Then there's Dao Da, the boss of the organ harvesting ring, and the one presiding is Wei Shuman, the widow of Chen Nu, the former big boss of Feibang. At that moment, Lin Chen is also present at the meeting. He's low-key surprised that the whole cast is already here. The drama is about to start. Wei Shuman opens the meeting, which is the traditional annual gathering to discuss the group's profit margins. It was supposed to be hosted by my husband Chen Nu, but unfortunately, he blew up on his private yacht 5 days ago. So this meeting today is nothing but a trap, isn't it? You old-timers are just here to overthrow me, right? Godwei wears a smug, arrogant grin. I love it when people are as blunt as you, sister-in-law. So let's not beat around the bush anymore. Chen passed away. As sad as it is, Fabian can't go a single day without a leader. For the sake of the organization's stability, we need to elect a new boss today. Gong Sheng chimes in with a passive-aggressive jab. The word overthrow should really be applied to you, sister-in-law. The three of us are the original founders who built Fei Bang from the ground up with the boss. Now that Chen is dead, it's only natural for us to take his seat. Wei Shuman snaps back, fuming. Unfortunate passing, you say? Only 3 people knew about the explosives on the yacht and his itinerary. I can guarantee the killer is one of you guys. Dao Da chimes in with a mocking tone. Well, said sister-in-law. How about this? Once I become the boss, I'll use all of Fei Bang's resources to work with you and find the real killer behind Chen's death. The other bosses burst into laughter, looking at her with total contempt and disdain. Lin Chen finally gets the picture. He realizes Chen Nu was their boss, and the guy is already dead. He was actually planning to capture this mysterious crime lord for the cops, but the plan just took a massive turn. I'll just sit back and observe for now. Even though she's surrounded by these snakes, Wei Shuman doesn't fold. Have you all forgotten everything? Chen Nu built this organization with blood and sweat, a legacy we all fought and nearly died for. But because of all the senseless violence, countless brothers have been killed, wounded, or locked up. The times have changed, and our mission isn't just about mindless brute force anymore, but protecting our empire and finding a legitimate path for Fei Bang. Chen Nu's final wish before he died was for Fei Bang to turn over a new leaf and go legit. Her words strike a chord, and the underlings in the room start cheering her on. We stand with you, sister-in-law. The era of constant killing is over. Lin Chen is genuinely impressed. This lady's charisma is actually top tier. The greedy old geezers, however, don't feel the same way at all. So, Fei Ba's entire legacy is just going to crumble because of one sentence from her? These fossils actually think that just because she's been married to Chan for a year, she's trying to whitewash Fei Bang. They're convinced she's playing 4D chess to sabotage the whole organization. Fei Thumang, absolutely fed up, stands up and slams her hand onto the table. You got guts, old man? Say that one more time. The old vultures start chirping at her, taking turns with the shade. We heard our dear big sis spent the day at the Jade Market gambling on rocks. A little low on cash, aren't we? Regardless, this organization was built to make bank, not for hobbies. What makes you think you can keep everyone fed and living the high life? Are you really planning to rely on your amateur rock appraisal skills to pay the bills? We've decided any one of us could run Fei Bang better. Pick one to serve, and maybe we'll let you keep the big sis title. Fei Thumang's bodyguard loses his cool, pulling a heater and aiming it straight at the guy. You think you can just talk to the big sis like that? Suddenly, bang! The bodyguard standing next to her catches a bullet and hits the floor. Just a low-tier grunt. And you think you can point a weapon at me? Knowing she's got no cards left to play, the bosses stop pretending and show their true colors. You can stop playing detective, Fei Thumang. I'm the one who took out Chan Nu. This geezer is 1 foot in the grave and still trying to act like a saint. If he didn't die, thousands of our brothers would have been starving to death. God struts closer, trying to be a total creep. Such a gorgeous woman. What a waste to be a widow. Why not be my woman? One night with me, and you'll forget all about Chan. Fei Thumang pulls out a remote detonator, a smug smirk plastered on her face. Finally, you admitted it. I already knew you 3 were all in on the hit against Chan Dao Da. You think I was spending the organization's money on nothing? I spent every cent on high-grade explosives. And every single charge is rigged throughout this entire Fei Bang headquarters. We go out together, or you step down right now. You've got 10 seconds to choose. The low-level grunts are straight up panicking. Wait, what? I don't want to die yet. I've got a family to feed. Lin Tan is starting to get a little nervous himself. Oh my god, is this woman actually crazy enough to go scorched earth? If she blows this place to Kingdom Come, she's basically doing the cops' job for them. Should I make a break for the window? With this level 7 physical strength, I could probably parkour my way down without a scratch. Unlike her, the old geezer Godwee just stands there with a cold, smug grin. Go ahead, push the button if you're so brave. Before Fei Thumang can even process it, all her own men start walking toward the old man. Sorry, big sis, Boss God offered us a way better payout. She keeps mashing the button on the remote, but it's doing absolutely nothing. The old man sneers. Don't bother clicking that thing anymore. You knew how to hire goons to plant bombs, but you forgot I could just bribe them to defuse them. The money you spent was a solid investment, really. These days, if you want to be the boss, you better have the cash to back it up. Fei Thumang is seething, slamming her hand on the table in pure, helpless rage. The greedy old fossils start patting themselves on the back, convinced that even if Chan was the face, they're the ones holding the real power now. The most important thing is that, if you follow them, you'll be swimming in cash and living the high life. God confidently stepped up as the boss since his rough stone mine generated the most cash, over 30 billion Huaguo currency a year. The other two geezers backed Oda with perverted grins, dreaming that once they took over, they'd have Wei Shuman serving them hand and foot, whispering trash about how following Chan was a mistake, all while salivating over her beauty and perfect body to keep them company at night. Wei Shuman was absolutely fuming, fists clenched, dying to end these old creeps but forced to stay silent. Just as she felt totally hopeless, Lin Tan tapped her shoulder and whispered, "No matter what I say in a second, just go along with it." With that, he vaulted over the table and jumped out, leaving Wei Shuman totally confused. Lin Tan boldly walked up to those old geezers and dropped a bomb. "I also want to be the boss of Fei Bang." Wei Shuman was completely stunned, having zero clue what he was plotting. Those old fossils were livid, pointing fingers right at him. "Who the hell are you to step up here like you own the place? You're just a nobody," Wei Shuman picked up, "and you're already acting this cocky? You've got a death wish." Lin Tan didn't hesitate to pull out the contract for Fei Xiang Company and shoved it in their faces. "Open your dog eyes and take a look at what this is." They took one look and were absolutely shook. "No way. You're the new shareholder of Fei Xiang Company?" One shock after another, the whole room went dead silent. Nobody could believe their eyes. Even though it was just a photocopy, they knew it was the real deal. Dauda was triggered and started shouting, accusing him of trying to pull a scam. He mocked him with a sneer. "Even if you are a shareholder of Fei Xiang, the boss position is way out of your league." He loudly pointed at him and started talking smack. "Fei Xiang is just a tiny foreign company. How much money do you even make to come here and act big? Get your butt back to your own country. What kind of money could a person from Huaguo possibly have to show off?" Despite being roasted like that, Lin Tan stayed ice cold and clapped back. "So, turns out all you need to be the boss is having a lot of cash. If that's the case, I'll just back my sister-in-law instead." Hearing him call her sister-in-law, Wei Shuman was even more lost. She couldn't understand why he was being so suspiciously intimate. God was fuming, teeth grinding hard enough to break. "What are you playing at?" Lin Tan stood tall and announced to everyone, "If I can make sure the brothers have enough money to eat meat and live well, then you should pick me and my sister-in-law. Because I'm holding a massive piece of the pie, and more importantly, I'm the one with the actual skills to lead everyone to the bag." As soon as he said that, they clutched their stomachs laughing, thinking the massive piece of the pie he was talking about was just that tiny Fei Xiang company. Dota raged and shot back, "Open your dog eyes and look closely. My organ processing sector pulls in over 1 billion annually, and my real estate control brings in 2.5 billion each year." God chimed in smugly, "I'm the biggest moneymaker here, bringing in over 5 billion Huaguo currency every single year." Hearing them flex their financials, Wei Shuman got super anxious because she knew Fei Xiang's annual report barely cleared a few hundred million at most. Before she could even react, those geezers ordered their thugs to rush in and take Lin Tan out. He calmly waved his hand and beckoned one of the organization's finance guys over. Whipping out his black card, Lin Tan showed them what real wealth looks like. He swiped the card and transferred a cool 5 billion Huaguo currency into the Fei Bang account, all while keeping a completely deadpan expression. "This 5 billion is for sister-in-law to treat the boys to some tea. There's enough for everyone." The old guy's jaws hit the floor, completely speechless and frozen. Wei Shuman was dazed, unable to process it. "This 5 billion, is that my treat?" The entire crew started going wild with joy, unable to believe their luck. "If we split this 5 billion among 30,000 brothers, we are officially rich. Can someone help me calculate how much I'm getting?" You could work your whole life as a lackey and never even touch this kind of cash. With a cold, piercing stare, Lin Jin stepped toward the old geezers and asked, "So, what's it gonna be? How about you guys cough up a few billion for the boys to have some tea money?" He kept flexing, shouting, "Listen up, brothers. If you follow our boss lady from now on, we're talking gold leaf wagyu and top-tier seafood for every single meal. No more getting arrested or rotting away in a prison cell. And no more of this internal backstabbing nonsense. On top of that, your paychecks are getting a serious upgrade so you can actually live a little. This is the path that our boss lady and the late boss Nu want to lead you down. So, what's your choice?" Every single henchman in the room scrambled over to Wei Shuman, begging to join her side. "Boss lady, you're our queen forever. I'm following you until the bitter end." The old geezers were absolutely fuming, grinding their teeth but completely powerless to do anything. The gang members looked at her with pure awe and absolute loyalty. As for Wei Shuman, she was stunned. She couldn't believe Lin Xin flipped the entire situation 180 degrees with just a few words. What kind of backgrounds does this guy even have? A smug grin crept across Lin Jin's face. A gang is just a gang after all. Loyalty and brotherhood are just pretty words. Throw enough cash at them, and these idiots will flip in a heartbeat. Dao Dao was seething, snarling, "You're a real mastermind, boss lady. This Lin Xin must be a pawn you've had waiting in the shadows for years, right? You're good. You've played us like absolute fools." Wei Shumang just stood there confused, having no idea what he was even rambling about. Desperate to save face, the old geezers barked orders at their remaining thugs. Enough talk, might makes right, so charge them and take them down. Lin Jin smirked, thinking, perfect timing. He didn't hesitate to give the order like a total boss. Boys, avenge the late boss Nu. Whoever takes out those 3 geezers gets 500 million in national currency. Boss lady says execute the order right now. All of Wei Shumang's loyalists whipped out their heat, ready to rumble. Charge, let's get some payback for our boss. I'm definitely going to enjoy this cup of tea after we win. A bloody brawl broke out immediately. Both sides clashed in a brutal frenzy. Amidst the chaos and flying lead, Lin Xin tackled Wei Shumang to get her out of the line of fire. Watch your step. The sudden movement had him pinned on top of her, making the whole scene super awkward. Even with bullets flying everywhere, Lin Jin couldn't help but tease her. Look, with things getting this spicy, I can't really worry about your life or mine right now. Try to keep yourself in one piece. Suddenly, God appeared out of nowhere, with a gun aimed straight at his head. You lovebirds, time to say your prayers. Lin Jin whipped 2 coins from his pocket at lightning speed. His throw was faster than a bullet, and dead accurate. Both coins slammed into God's hand, making him yelp in pain and drop his piece. The moment was his. Lin Jin snatched the gun and emptied the clip into the guy. Just like that, he was down. With pro-level marksmanship, a clean reload, and that main character energy, Wei Shumang's favorability meter just jumped another 20 points. As the fight raged on, Dao Dao's cronies tried to bail, but Lin Jin caught them trying to sneak away. He didn't hesitate for a second, sprinting forward to hunt them down and pick them off one by one.